How dare he scheme against Goddess Gu's company? He has no idea what he's doing, right? Who does he think he is? He's digging his own grave by framing Goddess Gu's company. I think Changfeng Real Estate should pay a higher price for that. I agree. A public apology is barely a lesson. And he has to pay the compensation, but Shanghua Real Estate's reputation is still damaged. Not everyone knew the final result after hearing about the accident that happened at Shanghua Real Estate's site, so they believed that it was Changfeng Real Estate's problem. However, it was unavoidable, so Guning wasn't worried about it. Some internet users stayed reasonable. Although they were also mad at what Changfeng Real Estate had done, Guning had decided to give Changfeng a chance, so they said nothing. Nevertheless, it was quite pleasant when they read unkind criticism about Changfeng Real Estate left by Guning's fans. Changfeng Real Estate had many opponents in the industry who couldn't wait to see Zhang Shenghui get in trouble. Unexpectedly, Zhang Shenghui easily overcame the crisis. If they had the evidence, they would have put him in jail. Honestly, what Zhang Shenghui had done was extremely illegal. However, he could settle it out of court by making an apology and paying compensation. Only when the victims refused to settle it out of court would he be punished according to the law. Not everything could be settled out of court. If it was a serious issue, it couldn't be settled by money. But what Changfeng Real Estate had done wasn't very serious. However, if Zhang Shenghui's tax evasion was exposed, they would be sued and it wouldn't just be a matter of money. Therefore, Zhang Shenghui didn't dare to hesitate and agreed to do whatever Guning wanted him to do. He had no choice. Guning and Leng Xiaoting watched the news about Zhang Shenghui's public apology. Because Zhang Shenghui apologized, Guning wouldn't sue him, but it didn't mean that she would forgive him. In the Zhang family's house, Zhang Shenghui was exhausted physically and mentally. He locked himself in the study and didn't want to talk to anyone. Today, Zhang Shua didn't play around outside. He behaved himself and stayed at home all day. Because of Changfeng Real Estate scandal, his friends deliberately kept their distance from him. No one called him out either. It was true that Zhang Shua's friends didn't dare to call him out for fun after the news came out, but it wouldn't last long. Actually, even if they called him out, he wouldn't go, because he was afraid that some of Guning's unreasonable fans might attack him. As for the real reason for Zhang Shenghui's confession and apology, only Guning and a few other people were aware of it. Even the Zhang family had no idea. They thought he was only afraid of the Shengning organization's influence. Either way, it was understandable. At 10:30 a.m., Guning and Leng Xiaoting returned to the capital. Because Guning had already announced that Shanghua Real Estate was owned by the Shengning organization, she had to hold a press conference and make it clear when she got back to the capital. And Guangyao needed to deal with business in City D, so Guning would appear then. Before they went back to the capital, Guning had asked Chen Zangyi to make the arrangements, so she went straight to the company once she got back. The news conference would begin at 3 p.m., so Guning still had time. They would have the conference in the Shengning organization's meeting room. At 2:30 p.m. reporters arrived, but Guning didn't show up until it was 3 p.m. When Guning announced that Shanghua Real Estate would formally join the Shengning organization, a reporter asked, "Miss Gu, Shanghua Real Estate is a real estate company which has been established for years. How did you become its boss?" They knew very little about Shanghua Real Estate because it was a local company in City F. Before it expanded its business around the country, they barely heard about it. When they came to this news conference, they did their homework, so they learned how Guning became its boss. However, for the interview, they needed to ask that question. It was last year, after I built Jade Beauty Jewelry, Shanghua Real Estate was about to go bankrupt. At that time, I had the idea of joining the real estate industry. Given my knowledge of Shanghua Real Estate, I knew it was a very good company ever since it was established. And it had a lot of fame in City F. It had been schemed against, so it was about to go bankrupt. I took it over because it was easier to build a successful company from one which already has a lot of fame. However, I needed to study, so I had no time to manage it. And Guangyao was the previous boss of Shanghua Real Estate, and he had the ability to manage it well, so I hired him to be the executive. Reality proves that I made the right choice. With executive's help, Shanghua Real Estate is developing better and better, said Guning. Even though Guning said that she wanted Shanghua real estate so she kept in Guangyao, people still believed that she helped in Guangyao. Miss Gu, do you have other companies that haven't joined the Shengning organization yet? Asked a reporter. Because many of Guning's companies joined the Shengning organization in the late stage, they thought there might be other companies that hadn't joined the Shengning organization yet. Yes, Guning replied, but she didn't say what companies they were. Can you tell us what companies they are? Asked the reporter. I'm sorry, I can't tell you right now, but it won't take long before I do. After all, it's very important, so I won't make the announcement until there is a formal occasion. Guning half-joked. She didn't think it was the right time to make colorful raw jade material company public now. She needed Zheng Peng to be present, as respect for him. She made Shanghua real estate public this time because it was hot news. If so, we'll wait for the news, said a reporter. Since Guning said that there was no need for them to ask more about it because they wouldn't have an answer. No matter what the company is, I promise we'll provide products of quality with reasonable prices. We were just set up this time, so an accident happened. We'll be more careful to protect ourselves from now on, said Guning in the end. Miss Gu, we trust you, and we hope that your companies can develop well. The reporters replied. The news conference was over and Chun Sangyi would deal with the following things, so Guning left and returned to the Sihiyuan. As for dinner, they went to eat with the Lung family. After finishing the meal, they went back to the Sihiyuan. The next day, Lung Xiaoting returned to their military base. Afterwards, their lives went back to normal. Guning spent most of her time at school and her company until her birthday. Her birthday was on the next Saturday. Suanya, Hao Ran and the others came to the capital, but Guning didn't know. No one told her about it beforehand. Guning actually forgot her own birthday, so she didn't call her friends over to celebrate it. Early in the morning on Saturday, Leng Xiaoting made an excuse and left. Guning went to her company and Leng Xiaoting didn't show up again till 5 p.m. He came to pick her up. However, they weren't going back to the Sihiyuan. So Guning asked, "Where are we going?" "To Xiaoyao Mountain Villa," said Leng Xiaoting. "Why?" asked Guning. "You'll find out later," said Leng Xiaoting, but he couldn't tell her. Because Jing Yunyao and Miao Jingjing planted various flowers in Xiaoyao Mountain Villa, it had a breathtaking view. Upon entering Xiaoyao Mountain Villa, Guning was amazed by the scene. In the yard stood a large group of people. The Lung family, the Tang family, and Guning's good friends were all present. Around them, the house was well decorated. There was a table, glasses, and a big 6-tiered cake. An idea dawned on Guning, and she finally remembered that today was her birthday. Her family and friends came to celebrate it for her. Suddenly, Guning felt like crying and tears rolled down her cheeks. They all came just for her birthday. As soon as Guning got out of the car, she ran towards them and greeted them one by one. Grandpa, Grandpa Lung, Mom, Dad, Uncle, Aunt. All of the Tang family were present, except for Tang Jiayang, who was abroad, and Xiao Ruihua, who was busy with work. Even the pregnant Xiao Wenxin came. Most of Leng Xiaoting's comrades joined them too. They congratulated Guning on her birthday. Thank you so much." Guning thanked them, feeling extremely touched. At the same time, she felt that it was a little strange that they held such a grand party just for her birthday, but she didn't think much about it. After calming down a little, Guning joined them and they had fun. She couldn't just chat with her family. She also needed to treat her friends. "Why did you come without telling me?" asked Guning. She then realized that it had to be Leng Xiaoting's idea. Hearing that, Muku said, "Xiaoting came to see me and we talked about your birthday party. He asked me to ask everyone to come, but I couldn't let you know. We kept it a secret in order to surprise you. What do you think?" "Of course I'm surprised, but it's just a birthday. There is no need to hold such a big party," said Guning. Guning liked it, but felt it wasn't necessary to bother her family and friends. "I think it's great. It's your birthday and we ought to celebrate it together. Didn't you join my birthday party before? All the guests are my parents' business partners." "It's not a birthday party at all," said Suanya. She disliked her own birthday party. "Your birthday party is actually a business event," said Chu Peihan. She didn't like it either because it wasn't fun. Gu Ning thought it was just a birthday party. But there was a bigger surprise. Suddenly, soft music rang out in the yard. Leng Xiaoting, who was wearing casual clothing, had changed into his military uniform. He was holding a large bouquet of red roses in his hands as he walked towards Gu Ning. When he came out, Gu Ning had her back towards him, so she didn't see it. Chu Peihan saw it before her and exclaimed, "Oh my!" The moment she shouted out, Chu Peihan realized that she shouldn't do that and felt embarrassed. Luckily, no one paid attention to her. After hearing her shout, they subconsciously looked in the same direction as Chu Peihan. Then they saw Leng Xiaoting, who was in his military uniform, holding flowers and walking towards Gu Ning. Without delay, they walked forward to surround them with broad smiles. Leng Xiaoting had never been so romantic before, which made Gu Ning feel nervous. She stood up, staring at Leng Xiaoting. In front of Gu Ning, Leng Xiaoting said, completely focusing on Gu Ning, "Ning Ning, happy birthday. I'm not good at sweet nothings. I'm not talkative either, but I hope we can live a romantic life together in the future. I'll try to do better. Ever since you agreed to be my girlfriend, I made up my mind to spend the rest of my life with you. Although I called you my fiancé, I hadn't proposed to you. We're not formally engaged. It's not right. So now I formally propose to you. Whatever you want, whatever I have, it's all yours. Gu Ning, will you marry me?" Once Leng Xiaoting finished, he knelt down before Gu Ning, handing her the flowers. When Leng Xiaoting asked her to marry him, Gu Ning was struck dumb. She thought he was only going to celebrate her birthday, but unexpectedly he proposed to her. It was not only Gu Ning, many of the others were also surprised. Only the Leng family and the Tang family knew that he was going to propose. Leng Xiaoting's comrades and Gu Ning's friends thought it was just a birthday party. Leng Xiaoting didn't tell them because he was afraid that they might not be able to keep it a secret. If they told Gu Ning, it would ruin the surprise. Marry him, marry him. Before Gu Ning came back to her senses, she heard everyone's excited encouragement around her. Gu Ning wouldn't hesitate to marry Leng Xiaoting, so she immediately took the flowers. Of course. The second Gu Ning finished speaking, thunderous applause sounded. Then Leng Xiaoting took out a diamond ring and put it on her finger. Afterwards, he straightened up to hug Gu Ning and lightly kissed her lips. There were many people watching them, so Gu Ning flushed a little. In fact, Leng Xiaoting was also embarrassed. Otherwise, he would have given her a long and passionate kiss. However, if he didn't give her a kiss, it wouldn't clearly show his affection for her. Jesus, I thought that it was just a birthday party. I didn't expect it to be a proposal. That's so romantic, said Su Anya enviously. Every girl wanted to have a romantic proposal, since it was a very important part of their marriage. Yeah, it was such a big surprise. Yumixi chimed in, filled with envy. It was not only them, all the young girls there were deeply touched. Even though Su Jinshin and some of the others knew that Leng Xiaoting was going to propose, Zi Beiying and the others had no idea since Leng Xiaoting and his comrades didn't share the news with their girlfriends. They had a very close relationship with Gu Ning, so they had to be careful. Mu Ku, you didn't know? Chu Peihan squinted at Mu Ku, looking dangerous. Even if Mu Ku knew and didn't tell them, it was very normal, but she was still displeased. I didn't know, Mu Ku explained hurriedly. He honestly had no idea. He really thought it was just a birthday party. After all, this was the first birthday party they held for Gu Ning. They didn't think it was wrong to keep it a secret because they wanted to surprise Gu Ning. Many people were touched by that scene, but the Tang family felt a little sad. Leng Xiaoting proposed to Gu Ning so they would be formally engaged after a while. Then they would get married after 2 years. Gu Ning didn't spend much time with the Tang family, and yet she would soon marry into another family. So they found it a bit upsetting. The Leng family understood that the Tang family was in a bad mood currently, so they comforted them. Tang, I understand your feelings right now, but we're open-minded. We don't think that daughters can't go back to their parents' homes after they are married. Both the Leng family and the Tang family are Ning Ning's homes. She can spend festivals at the Leng family and the Tang family as she wants. Or we can travel together. Even if they want to spend the festivals without us, they can enjoy their life. What do you think? Master Lung said to Tang Haifeng. He was a very considerate old man. Hearing that, the Tang family cheered up. Right, it's a different era now. It might have been difficult for a girl to go back to her parents' home after she married into another family in the past. But Ningning will always be a member of our Tang family. She's always welcome to come home, said Tang Haifeng. In his eyes, sons and daughters should receive the same treatment. Even though Gu Ning was marrying into another family, the Tang family would always be her home. Therefore, although Tang Yunrong married into another family, she could still come back and stay in the Tang family's house. And whenever the Tang family held a party or an important gathering, they would call Tang Yunrong back. As a result, in the Tang family, the in-laws got along well with each other. They didn't care much about their own interests, and they were willing to help and support one another. That being the case, it was impossible for them not to be close. Afterwards, they had a banquet. Although there weren't many of them, it was a large number. About a dozen of the Lung family's members, a dozen of the Tang family's members, Lung Xiaoting's 8 comrades and their girlfriends, and Gu Ning's friends were all present. They added up to about 50 people. Accordingly, the dining table in the dining hall wasn't large enough to accommodate all of them. So the elders went to have dinner in the dining hall, while the younger people had a buffet outside. In fact, it wasn't a bad thing. Without the elders, the younger people could enjoy themselves. They couldn't have as much fun when the elders were present. Before the meal, everyone took out their presents for Gu Ning. Boss, happy birthday. And also, happy proposal. Chu Peihan congratulated. She didn't know how to describe it, so she directly said happy proposal. Since Chu Peihan said that, the others followed her. Although it ought to be Leng Xiaoting's words, Gu Ning didn't care and accepted their congratulations. After dinner, the Tang family had to go home. They wanted to spend more time with Gu Ning, but they had to go back to take care of Tang Jiayu. Tang Jiayu was too little to travel a long distance, so they didn't bring him with them. Babysitters were looking after him, but Tang Yunfan and Gu Man didn't feel comfortable with that. After all, they all had their own business to deal with tomorrow. If it weren't Leng Xiaoting's proposal, they wouldn't have all come together. In that case, the Lung family didn't keep them. All of them were very busy, so they understood. Leng Xiaoting asked Su Jinshan to take their friends to have fun at another place. He and Gu Ning needed to send Tang Haifeng and the others to the airport first. Then they would meet up later. Because the Tang family came in their private jet, they could leave at any time. After Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting sent the Tang family away, the Lung family went back to their home too. Only a few young people stayed and adjourned to another place. The entire Lung family except for Leng Xiaojia came, even including Leng Xiaoming. Leng Xiaoming told Zhang Jin about the party, so she had come with him. There were about 30 of them, which was a large group. If we go to a clubhouse together, will people think we're going to cause trouble? Guana asked curiously. It's very normal. A schoolmates' reunion is usually about 20 people, said Su Qinin. Fine. Guana lost interest at once. Do you expect people to see us and be scared of us? Leng Xiaoxi asked with a resigned look. Guana was really dramatic. I think it's cool. We're not seriously going to cause trouble anyway, Guana argued. Haha, you just want to watch a drama, right? Be careful if you're terrified by a group of real gangsters one day. I'm afraid you'll really be in trouble if you encounter them, said Leng Xiaoxi. How could you? Guana was mad, then tickled Leng Xiaoxi in a joking manner. Although they were just joking, Guana happened to run into a group of troublemakers one day and was almost dragged into trouble. Luckily, Song Haoyu saw her and helped her out, which brought them closer. However, that happened in the future. Both the Shangshi and Jinlin organizations owned a lot of companies in different industries. Whether the companies were large or small, they had many clubhouses. Therefore, Su Jinshan directly took them to a clubhouse owned by the Jinlin organization. Anyway, whichever clubhouse they chose was basically the same. However, Leng Xiaoting would pay the bill, because it was Gu Ning's birthday and he proposed to her today. He ought to pay the bill, it would be more meaningful that way. Before Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting drove the Tang family to the airport, Su Jinshan and the others arrived at the clubhouse. They were a very attractive group of people, so they became the focus of the crowd once they showed up. but no one was scared of them. They seemed to be at the same age, so people just thought they were having a schoolmates gathering. When the manager learned that Su Jinshin was coming, he went to wait at the door. And as soon as he saw Su Jinshin, he went up to welcome them. "Honored to see you, Lord Su. The room is ready." "Please," said the manager with a flattering smile. After that, they followed the manager to the private room. Every time Su Jinshin came, no matter how many people he came with, the manager would keep the largest, the most comfortable, and the most luxurious private room for him. It was his priority. After they walked into the private room, the manager asked Su Jinshin, "Lord Su, the cake is ready. When should it be brought in?" Su Jinshin told them to prepare a cake when he booked a private room. It was a cake to celebrate Leng Xiaoting's successful proposal. Even though Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting were meant to be together, they still needed a ceremony to celebrate it. "The couple hasn't come yet. Let it stay there. I'll let you know when we need it," said Su Jinshin. "No problem," the manager answered. "If there isn't anything I can do for you, I'll leave now." "Great," said Su Jinshin. Then the manager walked away. At the same time, Leng Xiaoting and Gu Ning walked the Tang family to the airport. After a reluctant farewell, they returned. On their way back, Gu Ning was a little upset because she watched Gu Man cry. Although she was still the Tang family's granddaughter and daughter after marrying into the Leng family, it was still different. She and Leng Xiaoting were destined to be together, but they didn't have a formal proposal until today, so it was different for their families. Leng Xiaoting understood why Gu Ning was upset, so he comforted her. "We can go to see them if we have time, all right?" "Yeah." Gu Ning was slightly cheered up. Tang Qingyang and the others were absent at Gu Ning's birthday party, but when they arrived at the clubhouse, they called Tang Qingyang and the others over. Therefore, about 20 minutes later, Tang Qingyang and the others came. Because Leng Xiaoting prepared a birthday party for Gu Ning, he called over people he was familiar with. As for those who he barely knew, he didn't call them. Therefore, they didn't know that it was Gu Ning's birthday, and that Leng Xiaoting even proposed to her until they came. Although they had a good relationship with Gu Ning, they weren't mad that they weren't invited to the banquet. They knew that it was a big surprise that Leng Xiaoting prepared for Gu Ning. Only their family members and best friends were invited. They had a relationship with Leng Xiaoting, but they weren't close, so it was normal that they weren't invited. About 20 minutes later, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting arrived. Once Gu Ning walked in, Tang Qingyang and the others congratulated her on her birthday, but they didn't prepare gifts because they didn't know about it beforehand. Nevertheless, Gu Ning didn't mind. Gu Ning didn't know about it either, otherwise she would have called Tang Qingyang and the others over. After all, Tang Qingyang was Tang Aining's elder cousin and Su Qinin's boyfriend. Anyway, they were all familiar with each other. Leng Xiaoting didn't remember that Tang Qingyang was Gu Ning's elder cousin in the previous incarnation until he saw him. Without delay, he raised his glass to Tang Qingyang and the others, then apologized. "I'm sorry. I was so busy today that I forgot to invite you. Please forgive me." As soon as he finished, Leng Xiaoting downed the glass. "Lord Leng, don't say that. It's the same that we came by ourselves," said Tang Qingyang. He didn't care. Then he downed his wine as well. Jiang Ruiqin and Song Nan did the same thing. They weren't displeased at all. After that, they sat down and had fun together. 10 minutes later, Su Jinshin asked the manager to push the cake in. Unfortunately, the cake was knocked over by someone on the way. Hearing that, Su Jinshin was furious and immediately went out to look at it. It was a young woman who knocked it over because a man was sexually harassing her. Both of them were stopped by the manager and waited for Su Jinshin to come. After Su Jinshin walked over, the manager apologized in horror. "I'm sorry, Lord Su. I didn't protect the cake well. It's been knocked over." It actually wasn't the manager's fault, so Su Jinshin didn't vent his anger on him, but he was really annoyed. "Make a new cake right now. You have 20 minutes. In fact, if 2 or 3 people made a 5-tiered cake together, 20 minutes were enough, so Su Jinshin wasn't making it difficult for the manager. This cake was finished within half an hour anyway. "I already gave the order," the manager answered. Right after the cake was knocked over, the manager ordered the staff to make a new one as fast as possible. Su Jinshin felt better since the manager reacted so quickly. Then he turned to look at the man and the young woman. The moment the young woman saw Su Jinshin, she was surprised and realized what was happening. Senior Su. The woman recognized Su Jinshin because they were schoolmates. Seeing Su Jinshin, the woman felt he was a straw to clutch at. Without hesitation, she ran towards him and grabbed his clothing. Senior Su, take me away, please. Su Jinshin had no impression of the woman, but he could see that she was horrified by the man. She couldn't wait to run away from him. Hey, mate, this is my woman. I think it's better to leave her to me. The man walked towards him at once. He wanted to grab the young woman and gave her a glare of displeasure. No, I'm not his woman. I'm not. The young woman shook her head in horror and denied. Although Su Jinshin didn't know her, he was a soldier, so he felt he needed to help her since she begged him for help. Therefore, he stepped forward and protected the young woman behind him. She said she isn't your woman. Su Jinshin coldly looked at the man. Su Jinshin was good at observation and analyzing one's expression and thoughts, so he could see that the man was lying. In fact, it seemed as if the man wanted to do something to hurt the young woman. We're just arguing. It's normal for a couple to argue. If we're not a couple, what do you think we're doing here? Said the man with displeasure. He seemed a little anxious and was eager to take this woman away. No, we're not a couple. The woman shook her head and denied it again. Fei, stop it now. We can talk about it at home. It's embarrassing to do this in public. The man stared at the woman and criticized her. Zhang, please let me go. Chun Fei begged in horror. Fei, we're good together. What are you talking about? The man said angrily. All right, we should stop arguing, otherwise other people might think that I'm a bad man. I'll buy that 20,000 yuan bag for you. He implied that Chun Fei argued with him because of a bag that cost 20,000 yuan, making her seem like a greedy woman who only loved money. Normally, men hated greedy women, so the man said that in order to make Su Jinshin hate Chun Fei and refuse to help her. Although he didn't know Su Jinshin's family background, Su Jinshin was obviously born in an influential family since the manager of this clubhouse respectfully called him Lord Su. Therefore, he didn't want to mess with Su Jinshin. No, I didn't. Chun Fei denied it once more. Since you two disagree with each other, let's call the police, said Su Jinshin. Upon hearing that, the man was mad. He panicked a little but did his best to calm down. Mate, I don't think you should get involved in this. It's our own affair. Who do you think you are? Who told you to call the police? I just want to, said Su Jinshin with a smile on his lips. If you've done nothing wrong, why are you so nervous? And my family owns this clubhouse. I should be clear about it in case anything happens in my clubhouse. We have to take responsibility for it if anyone is injured. I don't want to pay the price for your mistake. Knowing that this clubhouse was owned by Su Jinshin, the man had a premonition. He didn't know this clubhouse was owned by the Jinlin organization, so he had no idea how serious it was, but it couldn't be weak since this clubhouse was so large. Therefore, if Su Jinshin was determined to get involved, he had to give up. The man hesitated to take the next step. Chun Fei didn't know much about Su Jinshin, but she heard that his family was very rich, so she wasn't too surprised. Oh, you also knocked over my cake. You should pay for it, said Su Jinshin. I knocked it over. I'll pay for it, said Chun Fei. In fact, she deliberately knocked over the cake in order to be kept by the clubhouse so that she could get rid of this man. Accordingly, she was more than willing to pay for the cake. She would even pay double. Will you leave now, or should I call the police? Su Jinshin asked the man. The man had the intention of doing something bad to Chun Fei, but he hadn't done anything yet, so he probably wouldn't be punished. The man clenched his teeth, then gave Chun Fei a glare. He snorted, then directly walked away. Once he left, Chun Fei suddenly sank to the ground. She was finally relieved. Su Jinshin didn't help her get back to her feet. Instead, he gave the manager a glance. The manager understood at once and went to help Chun Fei get up. Senior Su, thank you so much. Chun Fei thanked Su Jinshin after she calmed down. She was glad that she survived, but she also cried because of the pressure. My pleasure. But what happened between you and the man? Asked Su Jinshin. His name is Zhang Hong. He's a friend of my friend. My friend told me that he's a good man and introduced him to me. I came here with her to meet him, but my friend made an excuse and left halfway. I was left alone with Zhang Hong in the room. He then began to sexually harass me. He even drugged my drink when I went to the washroom. Luckily, he didn't clean it and I saw white powder by my glass. I was alert, so I didn't drink it. Because I was terrified, I ran out, but Zhang Hong caught up to me. I saw the cake and deliberately knocked it over. I just wanted to get rid of him. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have done that on purpose. But I didn't have a better idea. I'm sorry, said Chun Feifei, feeling scared in retrospect. Chun Feifei admitted that she knocked the cake over on purpose and sincerely apologized. Fine, be careful afterwards. You still need to pay me for the cake, but you can leave now, said Su Jinshin. Since the man was gone, he should mind his own business. Thank you so much, Senior Su. Chun Feifei thanked him again. After that, Chun Feifei left, but she was worried that Zhang Hong might be waiting outside, so she asked the clubhouse to drive her home. Luckily, no one knew where she lived, or she would be too scared to go home. No one knew why Su Jinshin went out, so nobody asked him about it. 15 minutes later, they made a new cake and pushed it over. At about 12 p.m. they separated. Because all of them had drunk a lot, the clubhouse arranged for cars to drive them home. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting weren't drunk, so they could drive on their own. Hao Ran and the others were staying in the Shengshi Hotel since Leng Xiaoting booked rooms for them before they came. They would fly back in the morning the day after tomorrow, so Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting would take them out for fun tomorrow. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting didn't go back to their own house. Instead, they stayed in the Shengshi Hotel as well. It was Leng Xiaoting's idea. Anyway, they were going to hang out together tomorrow, so there was no need for them to stay somewhere else. Gu Ning agreed. Chu Peihan, Yu Mixi, and Mu Ke didn't return to their schools tonight either. They also stayed in Shengshi Hotel. Rooms were ready for them. Chu Peihan and the others had rooms on the 19th floor, while Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting were staying on the 22nd floor, according to Leng Xiaoting's arrangements. In addition, Leng Xiaoting decorated their room with rose petals everywhere, which was extremely romantic and beyond Gu Ning's expectation. At that moment, Gu Ning realized that it wasn't a plan made on an ad hoc basis. It was well planned by Leng Xiaoting. Leng Xiaoting hugged Gu Ning from behind. He pressed his cheek by her ear and lightly bit her earlobe. Ning Ning, it's my honor to have you in this life. You made me realize what love and romance are. You're my life. I can't live without you, said Leng Xiaoting affectionately. Do you want to make me cry? Gu Ning felt like crying. She sniffed and complained, but she was extremely touched. She knew that his words weren't just sweet nothings. It was Leng Xiaoting's sincere feeling. She could feel it. I said it sincerely, and I mean it, said Leng Xiaoting. Then he turned Gu Ning and met her eyes. Ning Ning, I love you. Shouting, I love you too. I love you very much, said Gu Ning with a beaming smile. Leng Xiaoting finally lost control. He crazily kissed Gu Ning and couldn't wait to have sex. In the meanwhile, Su Jinshin and Zi Beiying went back to Su Jinshin's apartment. They had been together for a while, so they spent some nights together, but they hadn't slept together yet. Su Jinshin wanted to, but he was afraid that Zi Beiying might refuse to have sex with him, even though they were in a stable romantic relationship now. Back in the apartment, Zi Beiying went to have a shower, so Su Jinshin sat on the sofa and thought about their relationship. When he met someone he really loved, he wanted to spend the rest of his life with her. Therefore, Su Jinshin already made up his mind to marry Zi Beiying, and he had actually had the same idea of proposing to her after watching what Leng Xiaoting had done today. However, it was still early for him to propose to Zi Beiying. He wanted to marry Zi Beiying, but was worried that Zi Beiying might reject him. Even though he wouldn't be mad if he was rejected, he still felt he needed a good chance. After Zi Beiying finished showering, she walked out and saw the worried expression on Su Jinshin's face. What's wrong? Is anything bothering you? She asked with concern. Su Jinshin hugged Zi Beiying and smelt her deeply. Yeah, I have a lot of worries. I'm thinking about you all the time. Ha ha. Zi Beiying was amused and felt slightly shy. Don't you want me to think about you and only you? Su Jinshin smiled, giving Zi Beiing the eye. I don't know whether that's true. How could I know what you're thinking every day? Don't you know that men lie? Zi Beiing raised her jaw and replied proudly. I'm different, said Su Jinshin. I don't know, said Zi Beiing. Do you know you could have been fucked long ago if your boyfriend were another man? Do you know that? Su Jinshin stared straight at Zi Beiing and said meaningfully. He swallowed a few times because Zi Beiing was so seductive at this moment. He couldn't wait to kiss and have sex with her. Hearing that, Zi Beiing avoided Su Jinshin's eyes at once. She had to admit that Su Jinshin was right. If her boyfriend were another man, they would probably have slept together long ago. But Su Jinshin never did anything inappropriate to her. Did he have difficulty getting an erection? Thinking of that, Zi Beiing blurted it out. Do you have difficulty getting an erection? Once she said that aloud, Zi Beiing realized that she shouldn't have said that. She immediately pushed Su Jinshin away and wanted to escape. However, Su Jinshin caught her tightly and stared at her. He had to admit that he was sexually aroused. Sitting on his lap, Zi Beiing could clearly feel the increased stiff part of his lower body. Zi Beiing flushed and had a stronger desire to run away. Are you worrying about me? Or doubting my ability? Or are you implying that we can try it? Said Su Jinshin in a hoarse voice. He couldn't wait and could barely fight back his desire now. Either way, I can prove it to you as long as you want it as much as I want it. I didn't mean it. Zi Beiying's face became redder. She struggled and tried to get out of Su Jinshin's arms, but unfortunately Su Jinshin was too strong, so she was unable to push him away. Really? I don't believe it. Don't you know men care about that a lot? It's really important to us. If you don't know, let me prove it to you, said Su Jinshin, fondling all over Zi Beiying's body. Su Jinshin only did that to test Zi Beiying's reaction. If she could accept it, he wouldn't fight his desire any longer. If she didn't want it, then he would just tolerate the torture. No matter how hard it was, he wouldn't hurt Zi Beiying. He loved her, so he respected her. If a man didn't respect his woman, he wasn't a real man. Zi Beiying got nervous. In fact, she was fine with it. After all, they were in a stable relationship right now, and sometimes she even dreamed about them having sex. She was a good girl, but they were both adults who were deeply in love, so she couldn't help thinking about taking the next step. However, she was scared too, so Zi Beiying didn't know what to do right now. Zi Beiying wanted to say something, but had no idea what to say. What? Su Jinshin flirted with her. He was still fondling Zi Beiying, but he didn't touch her sensitive parts. Let me go. Zi Beiying got a little mad from the embarrassment since Su Jinshin was making fun of her. No, Su Jinshin insisted. Then he hugged her tighter and buried his head in her neck. Zi Beiying soon stopped struggling. Actually, if she was really mad, Su Jinshin would let her go. There was no need for her to struggle. Zi Beiying flushed once more and her heart was pounding. If it was possible, she wanted to run away right now. Let me go, Zi Beiying said again. I don't want you to leave. What should I do? Said Su Jinshin. He sounded a little helpless. He badly wanted her and was reluctant to let her go. However, he couldn't force her to have sex with him. If you don't let me go now, you'll be uncomfortable, said Zi Beiying. Although she wasn't prepared to have sex with him, she was worried about him being so uncomfortable. Yeah, it's really uncomfortable. Ying. Can you help me with that? Su Jinshin joked in a serious tone. He wanted to see what Zi Beiying would do. Hearing that, Zi Beiying panicked. She knew what Su Jinshin wanted. She didn't hate it but felt embarrassed to say yes. After all, she was a lady. She also wanted him, but she wanted him to initiate it because he was the man. Go to have a cold bath, said Zi Beiying. It's summer, but I drank a lot. I could catch a cold if I take a cold bath, said Su Jinshin, lying outright. What do you want then? Zi Beiying understood that he was lying, but she didn't know what to say. I want. Su Jinshin raised his head to look at Zi Beiying. There was obvious desire in his eyes. Zi Beiying was scared and avoided his eyes. I'll just go have a shower. Su Jinshin still didn't have the heart to force Zi Beiying to satisfy him. He decided to cool himself down. Afterwards, he kissed Zi Beiying, then let her go. Suddenly, Zi Beiying felt upset. She wanted Su Jinchen to take the initiative, but she didn't want to have sex right now. Su Jinchen stayed in the bathroom for more than half an hour till he got rid of the desire. After he walked out, Zi Beiying was already in bed. She wasn't asleep, but she deliberately closed her eyes when Su Jinchen came out. Su Jinchen came over in his nightgown and lay down on the bed without changing into his pajamas. Then he hugged Zi Beiying from behind. This wasn't the first time that they had slept in the same bed. They only kissed and hugged each other, and nothing more ever happened. "Are you asleep?" asked Su Jinchen. "Yes," Zi Beiying answered subconsciously, but once she spoke, she regretted it. If she was asleep, she shouldn't talk anymore. "Ha ha!" Su Jinchen was amused and laughed out loud. "How can you talk when you're in sleep? It's my soul." Zi Beiying was mad. "Really?" Su Jinchen was amused once more. "If it's just your soul, should I do something right now?" "You?" Zi Beiying was annoyed. "You're bad." "I'm bad? If so, I think I need to do what a bad man does," said Su Jinchen. "Move." Zi Beiying pushed him in anger, but Su Jinchen wouldn't let her go. After a while, the clothes on their bodies were loose. Zi Beiying flushed and withdrew her hands. Without delay, she got up, wanting to run away. She had a feeling that Su Jinchen would lose control if she stayed with him for a moment longer. Right as Zi Beiying got up to leave, Su Jinchen pulled her back and pressed her against the bed. What do you want to do?" Zi Beiying was too scared to finish a sentence. She rounded her eyes, staring at him. "You aroused me, so you must take responsibility." Su Jinchen gradually let his desire get the better of him. It was really difficult to fight it and he couldn't wait to release it. Zi Beiying was struck dumb. She didn't know what to say at this moment. She understood that it was painful when a man was aroused. Zi Beiying hoped that Su Jinchen would use some force to persuade her, and she wouldn't push him away this time. "Beiying, what if I lose control? Will you hate me if I'm a little rough?" Su Jinchen curbed his desire, looking straight at her and asked carefully. When he had reason, he could control himself, but he was afraid that he would lose control at any moment. I don't know." Zi Beiying's heart was pounding, so she turned her head to the side to avoid Su Jinchen's eyes. "I know. You won't hate me, right?" Su Jinchen smiled with satisfaction. He now knew that Zi Beiying wouldn't push him away even if he was a little rough. However, she was afraid that he wouldn't take responsibility if they really had sex. In that case, she would be hurt, so she wasn't fully prepared to sleep with him. Anyway, it was hard to be fully prepared for that. They would naturally make love since they were deeply in love. In addition, he didn't really need his girl's agreement to have sex because girls were normally shy. If they said yes right away, it would make a man feel that they were easy. Therefore, if he had to wait till Zi Beiying gave him a nod, he might have to fight back his desire for a whole year. As a result, he had to summon up his courage and took the initiative. "You?" Zi Beiying wanted to argue with Su Jinchen, but she was unwilling to hurt him. Even if she argued with him, it wouldn't be what she really wanted to say. Su Jinchen could hardly control himself right now. A beauty was right under him and they were nearly naked. It was impossible for him not to have sex with her. Therefore, Su Jinchen kissed Zi Beiying while he caressed her body. Zi Beiying trembled a little, feeling quite nervous, especially when Su Jinchen's hand touched her chest. She struggled a little but didn't use much force. She was willing to let him touch her. Although Su Jinchen could barely control himself, he was still very gentle. After seeing that Zi Beiying didn't struggle heavily, he gradually penetrated her. Afterwards, Zi Beiying totally gave in to the sex. She stopped struggling and began to enjoy it. She didn't come back to her senses until she felt pain from her sensitive part. "Oh, it hurts!" she subconsciously shouted. Su Jinchen was startled and couldn't believe that he just had sex with Zi Beiying. He got excited and nervous at once. Because Zi Beiying said that it was painful, Su Jinchen gently comforted her. "It's slightly painful at the beginning, but it'll be fine in a while." The moment he finished speaking, he became as gentle as possible. "Su Jinchen, you?" Zi Beiying was embarrassed and wanted to criticize him, but she didn't know what to say. If she struggled a lot, Su Jinshin wouldn't be able to continue. Therefore, she did nothing. She was willing to have sex with him, but she was still a little displeased, so she wanted to push Su Jinshin away. She didn't use much force. It's just a fit of pique. She didn't really want to push him away. Su Jinshin pressed Zi Beiying down, so she was unable to push him away. Then he comforted her. "Don't worry. I'll take responsibility." "I don't believe it. Men are full of lies." Zi Beiying was still slightly unhappy. She understood that Su Jinshin was serious, but she just wanted to argue with him. "If you're willing to marry me, we can get the marriage license tomorrow," Su Jinshin suddenly said with a serious expression. "You?" Zi Beiying was struck dumb. She knew Su Jinshin meant it, but she wasn't mentally prepared yet. In fact, she knew she and Su Jinshin might get married one day. After that, Su Jinshin didn't give Zi Beiying the chance to talk again. He directly kissed her and continued to penetrate her. At the beginning, Zi Beiying felt it was indeed uncomfortable, but she gradually started enjoying it. Anyway, they already had sex, so there was no need for her to struggle further. It was so enjoyable that both of them couldn't stop until they were exhausted. Guning and her friends got up at 3:40 a.m., then gathered at the hall of the hotel at 4 p.m. They were going to watch the ceremony of raising the flag. The national flag was the symbol of a country and the pride of a nation. It brought people not only glory, but also a patriotic complex. The flag-raising ceremony outside Tiananmen every day was very grand, spectacular, and exciting. So many people came to the capital to appreciate it. The flag-raising ceremony started with the rising of the sun. Because it was summer now, the sun rose at about 5 a.m., so they left at 4 a.m. The hotel they stayed at wasn't far away from Tiananmen, so they only needed to spend about a dozen minutes on the road. However, because of their excitement and eagerness, they left the hotel at 4 a.m. When they arrived, it was about 4:20 a.m., but there were already many people on the square waiting for the ceremony to begin. At 4:50 a.m., the flag-raising ceremony began, and everyone was full of excitement. It was so impressive. After watching the flag-raising ceremony, Gu Ning and her friends went back to the hotel for breakfast. They would go to have fun after breakfast. There were many famous views in the capital, but they had visited many of them, so they wouldn't go there again. They chose some places they had never visited before. Only Su Anya and a few people didn't study in the capital, so they didn't have much interest. "Hey, Peihan, it's not often for us to meet. Why don't you call your boyfriend out?" said Hao Ran. "He's really busy, and you've met him before," said Chu Peihan. Han Qinglin was busy filming recently, and wasn't in the capital, otherwise she would have called him over last night. "When we met him last time, he wasn't your boyfriend yet," said Suanya. Because Han Qinglin was her idol, she really hoped that they could meet again. "Well, he's busy filming somewhere else. If he was in the capital, I would have called him over last night," said Chu Peihan. Although she seemed to be enjoying herself, she actually missed Han Qinglin badly, but Han Qinglin was an actor, so he needed to work in different cities. They rarely saw each other. When Han Qinglin had a vacation, Chu Peihan had to work. Because their romantic relationship wasn't public, Han Qinglin couldn't come to see her. They could only spend a bit of time together in the evening. It was tiring. It was just the beginning. After they got busier at work, they would have less and less time to meet each other. Because of that, Chu Peihan had asked Han Qinglin whether he would betray her if they were apart for a long time. Chu Peihan didn't ask that because she planned to cheat on Han Qinglin. Since she decided to be Han Qinglin's girlfriend, she would be loyal to him as long as he treated her seriously, but she wasn't sure of Han Qinglin's feelings. She trusted him, but she wasn't him. She couldn't control his mind, so she was still very careful even though Han Qinglin liked her very much. Since Han Qinglin wasn't in the capital, Hao Ran and the others didn't insist. They could just have fun by themselves. However, at about 5 p.m., Han Qinglin called Chu Peihan and told her that he was back in the capital. He would arrive at about 6 p.m., so he asked if they could have dinner together. Chu Peihan then said that she was with Gu Ning and their other friends from City F, but if he didn't mind, they could share a meal. Han Qinglin was more than willing to hang out with Chu Peihan's good friends. It was a good thing if he could be accepted by her circle. After hanging up, Chu Peihan told Gu Ning that she just called Han Qinglin to dine with them. Han Qinglin should arrive at the capital at about 6 p.m., but he wouldn't meet them until about 20 minutes later. Gu Ning and the others reached the restaurant at about 6 p.m. and started ordering. However, before the dishes were placed on the table, Han Qinglin arrived and shared the meal with them. Even though Han Qinglin wasn't familiar with them, they had met before and everyone got along with him, so he quickly joined them and chatted happily. "Qinglin, does Peihan easily lose her temper when she's with you?" asked Hao Ran. It seemed that he couldn't wait to gossip about their relationship. Hearing that, Chu Peihan gave him a glare. He obviously wanted to stir things up between them. Hao Ran wasn't afraid of her. He was really curious about it. Would Chu Peihan change her character after she fell in love? After all, she was hot-tempered when she was with them. Although many people changed their character after they fell in love, Hao Ran wondered if Chu Peihan would do the same thing. "What? No, Peihan is really considerate," said Han Qinglin. He didn't want to upset Chu Peihan, so he wasn't being sincere. Chu Peihan was considerate, but it was also true that she was short-tempered. Anyway, he could accept that and it wasn't a big deal in his eyes. "Really?" Hao Ran didn't believe it. "Hao Ran, what are you implying?" Chu Peihan threatened him, as if she was going to punch him. "See, she's always like this when she's with us." Once Chu Peihan got mad, Hao Ran seized the chance and raised his voice. It seemed he couldn't wait to see a drama. "If you annoy her again, we won't help you if she teaches you a lesson," said Gu Ning suddenly. Hao Ran was scared and didn't dare to say another word. In order to draw attention away from the previous topic, he immediately invited the others to enjoy the meal. Everyone was amused by his reaction. "Hao Ran, you're a coward." Qin Zixuan laughed at him. "Do you dare to annoy her?" Hao Ran gave Qin Zixuan a glare. Qin Zixuan shrugged and said nothing. He was unwilling to mess with Chu Peihan. Even if he teamed up with Hao Ran and other boys, they couldn't defeat Chu Peihan. They were practicing their skills and made great progress, but Chu Peihan was making progress too, so she was still stronger than them. "You're all cowards. You're so afraid of Peihan." Su Anya made fun of them. "Why don't you go to compete with Chu Peihan?" Hao Ran said angrily. "I didn't learn how to fight," said Su Anya. "Fine, you win." Hao Ran ignored Su Anya and continued to eat. After the meal, they left and decided to rest at the hotel. They had fun for a day and they were all tired, so they wouldn't go out tonight. Their flight would take off at about 10 a.m., so they needed to get up early. At 7:30 a.m. the next day, they needed to go to the airport. Muku and Yumixi didn't go to school today, but stayed with them. They would return to school the next morning. Chu Peihan and Han Qinglin went on a date, but Chu Peihan would come back later to stay with Su Anya and Yumixi. However, when they walked out of the hall of the hotel, they met Han Qinglin's younger aunt, Han Jingxue. Han Jingxue was with a middle-aged woman and a young woman. They just finished a meal as well. When Han Jingxue saw Han Qinglin and Chu Peihan, she was a little embarrassed. Although she had apologized to Chu Peihan last time, she still felt reluctant to see Han Qinglin again. She didn't dare mention her friend's daughter in front of Han Qinglin anymore, but she didn't pass Han Qinglin's words on to her friend. Her friend's daughter lived a life with wild abandon, but her friend had no idea about that. If her friend knew, she wouldn't have complimented the girl repeatedly. She didn't think Han Qinglin would lie to her. She knew him very well, otherwise she wouldn't think he deserved a quality woman. Moreover, she had a close relationship with her friend, so there was no need for her to ruin their friendship. Anyway, it had nothing to do with her that her friend's daughter lived a life of wild abandon. Han Jingxue didn't want Han Qinglin to know that she saw him, not only because she was embarrassed, but because Gu Ning was also with him. If Gu Ning learned about what she had said to Chu Peihan, Gu Ning might have a bad impression of her. Unfortunately, her friend had a different idea. Without delay, her friend pulled her daughter straight to Han Qinglin. Han Jingxue wanted to stop them, but it was too late. The middle-aged woman and the young woman were Han Jingxue's friend and the friend's daughter. "Qinglin, what a coincidence. Such a surprise to see you here. Did you come to have a meal with your friends?" Han Jingshua's friend greeted Han Qinglin with a broad smile. Because there were both girls and boys with Han Qinglin and Chu Peihan wasn't close to him, nobody could see that they were a couple. Han Jingshua didn't tell them that Han Qinglin already had a girlfriend, so they had no idea. "Hi, Miss Chow, nice to see you." Out of politeness, Han Qinglin greeted them, but he kept a distance from them since they weren't close. "Hi, Qinglin." Miss Chow's daughter smiled at him. She was excited to see him. Although she lived a life of wild abandon, she sincerely had a good impression of Han Qinglin. Han Qinglin was a good-looking, rich heir, and he was also a star. "Hi, Miss Song," Han Qinglin politely replied. Even though she lived a life of wild abandon, it had nothing to do with him, so he didn't show any disdain. "Qinglin, do you have time? Why don't we go for a cup of tea?" said Miss Chow. "Sorry, Miss Chow, I have an appointment with my friends," said Han Qinglin. He complained to himself that Miss Chow must have a low EQ. He was with his friends right now. Why would she ask him that question? It was embarrassing. "Oh, can you take Yuxuan with you? You're all young people. I think you can have fun together," said Miss Chow. It was rare for them to meet Han Qinglin, so Miss Chow wanted to seize this chance and let her daughter spend more time with Han Qinglin. Hearing that, Song Yuxuan turned to look at Han Qinglin with anticipation. "I'm sorry. I've been invited by my friends. I'm not the host, so I'm afraid I can't make the decision. Also, I'm not familiar with Miss Song." "I don't think it's a good idea," said Han Qinglin. He was really displeased at this moment. He understood Ms. Chow's intention, but it wasn't appropriate. "It's not even a problem. You'll soon get closer after spending some time together. Your friends look very nice," said Miss Chow. She implied that if they didn't agree, they weren't nice people. Chu Peihan was annoyed by their behavior, but she had said nothing because it wasn't polite. However, she couldn't stand it any longer. "I'm sorry, we just don't want unfamiliar people to join us." "You?" Miss Chow was mad after being embarrassed by Chu Peihan. She wanted to criticize Chu Peihan, but Han Jingxue opened her mouth. "All right, Xiaoming, stop making it difficult for Qinglin. We can go and have fun by ourselves." She was unwilling to anger Han Qinglin, otherwise Han Qinglin might tell on her to their family. Xiao Xiaoming was reluctant to accept it, but she wouldn't argue with Han Jingxue publicly. As a result, once Han Jingxue opened her mouth, Xiao Xiaoming closed hers. She understood that Han Qinglin would be displeased if she continued, which was the last thing she wanted. "Fine. Come and visit us if you have time another day," said Xiao Xiaoming. Han Qinglin said nothing, but Xiao Xiaoming didn't wait for his answer. She directly pulled Song Yuxuan and walked away. Song Yuxuan was reluctant to leave, but there was nothing she could say. After that, Gu Ning walked away with her friends. "Peihan, are you mad?" Han Qinglin asked Chu Peihan cautiously. Even though he had done nothing wrong and showed obvious disdain for them, he was still afraid that Chu Peihan might be mad at him. "Why should I be mad? You've done nothing wrong," said Chu Peihan. She was a reasonable girl, so she wouldn't get mad at Han Qinglin just because of that. She was only unhappy with the mother and the daughter's behavior. Hearing Chu Peihan's reply, Han Qinglin felt relieved. "Do they have a strong interest in Qinglin?" Su Anya asked suddenly. She believed that was the reason. "Yeah, but Han Qinglin doesn't have an interest in them," said Chu Peihan. She didn't mind talking about it. If the girl was Han Qinglin's ex-girlfriend, she would be unhappy, but the girl wasn't. Han Jingxue had just tried to set them up once. "Right? She's hardly comparable to you, Peihan." Su Anya smiled. She said that not because Chu Peihan was her friend, but because Chu Peihan was much better than the girl in regards to their appearance and build. Chu Peihan was also more outstanding than the girl, so there was no need to compare their family background. "Of course," Chu Peihan said with confidence. No one disagreed with her on that because they had the same idea. When Han Qinglin was gone, Xiao Xiaoming complained to Han Jingxue. "That girl is so rude. It's none of her business when I talked with Qinglin." "Yes," said Han Jingxue. She disliked Chu Peihan, especially when she thought of Chu Peihan's attitude towards her. Chu Peihan even made Han Qinglin ask her for an apology. She got mad every time she remembered that, but she didn't tell Xiao Xiaoming that Chu Peihan was Han Qinglin's girlfriend. She wasn't worried that Xiao Xiaoming might hurt Chu Peihan, but she refused to admit that Chu Peihan was Han Qinglin's girlfriend. Anyway, they were both young and Chu Peihan was only a sophomore. Young people often couldn't resist temptation, so they might break up after a short time. If she admitted that Chu Peihan was Han Qinglin's girlfriend now, Han Qinglin and the Han family would be greatly embarrassed if Chu Peihan betrayed Han Qinglin. Actually, Han Jingxue was the kind of person she described. She always believed that only other people would try to hurt her, while she was innocent. Even if Han Qinglin betrayed Chu Peihan one day, Han Jingxue wouldn't think it was Han Qinglin's fault. Instead, she would only think that Han Qinglin finally went on the right path. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting stayed in the Sihiyuan that night, and decided to drive their friends to the airport the next morning. After sending Hao Ran and the others to the hotel, they left. Shangshi Hotel wasn't just a hotel. There were all kinds of entertainment activities so they could enjoy themselves as they wanted. Therefore, they rested in their rooms for about an hour, then went out for fun, otherwise it would be incredibly boring. The next day at 7:30 a.m., Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting drove them to the airport. Chu Peihan and the others went to the airport along with everyone. They were close friends, so Gu Ning decided to drive them to the airport in person. When they separated, they were reluctant to leave, but it was time to say goodbye. After driving them to the airport, Gu Ning and the others returned to the city center where they separated again. Mu Ku and Yu Mixi went back to their school. On the other hand, because Chu Peihan needed to continue to work at the filming set later, she made full use of her free time and went on a date with Han Qinglin. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting went to the Sihiyuan. Right when they walked into the Sihiyuan, they saw a little kid, which was the tree vine, playing with birds in the yard. Once the tree vine saw Gu Ning, he snorted and looked aggrieved. "What's wrong?" Gu Ning asked curiously. It was the first time that she had seen the tree vine so aggrieved and mad. Did someone bully him? If so, only Shang Guanyang could do that. She heard that Shang Guanyang enjoyed making fun of tree vine recently. Because they needed to work during the day, Lao Zhang, Stone, and tree vine were left in the house. Although the tree vine was hundreds of years old, he lacked social experience and was as childish as a little kid. So it was fun to tease him. The tree vine was often angered by Shang Guanyang, but he also hung out with Shang Guanyang for delicious food and entertainment. He was completely a foodie now. "You didn't invite me to your birthday party. If I'm just a tree vine, I can accept that, but I can change myself into a kid now. I heard from Senior Shangguan that you prepared a lot of delicious food. I even told Senior Shangguan that I missed you." The tree vine complained with displeasure. Hearing that, Gu Ning understood why he was mad, so she explained. "I didn't know about it. It was Xiaoting's idea. Why didn't you blame your master for not taking you there?" The tree vine opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but didn't know what to say. He even panicked a little. At this moment, Shang Guanyang walked out and rolled his eyes at the tree vine. "How could you complain about that? You secretly drank my alcohol the day before yesterday. You were completely drunk. You didn't wake up until yesterday morning." Hearing that, Gu Ning was amused. "You're a kid. How can you drink? And you were even drunk for so long." The tree vine lowered his head and didn't dare to meet their eyes. He stammered and explained. I just saw Senior Shangguan drink once in a while. I was curious about the taste. So I secretly tried a little." "A little? If you had only tried a little, how did you get so drunk?" "You finished the whole bottle," Shang Guanyang said with displeasure. It was a bottle of quality alcohol, but the tree vine wasted it. If the tree vine could taste the quality of drinks, Shang Guanyang would be willing to share it with him, but the tree vine couldn't tell the difference. The tree vine lowered his head, but still pouted. "Oh, I plan to return to Kunlun Mountain tomorrow. There is nothing special to deal with. I just want to pay a visit," said Shang Guanyang. There was nothing serious, but he missed it after being gone for so long. "Sure, but I need to go back to our military base tomorrow." "I can't go with you," said Leng Xiaoting. "I don't need you to go with me. I'm not a kid," said Shang Guanyang. He understood that Leng Xiaoting wasn't worried about his safety, but was afraid that he would be lonely if he went there by himself. In that case, Lung Xiaoting and Gu Ning said nothing further. Gu Ning had her own business to deal with, so she had no time to go with Shangguanyang. After staying there for a while, the tree vine walked towards Gu Ning and said, "Master, can you take me to eat roasted lamb kebab?" He rounded his doe eyes and begged Gu Ning. It seemed his mouth was watering. When the tree vine hung out with Shangguanyang the other day, he had a few sticks of roasted lamb kebab and couldn't forget it. "Let's go." Gu Ning didn't have the heart to say no to such an adorable kid. "Oh, master, you're the best." The tree vine jumped in happiness. Shangguanyang rolled his eyes again, but he immediately said to Gu Ning, "Please bring 20 sticks back for me." The tree vine became a foodie under Shangguanyang's influence. In fact, he didn't have much interest in food, but he gradually fell in love with it after eating a lot with Shangguanyang. "Are 20 sticks enough?" asked Gu Ning. She thought it was barely enough for Shangguanyang. After all, Shangguanyang could eat 4 times as much as her. Well, Shangguanyang understood what Gu Ning was implying and felt slightly embarrassed. "Senior Shangguan, didn't you eat 40 sticks last time? Why do you only want 20 sticks this time? Is it enough?" The tree vine added. Shangguanyang gave him a glare, but the tree vine felt that he hadn't said anything wrong. He was only afraid that 20 sticks weren't enough to fill Shangguanyang's stomach. "Then 40 sticks, please," Shangguanyang said to Gu Ning. "I'll just buy more and we can have it together," said Gu Ning. Then she took the tree vine out. Lung Xiaoting, however, stayed with Shangguanyang in the Sihiyuan. "Where did you eat last time?" Gu Ning asked the tree vine when they walked out of the Sihiyuan. "It's not far away from here. Go straight in this direction, then turn left. We'll soon see it," said the tree vine, pointing in to the left. Without delay, they set off. When they walked by the park, they suddenly heard a kid's voice. "Hi, Brother Tang." Upon hearing that voice, Gu Ning turned to look at the kid. A little girl, who was about 3 years old, ran towards them, or the tree vine to be specific. However, the tree vine was displeased to see the girl. It seemed that he disliked her. "Master, be quick. I don't want to see that little kiddo," said the tree vine. He pulled the corner of Gu Ning's clothing, then walked quickly. Because Lung Xiaoting told him that males had to keep an appropriate distance from females, he didn't dare to pull Gu Ning's hand. Gu Ning didn't care much about that. Although the tree vine was hundreds of years old, he was just a kid. Shangguanyang often took him for a walk in this park, so they made friends with many people, especially females. Nearly every female, whether they were old or young, was attracted by the tree vine. They surrounded him every time he showed up, which bothered the tree vine. Afterwards, the tree vine refused to come here with Shangguanyang, but he sometimes still gave in for the delicious food. Actually, it was funny in Shangguanyang's eyes when he was almost driven crazy by the bunch of females. "Ha ha!" Gu Ning snorted with laughter. "A kiddo? Wasn't he a kiddo too? How could he say the girl was a kiddo?" Alright, although he had the look of a child now, he actually wasn't a kid. "Hey, Brother Teng, wait for me." The little girl almost cried in anxiety when the tree vine ran away from her. Seeing that, the little girl's grandfather immediately ran after her when she ran towards the gate of the park. However, kids ran much slower than adults, so the little girl's grandfather caught her before she could catch up with the tree vine. "Grandpa, Brother Tang is being taken away by a bad person, carried up by her own grandfather," the little girl suddenly cried out. Hearing that, Gu Ning put on a resigned look. Did the little girl take her as a human trafficker? "Ha ha, ha ha." The tree vine burst into laughter. "Stop laughing, or I'll really sell you," said Gu Ning in annoyance. The tree vine stopped laughing at once and even put on a serious expression. "Fine, I'll stop laughing." At the same time, the little girl's grandfather was scared and thought the tree vine was really caught by a bad person. He immediately called several old men to catch up with Gu Ning and the tree vine. Gu Ning saw them running over. If she wanted to get rid of them, she had plenty of ways, but she did nothing. They ran over right after knowing that the tree vine was caught because they were worried about his safety. They did it out of kindness, so Gu Ning felt it was necessary to explain it to them. How could they believe the kiddo's words? Master, let's go away quickly now. The tree vine was unwilling to waste time on them, so he pulled Gu Ning speeding away. Hey! They worried about you when they heard that you were taken. They have a sense of justice. We can't leave right now. We must explain it to them. Otherwise they'll believe that you were really taken by a bad person. They might call the police and it'll cause a lot of trouble, said Gu Ning. Oh, I understand. The tree vine replied. Just tell them that I'm your grandfather's disciple, said Gu Ning, because the tree vine had introduced himself to other people as Shangguan Yang's grandson. No problem. The tree vine nodded. Afterwards, the several old men reached Gu Ning and the tree vine. Tung, who is she? Asked an old man. Because they weren't clear about the situation, they couldn't criticize Gu Ning right away. Therefore, he asked the tree vine first. She's my grandfather's disciple, said the tree vine. The next moment, everyone turned to look at Gu Ning. Gu Ning politely greeted them. Nice to meet you all, grandpas. Are you really Elder Shangguan's disciple? Asked another old man. They heard about Shangguan Yang's 2 disciples, but they didn't know many details, so they weren't sure whether this girl was one of Shangguan Yang's disciples. But the tree vine didn't seem to be lying. Yeah. Tung wants to eat roasted lamb kebabs, so I'm taking him to buy it, said Gu Ning. As soon as Gu Ning finished, the tree vine joined their conversation. Sister, let's go to buy lamb kebabs now. Grandpa is waiting for us to come home. Sure. Gu Ning agreed. Then she turned to the several old men. Please excuse me. We need to go now. The several old men didn't stop her because Gu Ning didn't seem like a human trafficker. When Gu Ning and the tree vine walked away, they talked about them. I don't think the girl can be a human trafficker. Right, and Tung is a smart boy. He won't walk away with a stranger. I don't know where Elder Shangguan lives and I don't have his phone number. Otherwise I could directly ask him. Why don't we follow them? Said an old man. The others agreed. Then they quietly followed Gu Ning and the tree vine. Gu Ning heard their discussion but didn't care. They're following us, said the tree vine. It's fine. They care about you, so they are following us, said Gu Ning. In that case, the tree vine said nothing again. About 10 minutes later, Gu Ning and the tree vine arrived at the store which sold roasted lamb kebab. This store was in an alley. There weren't many people in the alley, but there were quite a few customers in the store, and there were more than a dozen people waiting in line. It was popular for a reason because the lamb kebab was very delicious. Gu Ning also went to wait in the line, while the tree vine ran to play the game machine on the side. Gu Ning didn't stop him. The tree vine wasn't a real kid. If any accidents happened, he could protect himself. After all, ordinary people couldn't hurt him. However, Gu Ning and the tree vine encountered trouble right at this moment. When Gu Ning was the 5th one in the line, she suddenly heard the tree vine scream. She immediately turned to look at him, then saw a man abducting the tree vine. Everyone was attracted by the tree vine's scream, but nobody did anything because they weren't sure about the situation. Gu Ning did nothing yet either. She believed the tree vine could handle it alone. An old man who watched them from not far away got mad in an instant. He thought that Gu Ning could be teaming up with the man who was a human trafficker, and she fooled the tree vine. The old man was so mad that he wanted to stand up for the tree vine, but the situation immediately changed after he took a few steps. Right after the tree vine was carried up by the man, he kicked the man's crotch heavily. The man shouted in pain and had to let the tree vine go. The next moment, he covered his crotch with both of his hands. The tree vine didn't walk away at once. Instead, he swept the man's legs and the man immediately fell to the ground, moaning in pain. After he did this, the tree vine walked towards Gu Ning. The crowd was totally surprised by that scene. It was beyond their imagination that a 4-year-old kid could be so strong. Even an adult might not be able to do that. The old man, who decided to help the tree vine, was also astonished. It seemed that he had a misunderstanding of Gu Ning. Gu Ning did nothing simply because she knew the tree vine could handle it. No wonder the tree vine was Elder Shangguan's grandson. At such a young age, he had a lot of strength. Since that was the case, the old man didn't come over. The man is hateful. The tree vine went to Gu Ning's side and said angrily. After the crowd came back to their senses, they complimented the tree vine. Jesus, you're so unbelievable. How old are you? Oh my, I don't think even an adult would be able to get rid of that man so easily. It's really amazing. Complimented by them, the tree vine felt very proud of himself. I'm flattered, he said, being modest. Due to the pain, the man who was injured by the tree vine couldn't get up for a long time. Gu Ning then let the tree vine stand in the line and walked towards the man. Whether the man did it for the first time or had done it many times before, he should be seriously punished since he was a human trafficker. Therefore, Gu Ning had to deal with it. If the man weren't injured, he wouldn't be afraid of Gu Ning. But now he was injured. He couldn't fight against Gu Ning, so he was nervous when Gu Ning walked towards him. As Gu Ning walked to the man, everyone turned to look at her. Tell me, how many times have you abducted kids like that before? Gu Ning put pressure on the man and asked coldly. The man felt stressed from the pressure and panicked upon hearing Gu Ning's question. I've never done that before, he stammered. Although he denied it, the expression on his face betrayed him. Therefore, Gu Ning was sure that this wasn't the man's first, but she needed more evidence. Really? Your reaction says something different. This isn't your first time, right? Gu Ning said with determination, while staring straight at him. The man was shocked. He knew his reaction betrayed him, but he couldn't calm down. To make it worse, he became even more panicked. Seeing that, the crowd realized that this man had done this many times before, so they heavily criticized him. I hate human traffickers the most. They've ruined countless families. Right? They should all be sentenced to death once they're caught. They should be beaten to death. They should be buried alive. They shouldn't have any kids of their own. The human trafficker aroused the most aggressive comments from the crowd. Although the man was a criminal, he was still angry when he heard their harsh comments. He was a human trafficker, but he didn't think he was as evil as they described. He understood that he had ruined many families, but he had to earn a living. Because he was unwilling to be criticized by them, he argued. I didn't abduct him. I just wanted to have fun with this little kid. No matter what, he couldn't admit it or he would be put in jail. Do you think anyone will believe that? Gu Ning sneered. Nobody will believe you. We weren't born yesterday. I think we should call the police. Right? Let's call the police. Hearing that they were going to call the police, the man was more scared. No, I'm not a human trafficker. I was really playing with the kid. See? I got injured because of that, he said hurriedly. We told you that we don't believe you. You were injured because you deserve it. Even if you're beaten to death, you deserve it. If the boy were slightly weaker, he would have been abducted by you. Right, girl, call the police now. We can't let him get away with it. If your younger brother wasn't strong enough, he could have been abducted. Someone said to Gu Ning. Right, girl, call the police. Other people agreed. I will definitely call the police. We must put him in jail. Gu Ning had no intention of letting the man go, so she took out her phone to call the police. As soon as the man saw that Gu Ning was going to call the police, he struggled to get back to his feet and wanted to run away. Even if Gu Ning let him go, the crowd wouldn't. Before Gu Ning did anything, a bunch of people stopped the man. Do you want to run away? No way. Right? We'll send you to the police station. You should spend the rest of your life in jail. Right? You shouldn't come out again. The man was injured and could hardly fight back against an ordinary person, let alone a large crowd. And because he tried to run away, it proved that he was guilty. The police station was nearby, so the police quickly arrived. Who called the police? Asked a policeman. I did. Gu Ning said. This man is a human trafficker. He tried to abduct my younger brother in public earlier, but he failed. I asked him a few questions and found out that he might be a recidivist. You can do a further investigation to see what else you can find. We know how to do our job. I'm the police, not you. A policeman was displeased because he felt that Gu Ning was trying to educate him. Hearing that some people were mad at his attitude, Gu Ning was also annoyed and became cold. Is this your attitude? I called the police. Shouldn't I explain the situation to you? All right, we'll deal with it. Another policeman said impatiently, then went to lift the human trafficker and took him away. Wait a second. Gu Ning stopped him at once. What? The policeman obviously didn't have patience. I don't think you're responsible given your attitude. He just tried to abduct my younger brother and he's a recidivist. Will you give him a serious punishment? Said Gu Ning. Since the police took over this case, the police should be responsible for that, and Gu Ning had no power to interfere, but their attitude annoyed her. She didn't think they would deal with it seriously. She was afraid the police would be bribed and let the human trafficker go. What's wrong with our attitude? How dare you question us? Why should we give you a promise? Who do you think you are? Gu Ning's question angered the two policemen and they snapped at her. Fine. Take him away then. Gu Ning didn't want to argue with them, so she stopped. She didn't give in. She was simply unwilling to have an argument with them publicly. After that, the two policemen gave Gu Ning a glance of disdain, then took the man away. Once they were gone, the crowd discussed it. The two policemen are so rude. I don't think they can do their job well. Right? Perhaps they'll let the man go after he gives them some money. Who knows? Everyone felt it was unfair and they had sympathy for Gu Ning. Gu Ning didn't seem affected. She walked to the side and made a call. By the time the man was taken away by the police, their roasted lamb kebabs still weren't done yet. They ordered too many, so it took a lot of time. After all, Gu Ning ordered 100 kebabs. Although this store was very popular, it was the first time that a customer had ordered so many at a time. Actually, when Shangguanyang took the tree vine to eat lamb kebabs here last time, they ordered 50 kebabs, so the store owner remembered them. He wasn't surprised when the tree vine came again and wanted more kebabs. Anyway, this little kid's grandfather could eat 40 kebabs by himself. Because the oven could only bake 30 or so skewers at a time, the tree vine needed to wait for a longer time. Normally, it took 7 minutes to cook dozens of kebabs in the oven, so the tree vine needed to wait for over 20 minutes. When Gu Ning was done, the roasted lamb kebabs were nearly cooked. After waiting for 5 minutes, they finally had their kebabs. At the same time, the two policemen asked the man some questions on their way to the police station. Are you a recidivist? Asked a policeman in a flat tone. He didn't seem to be interrogating at all. The man was indeed a recidivist, so he acutely sensed that the policeman wanted to give him a chance. Therefore, he acted innocent and said, I'm not a human trafficker. I'm definitely not a recidivist either. I've been wronged. If you're not a human trafficker, why did they all call you that? Asked the policeman. They misunderstood me. I just saw the little boy standing there alone without an adult. No one was watching him, so I thought he was lost. I planned to help him. I didn't know the girl would suddenly jump out and injure me, said the man. Really? The policeman asked doubtfully. They didn't think this man was innocent, but it wasn't important. They didn't really care. In fact, they simply wanted to know whether this man was willing to pay some money to solve this problem. Yeah, said the man. He also knew the police wouldn't believe him, but he was willing to give them some money to get away with it. Sir, can you give me a chance? Asked the man. He didn't talk about money right away, but he knew the police would understand him. How? Asked a policeman. He was asking how much the man was willing to give them. What do you think? Asked the man. Well, at least. The other policeman waved his hand. A little less? Although the man was willing to pay that, he didn't want to lose that much money. No, said the policeman. Fine, but I don't have that much cash with me. I need to withdraw some, said the man. He agreed to give them 50,000 yuan, because he would be put in jail for years if the police really did a further investigation. Afterwards, the police stopped the car at a bank. The man got out to withdraw money, followed by a policeman in a casual suit. Once the man had enough money, he gave the policeman 50,000 yuan. The police then drove the police car away, leaving the man behind. The man successfully got away with it. Without delay, he took a taxi and left. Back in the police station, the director went to see them. However, the criminal was absent. The director instantly figured out what the two policemen had done. Where is the human trafficker? Where did you take him? The director was furious. The two policemen were struck dumb, and the other policemen in the police station were also scared. Director, it was just a misunderstanding, so we didn't bring him back, said a policeman. Misunderstanding? No way. Tell me, how much did he give you for you to let him get away with it? The director questioned them. Actually, he already had the answer. The two policemen realized they couldn't keep it a secret from the director, so they didn't dare to argue against him. Director, can we talk about that in your office? One of the policemen asked. He had to share the bribery with the director so that the director would stop scolding them. They were in a public place now and everyone was watching. It would affect their future work. Even though it was not only them who were taking bribes, they had to do it secretly. Why? Tell me right here. Did you get money from him and let him go? The director angrily questioned them again. It's not a big deal. Do you have to be so angry? One policeman complained with a frown. However, the next moment the director gave the policeman a heavy slap, which scared a large number of people. Uncle? The policeman subconsciously covered his cheek. Staring at the director, he was totally amazed. Don't call me uncle. The director snapped at him. The policeman was the director's nephew, so he was very arrogant and nobody wanted to mess with him in this police station. Do you know who made the call? The chairman of the Shengning organization. You had a bad attitude towards her, and you even let the man go halfway. Do you not want to work here any longer? Said the director in anger. He just received a call from the director of the branch of the Public Security Bureau. When he learned about the case, he was terrified. What? Hearing that, the two policemen were scared too. They didn't expect the girl to be so influential. But it's just a young girl. How can she be the chairman of the Shengning organization? Said one policeman. He couldn't believe it. He had heard about the Shengning organization, but had no idea who the chairman was. Go search for information about her on the internet if you don't believe it. But you've made a terrible mistake, so you must be punished. Now, go catch the man again. The director ordered, filled with fury. All right, we'll go right now. The two policemen immediately left to find the man. Given Gu Ning's status, they would probably be fired if they angered her. They could only hope that she would forgive them now. In fact, even if the caller wasn't the chairman of the Shengning organization, the director would still take the case seriously. But since the chairman of the Shengning organization was involved and the director of the branch of the Public Security Bureau in their district gave him a call in person, he had to take this case very seriously. Some of the other policemen gloated over the two policemen's misfortune because they were always arrogant and never did their job well. It wasn't surprising that they finally paid for what they had done. After the two policemen walked away, one of them drove the police car, while the other searched for information about the chairman of the Shengning organization. They didn't doubt the director's words, but found it quite unbelievable, so they wanted to find out more about it by themselves. They believed the director's words, so the girl had to be the chairman of the Shengning organization, because the director would never bother to lie to them. It was unnecessary after all. However, when they read news about the girl, who was the chairman of the Shengning organization, they were still amazed. She was so young, but she was already the chairman of a large business group. They held strong bias and only believed what they knew. If they thought it was impossible, they would refuse to believe it was true and even think it was strange. Damn it, I didn't expect the girl to be so influential. I'm afraid we're going to be fired this time, said Policeman A, whose uncle was the director. It was his fault, but he blamed Gu Ning. Right, what should we do now? I have a feeling that we'll still be fired even if we find the human trafficker, said Policeman B. Although he didn't dare to say it aloud, he actually blamed Policeman A for it. If it hadn't been for him, he wouldn't have been dragged into trouble. He agreed with him on letting the human trafficker go because he thought he was the director's nephew, so they would be fine. Unfortunately, both of them were in trouble now. This wasn't the first time that they had accepted a bribe, but this time was different. No need to be afraid. My uncle is the director. He won't seriously punish us. If he dares to hurt me, my mother will argue with him. As long as he doesn't fire me, you won't be fired either. He doesn't want you to cause more trouble, said Policeman A. Although Policeman A said that, Policeman B was still worried because he felt that Policeman A would receive a serious punishment this time. As for the human trafficker, because they were policemen, they had the power to check the surveillance videos. Therefore, it shouldn't be difficult for them to find him. At the same time, the old man who watched everything didn't follow Gu Ning and the tree vine any longer, because he could see that Gu Ning wasn't a bad person. Back in the Sihiyuan, the tree vine excitedly told Shangguanyang what they had just been through. Stop talking, or you won't get more lamb kebabs. Gu Ning reminded the tree vine to eat more when he was focused on sharing the story. Otherwise he would be hungry later and ask her to go out once more. Gu Ning was reluctant to do that again. Oh, only half is left. I should really stop talking. The tree vine immediately stopped, because half of the lamb kebabs had already disappeared. He needed to eat more, or Shangguanyang would eat all of them. What happened afterwards? Leng Xiaoting turned to ask Gu Ning. If the man was really a recidivist, they had to punish him seriously. I called the director of the Public Security Bureau. I think they'll deal with it seriously, said Gu Ning. She didn't pay much attention to it afterwards. Those human traffickers should be sentenced to death. They've ruined countless families, said Shangguanyang as he ate lamb kebabs. He hated human trafficking very much as well. No one had a good impression of human traffickers, especially parents who had lost their children. It happens everywhere. It's nearly impossible to stop it from happening again. But we can do our best to rescue the kids and prevent more families from suffering the same fate, said Gu Ning. The world was big and no one could manage the entire world. All right, let's stop talking about these unpleasant things. If we run into them, we can catch them. That's all we can do, said Leng Xiaoting. He didn't want Gu Ning to be affected by that. They weren't going to sacrifice themselves to help other people, but they still felt sad when they witnessed tragedies. After that, they dropped the topic and spent the day in the Sihiyuan. In the afternoon, Jing Yunyao and Miao Jingjing came back. They went to have dinner and chatted till late. Then they stayed in the Sihiyuan for the night. At about 6 p.m., the two policemen finally found the human trafficker in a house on an old street. Because the human trafficker bribed the police and got away with the crime, he didn't think the police would come find him again. He didn't hide or run away, but stayed in his lair. In addition, the two policemen saw 3 other human traffickers as they were eating together. There were 4 of them, but the 2 policemen couldn't catch them all at once. Therefore, the 2 policemen called their colleagues for support. Before their colleagues came, the 2 policemen learned from their conversation that they weren't just recidivists. They had done a lot of things before and made a lot of money. The 2 policemen secretly recorded their conversation in order to persuade the director to give them a lighter punishment. When the 4 human traffickers were arrested, the one who paid the 2 policemen money got furious. He pointed at the 2 policemen and shouted, "You took my money. Why did you still arrest me?" The 2 policemen were a little guilty. Even though nearly everyone in the police station was aware of their deeds, he still argued to save his face. "If I didn't do that, how could I find your accomplices?" The human trafficker was struck dumb and didn't know what to say. He didn't doubt it. Only the policeman's colleagues didn't believe it, but they wouldn't point it out. Afterwards, the 4 human traffickers were taken away. Back in the police station, the 2 policemen went to see the director. The director was supposed to get off work and go home, but he waited after he heard that they caught 4 human traffickers. "Uncle, we caught 4 human traffickers and we have a recording as evidence to prove their crime. So can you forgive us this time?" "I promise we won't do it again," said Policeman A. He didn't think the director would fire him, but he still needed to gain the director's forgiveness. However, it was impossible for him to change. He would only be more careful in the future. He had to make sure of the caller's status before dealing with the situation. If the caller didn't have any influence, he could ask for money then. The director knew his nephew very well, so he didn't believe Policeman A's promise at all. Even if he would really change, he must have the chance first. "I can't protect you this time. Do you know how I got to know about it?" "I received a call from the director of the Public Security Bureau. He's paying special attention to this case. I can't make any decisions. Even if I could, do you think the case can be closed so easily? I've reminded you to be careful many times, but you won't change. I'm afraid you'll learn a serious lesson this time," said the director. If no senior official was involved, he could give them a light punishment, but it was an order from a senior official this time, so he didn't dare to abuse his power unless he was prepared to quit. What? The director called you? Hearing that, the two policemen were shocked and in despair, because it meant they were definitely going to be seriously punished. Did he say how we'll be punished? Asked Policeman B in great anxiety. According to the rules, of course, said the director. According to the rules, they wouldn't be fired, but it wouldn't be a good result either. You uncle, I'm your nephew. You must help me out. I don't want to be fired. I don't want to leave here either. You must help me. Policeman A begged. It wasn't easy for him to get this cradle-to-grave job. He honestly had no idea what else he could do if he wasn't a policeman. In addition, he wouldn't easily find another easy job with decent pay. Therefore, he was reluctant to lose this job. Do you think I have greater power than the senior officials? Asked the director in annoyance. Policeman A understood what the director was implying. It meant it was an order from a senior official, so he had to obey it. As a result, Policeman A fell silent. He didn't know what to say. Are we going to be seriously punished? Asked Policeman B with reluctance. We'll see. Actually, the fault you made isn't serious enough to get you fired, but you're surely going to be demoted. The director said, everyone should pay for his or her faults. You wish you could have good luck every time, but touch the pitch and you shall be defiled. The director taught them a lesson. All right, it's useless crying over spilt milk. You can go out and deal with the case now. I'll see whether the senior official can give you a lighter punishment, said the director. He was unwilling to waste more time speaking to them because it was meaningless. Hearing that, the two policemen had to leave. Afterwards, they went to deal with the 4 human traffickers. Then the director called the senior official and reported it to him. The senior official said, there is no need to fire them, but I think they've made these mistakes many times before, so it isn't enough to let them get away with it even though they caught 4 human traffickers today. If they still want to be policemen, they can go for 3 months training in the training camp. And then we'll see their attitude. Training in the training camp was very tiring. Normally, only elite policemen would go there, but sometimes policemen who made mistakes would also be sent there. If policemen who made mistakes were sent there, they would surely be picked on. They wouldn't be bullied, but they were educated. Anyway, it would only do them good if they could be trained for 3 months. Of course, said the director. He didn't dare to disagree, and this punishment was much lighter than he had thought. After knowing the punishment for the 2 policemen, the director didn't share the result with the 2 policemen right away. Instead, he decided to teach them a lesson by letting them sleep anxiously for a night. In fact, both of the policemen couldn't sleep at all that night. They didn't dare tell their families about it either, because their families would be mad and worried. They decided to wait till the final result was out. The next day, when they were about to get off work in the morning, the director called them to his office and told them the result. What? We have to train in the camp. Upon hearing that they needed to receive a training for 3 months, they thought it was too hard. They hadn't trained in the camp before, but they knew it was really tiring. They had lived an easy desk life for too long and had become much lazier. They were policemen and trained once in a while, but it was barely comparable to the training in the camp. Normally, they didn't need to fight and they carried guns with them, so they had become unfamiliar with their fighting skills. If you don't train, you can only accept being fired. This is the lightest punishment. After the camp training, you'll be under observation. If you make mistakes again, you'll have to quit. So, don't think you can accept bribes again after finishing camp training. If you don't want other people to know about your bad deeds, don't do them. Because you've made too many mistakes, you'll be under special attention. If you don't want to change, you can quit right now. I don't want to carry the blame for you. The director looked very serious because he expected better from them. If they made mistakes again and again, the director wouldn't be able to do his job because it was his duty to manage the police station. After all, he was their leader. If he wasn't a capable leader, he would be replaced. To be frank, although leaders had power, they were under a lot of pressure. They couldn't make mistakes and their subordinates had to behave themselves too. After being snapped at by the director, the 2 policemen didn't dare to argue with him. They were unwilling to quit just because of 3 months training, but they were displeased with the director's warning. After thinking about it, they chose to give in. After all, their job was more important than anything else. Gu Ning didn't pay more attention to it, but the senior official still gave her a reply. She accepted that result. After having lunch, Leng Xiaoting returned to their military base. Gu Ning also went back to her school. Then they lived peacefully for a while until something happened to Leng Xiaoming and Zhang Jin. Actually, Leng Xiaoming was always in danger because he was a member of the Leng family. There were too many people who wanted to set the Leng family up, so many people paid special attention to Leng Xiaoming. However, Leng Xiaoming took his job seriously and never accepted bribery. He rarely made any mistakes, so no one could have anything on him. On the other hand, Leng Xiaoming had something on many people and reported many of them. The majority of them were punished. After all, Leng Xiaoming was a member of the Leng family with power and influence. If he reported someone, no one would dare to ignore it. And he normally had evidence, so it was much easier to catch the criminals. They weren't able to do anything and keep their dirty secrets from other people. Leng Xiaoming was now working as the deputy minister of the organization department of the Municipal Party Committee in City Lin in the capital. Leng Xiaoming achieved this position at a young age because of his own abilities and the Leng family's influence. However, City Lin was a third-tier city, and his position wasn't very important, so it wasn't strange that he was promoted to his position at such a young age. Even though Leng Xiaoming had abilities and connections, he might be criticized if he received a fast promotion, so he had to do it step by step. For example, Leng Xiaoting should be promoted to general given his achievements, but he was too young. He couldn't get a promotion to a high position so soon. In fact, Leng Xiaoting already had a rapid promotion among his peers and had the highest status. Leng Xiaoming coincidentally learned about Zhang Jin's secret. It was the weekend, so Zhang Jin came to see Leng Xiaoming. Leng Xiaoming wanted to seize this chance and confess his affection for her. After getting along with her for a while, he was very sure that he liked her. Actually, Zhang Jin had a greater interest in them being together, because she often traveled a long distance to see him. Because Leng Xiaoming was always busy with work, while Zhang Jin didn't have regular work, she had more free time. Either way, Leng Xiaoming had a good impression of Zhang Jin and fell in love with her as she showed her interest in him. He could feel how much she liked him. Therefore, he decided to take the most important step and confess his affection for her. He wouldn't let the girl do that. However, on his way to the airport to pick her up, an accident happened. The city where Leng Xiaoming was located was only a 2-hour drive from the capital, and there was no airport, so he normally went to the capital airport first. It took him half an hour to get from the airport to his city rather than the 2 hours from the downtown of the capital. The incident which happened to Leng Xiaoming and Zhang Jin was a car accident. When they were halfway home, they reached a bridge. Then a big truck that had been driving steadily suddenly changed direction and slammed into their car. The next moment, the car lost control and rushed towards the river under the bridge. At the moment of the accident, Zhang Jin subconsciously used her body to protect Leng Xiaoming and released her magical energy to resist the impact, reducing the damage from the accident. For average people, the damage from the first hit plus the secondary damage from falling 20-meter high into the river could be a fatal experience. However, because Zhang Jin wasn't an ordinary person, if she helped they would only be slightly injured at most. When Zhang Jin threw herself forward to protect Leng Xiaoming was completely stunned. Was she strong enough to protect him? Actually, the moment when the accident happened, Leng Xiaoming wanted to protect Zhang Jin, but Zhang Jin did it before him. The car fell into the river, but because Zhang Jin's magical energy protected the two of them, neither of them suffered any serious injuries, though they still suffered some minor injuries. Especially Zhang Jin. She suffered some internal injuries. After all, she was at a low level. When the car had fallen into the river, because the sunroof was open, water poured in right away. However, Zhang Jin's speed wasn't slow. She immediately pulled Leng Xiaoming and climbed out of the sunroof. The river wasn't shallow, with a depth of 5 or 6 meters, so the two of them were afraid that they would have to swim upstream after they got out of the sunroof. When the accident happened, the traffic at the accident site was also paralyzed. Many people were frightened and got out of their cars to check the situation. Some called the police while some called the hospital. If people encountered things like fights, few would stand out and help because they might be implicated, but they would be willing to rescue people from accidents because they wouldn't get in trouble just because of that. It wasn't because they were cold-blooded, but there was a price to be paid for helping strangers. The driver didn't escape because the consequences of escaping would be even more serious. If he didn't escape, he would at most pay the compensation. After the car accident happened, some people were ready to rescue the victims in the river, but before they even went down, they saw two people floating to the surface. It made them feel extremely relieved. On the other hand, the driver standing on the bridge looked unhappy when he saw that Leng Xiaoming and Zhang Jin had survived. He didn't want Leng Xiaoming to survive because it meant he failed his task. The car accident was actually a scheme. Zhang Jin was busy helping Leng Xiaoming, so her phone, wallet, and other stuff were all left in the car. Anyway, they were lucky that both of them were fine. They could buy new phones and apply for new bank cards, but if they were killed, they couldn't come back to life again. After floating to the surface, they could finally breathe and talk. "Are you all right?" they asked at the same time. "I'm fine," they answered at the same time once more. "Well, we've gone through a life-threatening situation together," Zhang Jin joked. They were in a terrible situation, but both of them were optimistic. As long as they survived, they were happy. "If it hadn't been for you, I would have been killed. Thank you so much." Leng Xiaoming thanked her sincerely. She just saved his life, and it wasn't a little favor. "You've also saved my life," Zhang Jin said to herself. Precisely because Leng Xiaoming had saved her before, she had the chance to help him out this time. However, if Leng Xiaoming hadn't come to pick her up today, the accident wouldn't have happened. So Zhang Jin felt a little guilty. "I'm sorry. If you didn't come to pick me up today, it wouldn't have happened," said Zhang Jin, feeling guilty. "Well, I can't avoid it forever. It'll happen sooner or late. In fact, I should apologize to you for dragging you into trouble," said Leng Xiaoming. He suddenly looked upset, because he was clearly aware of the situation he was in. "Do you mean this car accident wasn't really an accident?" Zhang Jin immediately understood Leng Xiaoming and got angry. How was it possible that someone dared to kill Leng Xiaoming? They were digging their own graves. Zhang Jin understood that politics was like a battlefield, and Leng Xiaoming wasn't just in politics, he was also a member of the Leng family. It was hard for him to stay out of schemes, but it didn't mean that he could accept it. If she knew who dared to scheme against him, she would surely make them pay for it. "I'm not sure, but it's very likely," said Leng Xiaoming. He thought it was more likely to be a scheme because he saw the big truck driving normally, then it suddenly turned right when it got close to his car. It might be an accident, but Leng Xiaoming didn't think that was the case. Either way, they needed to conduct an investigation to find out the truth. It was too early to come to a conclusion, and it was disrespectful for the truck driver. "We must figure it out after we get out. If it's really a scheme," said Zhang Jin with determination, "we must make him pay a heavy price." "Of course," said Leng Xiaoming. He wasn't weak. Although he was an upright man, he knew that he should protect himself first. He wouldn't hesitate to fight back against whoever dared to scheme against him. After the two finished talking, they had already swum to the shore, but they were extremely tired. "Are you all right?" On the shore, many people were waiting for them. When they saw them swimming over, they asked them with concern. "We're fine," Leng Xiaoming and Zhang Jin answered. Although they survived, they were still slightly injured and weakened. Therefore, they needed other people's support to walk away. Back at the roadside, the driver who caused the accident also came over. The driver didn't go to the river to help Leng Xiaoming and Zhang Jin, because when he hit Leng Xiaoming's car, his forehead was knocked on the steering wheel. He was also injured, so the crowd let him wait at the side. Although he caused the accident, people thought it was just an accident, so no one blamed him. They only asked him why he couldn't be more careful. After all, nobody wanted to see such a serious accident. If it already happened, the driver should take the responsibility, but if the driver ran away, people would criticize him heavily. Afterwards, the truck driver made a sincere apology and said that his mind had just gone blank for a moment. He didn't know what happened and knocked into their car. He said he was very sorry. Because he had a good attitude, no one criticized him. Are you all right? I'm sorry. I'm terribly sorry. I'll pay all the compensation. The truck driver sincerely apologized to Leng Xiaoming and Zhang Jin. Leng Xiaoming and Zhang Jin stared at him. They saw through him, so the man was a little scared. Why did they focus on him like that? Did they discover something? No, it was impossible. Although the truck driver soon calmed down, Leng Xiaoming and Zhang Jin saw his panic. It didn't mean anything, but they were sure that the truck driver was lying. Because of the truck driver's reaction, they believed it was likely to be a scheme, but they had no evidence, so they couldn't question him right away. Before Leng Xiaoming and Zhang Jin said anything, someone spoke all of a sudden. They were knocked down to the river. How is it possible that they're fine? They're very lucky that they aren't dead. Right, you should have a medical check at the hospital. Well, the truck driver should be more careful. He could have killed them. What if they were really killed? Their families would be heartbroken. No matter how much you pay them, lives are priceless. Not everyone thought the truck driver should get away with it just because he gave an apology. Even if it was an accident, he caused it to happen. Therefore, it was right that they criticized him. Sorry, I'm really sorry. My mind just went blank for a second. I didn't know what I was doing and I knocked into their car. Facing the crowd's criticisms, the truck driver didn't dare to argue with them. He had to apologize sincerely once more. However, he had a totally different idea in his mind. He failed to do the task, so he would be punished. Besides, he was guilty, so he was afraid of being exposed. Well, it's unavoidable sometimes. Since it happened, we must deal with it. Luckily, it was not serious, said Leng Xiaoming. He was very considerate, but he was implying something different from other people's thoughts. The crowd thought the truck driver could leave after paying the compensation since it was an accident, but Leng Xiaoming was going to put the truck driver in jail, because he believed it was a scheme. Right, nobody wants it to happen, but since it already happened, just deal with it. There is no need to argue. Yeah. They survived a catastrophe and are bound to have good fortune later on. Right? Because this place was a little far from the city center, the police didn't arrive until 20 minutes later, but the ambulance was still absent. Seeing that Leng Xiaoming and Zhang Jin weren't seriously injured, the police asked them some basic questions. Otherwise, they would have to follow them to the hospital. They should go to the hospital, but the police could save some energy by asking them some basic questions now. Because both of them weren't seriously injured, Leng Xiaoming and Zhang Jin didn't care much about it. After finding out about Leng Xiaoming's family background, the police became very polite. Leng Xiaoming was younger than them, but had a much higher status. They were common policemen, while Leng Xiaoming was someone with authority. Leng Xiaoming didn't tell them about his suspicions, because there was no evidence. Moreover, he didn't know which fraction this group of policemen belonged to, so he didn't trust them. Anyway, since he had his suspicions, he would order his people to investigate it. Therefore, after answering some basic questions, Leng Xiaoming and Zhang Jin went to the hospital. The truck driver also went there in the police car. If it was just an accident, Leng Xiaoming wouldn't tell his family because he didn't want to worry them, but he thought it might be a scheme, so he sent Leng Yuanqian a message along the way. After all, there were outsiders, so he couldn't call them. When Leng Yuanqian read Leng Xiaoming's message, he jumped up from his chair in horror. Although Leng Xiaoming told him he was fine, he was still worried. Without delay, he called Leng Xiaoming. He couldn't be relieved until he heard Leng Xiaoming's voice. Once his phone rang, Leng Xiaoming answered it. "How are you right now?" asked Leng Yuanqian. Even though he understood it wasn't convenient for Leng Xiaoming to receive a call at this moment, he just wanted to know his condition. "I'm fine. I'm just slightly injured," said Leng Xiaoming. From Leng Xiaoming's voice, Leng Yuanqian could hear that he was fine. "Great. I'm so glad that you're fine. Don't worry. I'll conduct an investigation right away." "Sure," Leng Xiaoming replied. If Leng Yuanqian could do that, it would be more efficient than if he did it. "Don't tell grandfather and mother yet. I don't want them to be worried," said Leng Xiaoming. "If you keep it a secret from them, they'll blame you if they learn about it later. And it'll be on the news sooner or later. I'm home, so I'll tell them later." You survived, but you're still injured. We're going to come see you, said Leng Yuanqian. His son was injured and sent to the hospital, so he had to go to see him. All right, Leng Xiaoming agreed. Afterwards, they hung up. Leng Yuanqian didn't go out right away, but called his henchman and ordered him to investigate the car accident. After giving the order, he finally walked out of his study and went downstairs. Then he told Master Leng and Jiang Shuyuan about the car accident. Fortunately, Leng Xiaoming was just lightly injured and survived. However, Master Leng and Jiang Shuyuan were still scared. They immediately said that they needed to see Leng Xiaoming. Leng Yuanjin and Yu Yin would go with them as well. Leng Yuanqian didn't tell them that the car accident might be a scheme, because he wasn't sure yet. Although Leng Yuanqian told them Leng Xiaoming was only lightly injured, Master Leng was still anxious. Therefore, he called Gu Ning and told her about it. If it was possible, he hoped that she could give him some pills. Even though Leng Xiaoming was only slightly injured, Leng Yuanqian wanted him to get better as soon as possible. After hearing the news, Gu Ning said that she would go with them. Although she barely spent time with Leng Xiaoming was a member of the Leng family after all, and Master Leng wanted her to go. At that time, Jing Yunyao was with Gu Ning, so she joined them after hearing Gu Ning's conversation with Master Leng. Gu Ning told Master Leng to go there first and she and Jing Yunyao would come later. It was Saturday, but Leng Xiaoming was busy with work, so only Gu Ning and Jing Yunyao went. Leng Xiaoming quickly reached the hospital. After calling Leng Yuanhan, Leng Xiaoming also told his secretary about what happened. After all, he was injured now, so he needed his secretary to deal with things for him. Therefore, by the time Leng Xiaoming and Zhang Jin arrived at the hospital, his secretary was already waiting for them. Zhang Jin had come to see Leng Xiaoming many times before, so his secretary was familiar with her. Leng Xiaoming didn't tell his secretary that the car accident might be a scheme, but his secretary had the same idea. However, because his secretary wasn't at the scene of the accident, he didn't have a strong feeling about it. Originally, Leng Xiaoming's secretary thought they were seriously injured and Leng Xiaoming was just being tough by saying that he was only slightly injured. But after seeing them, he was sure that they weren't seriously injured. They could get out of the car on their own and didn't need other people to support them, which proved that they were fine. Precisely because of that, Leng Xiaoming's secretary was very shocked. After all, they were knocked off the bridge by a big truck, falling into a deep river. It seemed that they had good luck. Anyway, it was for the best that they weren't seriously injured. Once Leng Xiaoming and Zhang Jin arrived, they had a medical examination. Due to their high status, they received priority. However, it wouldn't affect other people, so it wasn't a big deal. After the medical check, they were sure that they were indeed only slightly injured. However, they still needed to stay in the hospital for treatment. If they didn't receive good treatment, the injuries could become serious. Leng Xiaoming and Zhang Jin stayed in a VIP ward with 2 beds. Normally, female and male patients would all stay in the same ward, unless you asked for a single ward. However, there were 2 of them, so it wasn't convenient for them to stay in a single ward, so they asked for a ward with 2 beds. Afterwards, they talked about the compensation. Because the police didn't think about whether it was really an accident or a scheme, they took it as an accident. Leng Xiaoming allowed them to do that because he needed evidence to prove it was a scheme. Because the truck driver had a very good attitude and was willing to pay the compensation, Leng Xiaoming didn't make things difficult for him and let his secretary deal with it. Leng Xiaoming and Zhang Jin didn't use much money in the hospital, so dozens of thousand yuan would be enough. But their car, which was in the river, was expensive and cost at least 1 million yuan. It was useless after it fell into the river, so the truck driver needed to pay for that too. After the police and the truck driver left, the Leng family and Gu Ning arrived at almost the same time. Then they went to see Leng Xiaoming. They didn't know Zhang Jin was also inside until they went in. However, they soon learned that they were in the car accident together and that Leng Xiaoming was only slightly injured because Zhang Jin protected him. Otherwise, Leng Xiaoming would have been seriously injured. Therefore, the Leng family was very grateful to Zhang Jin, who said that she was more than willing to help. Only Gu Ning and Jing Yunyao clearly knew that Zhang Jin actually saved Leng Xiaoming's life. Zhang Jin was injured internally now and was actually in a worse condition than Leng Xiaoming, but ordinary people couldn't see it. As a result, Gu Ning told Leng Xiaoming to take a power crystal first. Given his condition, a power crystal was enough, but it wasn't enough for Zhang Jin. However, in front of the crowd she still took out a power crystal and gave it to Zhang Jin. Then she held her hand and secretly put magical power into her body. Thanks. Zhang Jin thanked her. You're welcome, Gu Ning said. Oh, where's the truck driver? Asked Jiang Shuyuan. He's already gone. He has a good attitude and agreed to pay the compensation, but, said Leng Xiaoming. But what? Master Leng asked with a frown. He had a feeling that it wasn't so simple. But I have suspicions that this car accident might not really be an accident. Could be a scheme. Although I don't have evidence, the big truck didn't turn until it was close to my car. The truck driver explained that his mind went blank for a second. Then he hit my car. It's not enough to prove that it's a scheme, but I saw panic in his expression. I need to conduct a further investigation about that. So for now we should finish the formalities with the police. After we have more evidence, we can deal with the case again, said Leng Xiaoming. Only his family was in the room, so there was no need for him to keep it a secret. Leng Xiaoming spoke about his suspicions with his family, because the mastermind might not just target him. His whole family might be targeted. Therefore, he needed to tell them to be more careful. How dare he scheme against Xiaoming? If we can catch the mastermind, we'll definitely make him pay a heavy price, said Jiang Shuyuan with strong hatred. She couldn't wait to tear the mastermind to pieces. Well, since he dares to scheme against us, we should teach him a lesson. Master Leng was also furious. I already sent out people to conduct an investigation. Once there is a result, we'll definitely take it seriously, said Leng Yuanqian. His son could have been killed, so it was impossible for him not to be mad. In fact, he was angrier than anyone else. They had to deal with it according to the law, otherwise he would kill the person by 1,000 cuts. Whether or not only Leng Xiaoming or the whole Leng family was targeted, all of them were very mad about the accident. After the truck driver left the police station, he made a call and said that he had failed his task and that Leng Xiaoming was only slightly injured. The person on the other side of the phone was very disappointed, but he didn't blame the truck driver. After all, Leng Xiaoming's car was already knocked into the river. Even if he wasn't killed, he should have been seriously injured, but he survived and was fine. It was very strange, but he had to admit that Leng Xiaoming had good luck. After taking Gu Ning's power crystal, Leng Xiaoming quickly felt much better. Zhang Jin also went back to normal, but they didn't plan to leave the hospital yet. A while later, Leng Xiaoming's leader and colleagues learned about the car accident and came to see him together. When they walked into Leng Xiaoming's ward, they were extremely nervous to face the Leng family. After all, their status was barely comparable to the Leng families, so they couldn't help but stand in awe of them. That afternoon, the Leng family left. Because Leng Xiaoming was fine now, they didn't need to stay and take care of him. In fact, it wasn't suitable for them to stay there right now. It was time and space for Leng Xiaoming and Zhang Jin to take a step in their romantic relationship. They had been through a terrible accident together, so they had different feelings for each other now. They were much closer than before. When the Leng family left, they thanked Zhang Jin again, which embarrassed her. After they left, only Leng Xiaoming and Zhang Jin were in the room. Strangely, the atmosphere became a little embarrassing. I'm sorry for making you stay in the hospital with me. Leng Xiaoming apologized. They didn't leave the hospital not because of their physical condition, but because of something else. It's fine, said Zhang Jin. She came here in order to see Leng Xiaoming. As long as she was with him, she didn't care what they were doing and where they were. However, she was growingly anxious as she became closer and closer to Leng Xiaoming. She always hesitated to tell him about her real identity. She wanted to be honest with him, but she was afraid that he might disdain and leave her since there was no love between them. However, if she didn't tell him earlier, it would hurt him deeply after he fell in love with her. Therefore, Zhang Jin hesitated to make a decision. Seeing that Zhang Jin was unhappy, Leng Xiaoming asked, "What's wrong? Why do you look worried?" Right after asking that question, Leng Xiaoming realized he shouldn't have done that. He was clearly aware that Zhang Jin wanted to be closer to him, so he shouldn't embarrass her like that. I'm just thinking about something, said Jean. What is it? Can you talk to me about it? Asked Leng Xiaoming. He was prepared to confess his affection to Jean any time, but before that he was slightly nervous, so he decided to chat with Jean for a while. It's not something serious. I just read a romantic story about a human and a monster yesterday. I'm wondering if it's acceptable for a man to be in love with a female monster, said Jean. She decided to feel out Leng Xiaoming first. I don't know, but I think most men wouldn't be able to accept that. After all, monsters are really scary. It's just a story, said Leng Xiaoming. How about you? If you didn't know the girl is a monster and fell in love with her, would you accept her if she loves you back? Jean joked with Leng Xiaoming, but she was actually very anxious. Although it wasn't a formal confession, it was important for her to know his real feelings. I don't know. It won't happen in real life after all. And I've never encountered such a thing before. I can't tell what I'd do. If monsters really exist in this world, honestly I'd be scared when I see them, said Leng Xiaoming. He also joked about it, but that was his real thoughts. Even though Jean understood that it was very normal for Leng Xiaoming to have that idea, she still felt very upset. Right? Jean forced a smile as a reply. Afterwards, Jean had no idea what she should say, while Leng Xiaoming was thinking how to open his mouth and confess his affection for her. As a result, the room fell into silence at once, and it was a little depressing. A few minutes later, right when Leng Xiaoming summoned up his courage and was about to open his mouth, Jean said, I'm a little tired now. I need some sleep. You should also have a good rest. She was just saying that as an excuse, but she needed to carefully think about their relationship. Sure, Leng Xiaoming agreed. Since Jean needed sleep, he shouldn't bother her and he would talk to her about it after she slept. Jean couldn't sleep, but she still closed her eyes. About an hour later, Leng Xiaoming's secretary came, causing Jean to open her eyes. Leng Xiaoming's secretary went to the accident scene to deal with it. The car was towed away for repair, and he took back Leng Xiaoming and Jean's bags. Although their phones and certificates couldn't be used any longer, he still needed to bring them back. They would destroy the phones and certificates on their own. When Leng Xiaoming's secretary came back, he also brought new phones and new clothing to Jean and Leng Xiaoming. By Leng Xiaoming's order, they also had new SIM cards. Normally, they needed to apply for the cards by themselves, but their connections were enough to help them solve the problem. Therefore, they could use their new phones immediately. There was also a backup of their contacts, so they quickly got all of that back. Oh, how much is the phone? I'll transfer the money to you, Jean asked Leng Xiaoming. She and Leng Xiaoming weren't a couple yet. Even if they were, she wouldn't accept stuff from him for free unless it was a gift. No need. We've known each other for so long. I've never given you any gifts before. This phone is a gift for you. I hope you like it, said Leng Xiaoming. It was just a phone worth a few thousand yuan. Since he was willing to buy it, he wouldn't ask Jean for money. Well, thanks. Jean liked it as a gift. This was the first time that Leng Xiaoming had given her a gift. There was no reason for her to reject it. Once Jean turned on her phone, she saw a missed call from her own grandfather. Without delay, she called him back. After Master Leng left the hospital, he called Zhang Daosong and told him about the bad news. Even though he didn't ask Jean for her agreement, Jean had saved Leng Xiaoming's life, so as Leng Xiaoming's grandfather, he should share the news with Zhang Daosong. When Zhang Daosong heard the news, he was scared, although he knew Jean and Leng Xiaoming were fine now. At the same time, he was impressed by how deeply his granddaughter loved Leng Xiaoming. Anyway, he approved of their relationship, but he didn't want Jean to be injured. Jean told him that she was getting closer and closer to Leng Xiaoming. She could even feel that Leng Xiaoming had already fallen in love with her. He believed that Leng Xiaoming was much more reliable than most other men, but Jean was his granddaughter, so he cared about her. After the call from Master Leng, Zhang Daosong called Jean at once. Even though he knew that her phone couldn't be used after falling into water, he still gave her a call. Anyway, it was understandable that he failed to get through to her. Hi, Grandpa. As soon as Jean saw the call, she called her grandfather back. However, she felt a little nervous, because she knew that Jean Daosong was aware of the car accident. "Are you all right?" Jean Daosong asked her in a serious tone. Even though it angered Jean Daosong when he learned that Zhang Jin protected Leng Xiaoming when the car accident happened, he didn't plan to criticize her. Because Zhang Jin was an adult and she had her own ideas, he couldn't interfere in her business. Most importantly, they were only slightly injured, so they were totally fine now. "I'm fine. I'm sorry for worrying you, Grandpa." Zhang Jin apologized. "Great. Don't make me worry about you in the future. All right? Grandpa's old now. I can't bear bad news." Zhang Daosong reminded her seriously. He couldn't directly tell Zhang Jin to protect herself first if such accidents happened again, because it would make him seem too selfish, but people were selfish. Zhang Jin was undoubtedly more important to him than Leng Xiaoming, so he was reluctant to see her getting injured. "Of course, I know. I won't worry you again, Grandpa," said Zhang Jin. Although no one knew what would happen in the future, she had to please Zhang Daosong at this moment. If it was possible, she didn't want such an accident to happen either, and didn't want to worry her family. Do my parents know?" asked Zhang Jin in anxiety. "Not yet. I haven't told them yet," said Zhang Daosong. "I'm fine now. Please don't tell them," Zhang Jin begged. Well, Zhang Daosong was annoyed, but agreed that it was unnecessary to tell Zhang Jin's parents since she was fine now. "Fine. Thank you, Grandpa." Zhang Jin was relieved and thanked her grandfather. Although she wasn't really Zhang Jin, she still felt her residual familial love after she became Zhang Jin. Therefore, she already took them as her family, so she cared about their feelings. "All right, that's it. Be careful outside," Zhang Daosong reminded her. "Of course, Grandpa. See you," said Zhang Jin, then hung up. When Leng Xiaoming heard Zhang Jin's conversation with her grandfather on the phone, he felt guilty. "It's time for a meal. What do you want to eat?" Leng Xiaoming asked Zhang Jin. "I don't know. Why don't we have a home-cooked meal today?" said Zhang Jin. Although she didn't have an appetite right now, she didn't want Leng Xiaoming to know that she was in a bad mood. "Good idea," said Leng Xiaoming. He knew that Zhang Jin wasn't a picky eater, so he ordered his secretary to prepare several simple dishes for them. When his secretary was gone, Zhang Jin went to the washroom and sent Gu Ning a message. She told Gu Ning that she just tested Leng Xiaoming's response and didn't know what to do now. Should she be honest with Leng Xiaoming right now? Gu Ning read Zhang Jin's message right away, but she had no good suggestion for her. Besides, it was their personal affair while she was an outsider. She couldn't interfere. What if Leng Xiaoming couldn't accept it after Zhang Jin told him the truth? He might stay away from Zhang Jin afterwards, and Zhang Jin might blame Gu Ning for encouraging her to be honest. If she told her to keep it a secret, it might seem as if she supported Zhang Jin in fooling Leng Xiaoming, which wasn't fair on him either. Therefore, whether Gu Ning suggested Zhang Jin be honest or not, it wouldn't have a good result. Therefore, it was up to Zhang Jin. Even if Zhang Jin kept it a secret from Leng Xiaoming, she might not be able to do that forever. Her friends might keep it a secret too, but other people wouldn't help her. After all, there were other cultivators, monsters, and ghosts in this world. If Leng Xiaoming could accept the fact that Zhang Jin was a half-monster, it wouldn't hurt him whenever Zhang Jin told him the truth. But if Leng Xiaoming couldn't accept a monster, it was better for Zhang Jin to be honest with him as soon as possible. There was no deep love between them right now, so neither of them would be too deeply hurt. However, exactly because there was no deep love between them yet, it could easily ruin their relationship if Leng Xiaoming learned the truth right now. Therefore, Gu Ning replied, "I can't make the decision for you. You must do it yourself. If you don't want to tell him, I won't interfere, but whether you tell him now or not, it'll be exposed one day. Once it's exposed, it might not cause serious damage if he can accept it. If not, it'll seriously damage your relationship. Think about it carefully before you make the decision." When Gu Ning just met Zhang Jin, she barely knew her, so she told Zhang Jin to be honest with Leng Xiaoming. She thought Zhang Jin could only be with Leng Xiaoming after he accepted her. However, Gu Ning had changed her mind. After getting along with Zhang Jin for a while, she learned more about her, so she was sure that Zhang Jin wouldn't hurt Leng Xiaoming. Reading Gu Ning's reply, Zhang Jin was lost in thought. Although Gu Ning didn't force her to be honest with Leng Xiaoming if she wanted to be Leng Xiaoming's girlfriend. Like Gu Ning said, once the secret was exposed, it might cause serious damage to their relationship if Leng Xiaoming couldn't accept it. Only if Leng Xiaoming could accept it would they be together. Therefore, after careful thinking, Zhang Jin felt she should be honest with Leng Xiaoming. Even if he was really scared because she was a half-monster and stayed away from her, she could accept that result. She might not become his girlfriend, but she would still protect him as always. Thinking of that, Zhang Jin felt much more relieved. To be honest, it had been tough for her while she couldn't figure out what to do. When Zhang Jin walked out of the washroom looking worried, Leng Xiaoming asked with concern, "What's wrong? Do you feel uncomfortable?" "Not at all," said Zhang Jin. "Great, but do tell me if you feel uncomfortable." "All right," said Leng Xiaoming. He didn't believe that Zhang Jin was fine, but he wouldn't force her to tell him the reason since she didn't want to. "Don't worry, I'm not a kid. If there is really anything wrong, I'll tell you," said Zhang Jin. "I know you can take care of yourself, but I'm just afraid that you'll hesitate to turn to me for help." Leng Xiaoming spoke in a relaxed tone, but he actually was serious. In fact, Leng Xiaoming really cared about her, but he couldn't show it right away. Zhang Jin understood it very well and felt happy about it. However, she was worried too. She was worried that Leng Xiaoming wouldn't care about her anymore after finding out that she was a half-monster. "Oh, have you found out who the mastermind is yet?" Zhang Jin changed the topic and asked. She cared about that very much. If they could find the mastermind, she wouldn't hesitate to tear the person to pieces. However, it was just her idea. Even if there was a result, they still needed to go to court. "Not yet. Since the person dared to scheme against me, he must be fully prepared. We need to see what we can do, or how good the person is at hiding," said Leng Xiaoming. As they chatted, Leng Xiaoming's secretary came back with food. Then Leng Xiaoming told him to leave. It was his secretary, not a housemaid. He could ask his secretary to help him with something, but not everything. And they had made a full recovery now so they could look after themselves. Although both of them had worries, they shared the meal in harmony, not feeling embarrassed. After the meal, Zhang Jin packed the takeout package and wanted to dump them, but Leng Xiaoming stopped her. He told her to have a seat and leave it to him. Leng Xiaoming was thinking about how to confess his affection for Zhang Jin, while Zhang Jin was thinking about how she should tell Leng Xiaoming her secret. They made up their mind to do that, but still felt nervous when they were really going to do that. After cleaning the table, Leng Xiaoming went back to lie down on the bed. They were watching TV, but neither of them had interest in it because they were thinking about what they should do next. They remained silent for about 10 minutes, then spoke at the same time. They smiled at each other with embarrassment. "What do you want to say?" said Leng Xiaoming. "I need to go out for a while," said Zhang Jin. She decided to be honest with Leng Xiaoming, but didn't dare to tell him about her secret face-to-face. Therefore, she could only go out first and send him a message while she was outside. "Where are you going? Do you need me?" said Leng Xiaoming. "No need. I'll be back soon," said Zhang Jin. But whether she would come back actually depended on Leng Xiaoming's answer. "Great. Be careful," said Leng Xiaoming. It was Zhang Jin's right and freedom to go out, so he couldn't stop her. After that, Zhang Jin changed her clothing and went out. Walking out of the inpatient department, Zhang Jin directly left the hospital. About 10 minutes later, Zhang Jin took out her phone and sent Leng Xiaoming a message. She didn't dare to call him. "Zhang Jin? Xiaoming, there is something very important about me, but I'm very afraid to let you know about it, so I kept it a secret from you. However, it's not fair on you if I don't tell you. So, I've made up my mind to tell you the secret now. I only hope that you can keep it between us. Please don't tell anyone else." I mentioned that story about a man and a female monster for a purpose because, at this moment, Zhang Jin paused and hesitated to finish, but a few seconds later, she continued. "Do you remember that you rescued a fox 5 years ago at the Heavenly Mountain? It wasn't an ordinary fox, it was a fox monster. And I'm that fox. I thought we wouldn't meet again. But Zhang Jin fell off the cliff 3 years later. She knocked into me accidentally. At that moment, I had just achieved a human shape after cultivation, but I was still a soul. After the hit, my soul entered Jean's body and I became her. So I have a human body now, but a monster's soul. I'm half human and half monster. After becoming Jean, I had her memories and learned about the relationship between the Jean family and the Leng family. I was determined to marry you to thank you for saving my life. But I was studying back then, so I couldn't go to see you without a good reason. I only hoped that we would meet one day after I became a better me. I know it sounds crazy to you, and you might think I'm fooling you, but it's all real. All this time I've been thinking about how to be honest with you. I don't want to scare you away and ruin our relationship. But I want to be with you so badly. I don't want to hurt you by telling you the truth after we have gotten together. I know the damage is done, but I only hope that it won't get worse. I don't have courage to tell you this face to face, so I can only send you a message. You don't need to rush to reply to me. Whether you accept it or not, please give me a reply before 12 p.m. tomorrow. After typing the message, Jean hesitated for a while longer. In the end, she summoned up her courage and sent it to Leng Xiaoming. Because Leng Xiaoming was playing on his phone, he saw Jean's message immediately and read it. When he read that Jean had kept a secret from him, Leng Xiaoming frowned. He didn't think it could be very important even though Jean said that she was afraid he might leave her after finding out. At this moment, Leng Xiaoming guessed that Jean might be in a bad physical condition. He wasn't willing to accept a girl with problems, but he wouldn't leave her just because she had an illness. As long as it wasn't a serious disease, he would stay with her because he loved her. However, when he continued to read the message, he became upset. He remembered that he had saved a fox at the Heavenly Mountain 5 years ago, but he didn't expect Jean to be the fox. Leng Xiaoming was subconsciously scared, but immediately felt it had to be a joke. However, after reading the message, Leng Xiaoming was totally shocked and his body even shook a little. It turned out that she wasn't the real Jean, but a monster fox who had achieved a human shape. After Jean accidentally fell off a cliff and hit it, Jean's soul entered its body, then became Jean, and now she was a half-human and half-monster. It was unbelievable. Although he had heard about zombies and was aware of the existence of strange creatures, he couldn't believe it when it happened in his life. When he got along with Jean, he had fallen in love with her and knew she was a very good girl. Especially when the car accident happened, her first reaction was to protect him, which shocked and touched him. If he missed the opportunity of becoming her boyfriend, it would definitely be his loss. Actually, before Jean came to see him, he was prepared to confess his affection for her. So he did not have that idea just because of the car accident. Now he realized why they were only slightly injured after their car fell into the river. It was Jean's effort, but she was a monster. Leng Xiaoming didn't feel disgusted, but it wasn't easy for him to accept either. Therefore, Leng Xiaoming didn't reply to Jean right away. He needed time to digest it. After pondering over it for an hour, Leng Xiaoming suddenly thought of Leng Xiaoting. He immediately called Leng Xiaoting and asked him about it. He wasn't close to Leng Xiaoting, but they were cousins and Leng Xiaoting was more reliable than anyone else in Leng Xiaoming's eyes. As long as he told Leng Xiaoting to keep it a secret, Leng Xiaoting would. Therefore, he would rather talk about it with Leng Xiaoting than with his own parents. In addition, Leng Xiaoting had seen zombies before, so it was easier for him to believe in other strange creatures. At that moment, Leng Xiaoting had just returned to his dormitory after training and having a meal. He was about to call Gu Ning when he suddenly received Leng Xiaoming's call. Because Leng Xiaoming rarely called him, Leng Xiaoting was surprised by his call, but he knew it had to be very important. Afterwards, Leng Xiaoting picked up the call. "Yeah, what's up?" Leng Xiaoting said in a flat tone, but he wasn't as cold as before. He simply remained calm. Xiaoting, do you have time now? Is it convenient? I need your opinion about something, said Leng Xiaoming. He felt a little uneasy having a private conversation with Leng Xiaoting. "I'm alone in the dormitory." "What is it?" said Leng Xiaoting. Leng Xiaoming opened his mouth, but somehow didn't know what to say. However, since he already called Leng Xiaoting, he couldn't give up halfway. Therefore, after hesitating for a few seconds, he said, "Someone asked me if I can accept it after knowing that the girl I like isn't a human, but a monster. So I want to ask you about it. If you were me, would you accept that?" Upon hearing that, Leng Xiaoting understood that Zhang Jin either just felt him out or told him her secret. "Well, it depends on whether you really like this girl. If the girl were Ningning, I would definitely accept it because we're in love with each other." Leng Xiaoting answered seriously. "Aren't you afraid of monsters?" asked Leng Xiaoming. "There are bad people and good people just like monsters. Would you hate a monster who treats you very well?" asked Leng Xiaoting. "Of course not," Leng Xiaoming answered without hesitation. "It's understandable that people are scared when they hear about monsters. But as you said, if it's someone you like, you can decide whether to accept her according to the affection between you. If there is no love, you will probably hate her after finding out that she's a monster. You might even want to cut off your relationship, but if you really like her, you'll hesitate and won't know what to do," said Leng Xiaoting. Although Leng Xiaoting seldom talked, he was patient, so he was willing to talk with Leng Xiaoming about it in detail. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoming admitted that it wasn't an easy decision to make. He undoubtedly liked Zhang Jin, but it would take time for him to be sure whether there was deep affection between them. If it really happens to me and we get together afterwards, will you find it disgusting?" asked Leng Xiaoming. Because of Zhang Jin's secret, he was worried about other people's opinions. It was unbelievable to ordinary people, and he cared about what other people thought of them. Nobody would know it if he kept it a secret, but he just wanted to know other people's opinions. If other people could accept it, he might feel better about it. "Why is it disgusting? Your opinion matters the most. There is no need to think about other people's opinions. Just follow your heart," said Leng Xiaoting. He rarely shared his life experience with other people. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoming felt better, but he still couldn't make a decision within such a short time. Suddenly, Leng Xiaoming realized that Leng Xiaoting might be aware of something. So he asked, "Xiaoting, do you know anything about it? I bet Miss Zhan told you about it, right?" asked Leng Xiaoting in an affirmative tone. He asked that because he decided to let Leng Xiaoming know that he was aware of Zhang Jin's secret. "How do you know?" Leng Xiaoming asked in surprise. He just had doubts, because Leng Xiaoting seemed to know something, but he wasn't sure whether Leng Xiaoting really knew about it. "What did she tell you?" asked Leng Xiaoting. Although he understood that Zhang Jin was honest with Leng Xiaoming, he still needed to ask Leng Xiaoming about their conversation. Leng Xiaoming hesitated for a second, then said frankly, "She sent me a message and told me that she isn't the real Zhang Jin. She is actually a monster fox. Her soul entered into Zhang Jin's body by accident, and she is now a half-monster." "What are your thoughts now?" asked Leng Xiaoting. "Aren't you surprised at all?" Leng Xiaoming asked. He was surprised that Leng Xiaoting didn't seem surprised at all after hearing his answers. "I'm not, because I knew already," Leng Xiaoting replied honestly. "What?" Leng Xiaoming was astonished. How come Leng Xiaoting was already aware of that? Why didn't Leng Xiaoting tell him? He didn't blame Leng Xiaoting for it, because Leng Xiaoting probably had a reason for not telling him. Even though he had a very shallow relationship with Leng Xiaoting wouldn't bother to harm him. Leng Xiaojia had treated Gu Ning so badly and had even almost killed their grandfather. But Leng Xiaoting only made Leng Xiaojia pay a small price. So clearly, as long as they didn't scheme against Leng Xiaoting, he wouldn't hurt them. Instead, he was very protective of the Leng family. "Let me be honest with you, but you must keep it between us. Actually, there are people with superpowers in this world. You already knew about monsters, but I'm one of those people with superpowers. So I knew that Miss Zhan is a half-monster when I met her for the first time. Normally, people with superpowers should kill monsters once we meet them, but Miss Zhan is only a half-monster. We shouldn't kill her. Anyway, she has done nothing wrong. In fact, she showed up specially for you from the very beginning. She only wants to return your kindness. She has no intention of hurting you, so we didn't stop her. However, whether you can accept her or not is very important, and I think that's the reason why she told you her secret," said Leng Xiaoting. "People with superpowers?" Leng Xiaoming was greatly surprised. He didn't expect Leng Xiaoting to have superpowers. Although this was the first time that he had ever heard about people with superpowers, he had seen them many times before on TV, so he could understand what it meant. It turned out that Leng Xiaoting was so strong because he had superpowers. Leng Xiaoming didn't think Leng Xiaoting would be weak as an ordinary guy, but it was very helpful to have superpowers. People with superpowers were good at fighting. It had nothing to do with one's intelligence. However, why did Leng Xiaoting say we? Who else knew? Thinking of that, Leng Xiaoming asked, "What do you mean we?" "Ningning also has superpowers," said Leng Xiaoting. He didn't mention Jing Yunyao. Leng Xiaoming took a deep breath. Surprisingly, Gu Ning had superpowers too. No wonder she was so outstanding. "What's the difference between a half-monster and a real monster?" asked Leng Xiaoming. "She still has some of the abilities of a monster, but not all of them. She isn't completely a monster. If she was a real monster, she would live for hundreds or even thousands of years, but she has a human body, so she can only live as long as a human. She can also get sick and die," said Leng Xiaoting. "Do you mean she's more of a human?" asked Leng Xiaoming. "Right," said Leng Xiaoting. Hearing Leng Xiaoting's explanation, Leng Xiaoming felt more relieved. His fear and discomfort also went away a lot. It was still hard for him to totally digest the news that Zhang Jin's soul was actually a monster fox. But now he would learn to accept it. "All right, I know what to do. Thank you, Xiaoting." Leng Xiaoming thanked him seriously. "No problem," Leng Xiaoting answered. Afterwards, they hung up. Right after Zhang Jin left the hospital, she went to book a room in a hotel. She was lost in thought as she stayed inside by herself. She told Leng Xiaoming that she wasn't eager to have his reply, and she knew he needed time to accept it, but she couldn't take her eyes off the screen of her phone. She hoped that he would call her right now. At the same time, she wasn't prepared for that. If Leng Xiaoming could accept her, she hoped that he could call her as soon as possible. But what if he couldn't? She didn't want that to happen, but she had to accept the result if he rejected her. Nevertheless, she hadn't received anything from Leng Xiaoming yet. Was he scared of her? Or was he still hesitating? If he was still hesitating to make a decision, did it mean that she still had a chance? Zhang Jin felt it wasn't very likely. After hanging up the call with Leng Xiaoting, Leng Xiaoming didn't contact Zhang Jin at once, because he needed time to digest and accept it. If he contacted Zhang Jin before he was sure that he could accept her, it would be irresponsible and would hurt her. Leng Xiaoting called Gu Ning after having the call with Leng Xiaoming. He told Gu Ning that Leng Xiaoming just called him. Zhang Jin had sent Gu Ning a message earlier in the afternoon, so Gu Ning wasn't surprised. "Do you think Leng Xiaoming can accept her?" asked Gu Ning. "Perhaps he will," said Leng Xiaoting. That was his idea, but he wasn't sure what Leng Xiaoming would do. If they are really in love with each other, I hope they will end up together. But if Leng Xiaoming can't accept it, we can't do anything about it. After all, it's really hard for ordinary people to accept, said Gu Ning. It's their affair. We should mind our own business. Do you miss me? Asked Leng Xiaoting. Yeah, every moment, said Gu Ning. Although it sounded like a perfunctory answer, that was her real feelings. How much do you miss me? Asked Leng Xiaoting again. To an extreme extent, said Gu Ning. Oh, did Leng Xiaoming tell you that he and Zhang Jin encountered a car accident today? Asked Gu Ning. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting frowned and said, No, he didn't tell me about it. What happened? Even though he had a very shallow relationship with Leng Xiaoming, they were family after all, so he cared about Leng Xiaoming's safety. After that, Gu Ning told Leng Xiaoting about the car accident, which Leng Xiaoming and Zhang Jin had encountered today. Have they found the mastermind? Asked Leng Xiaoting. No idea, I didn't ask further, said Gu Ning. In the meanwhile, Leng Xiaoming thought about it for an hour more, then made up his mind. 3 hours had passed, so it was already 10 p.m. After that, Leng Xiaoming called Zhang Jin. The moment her phone rang, Zhang Jin was slightly scared. When she saw Leng Xiaoming's name, she was excited and yet panicked because she didn't know whether it was good or bad news. Therefore, Zhang Jin didn't answer it right away. After hesitating for a few seconds, she finally picked it up, but she said nothing. Jean. Leng Xiaoming called her. Yeah, said Jean. I read your message, and I have to say I was shocked and terrified when I read it. I couldn't accept it right away, because it's totally beyond my imagination. I spent the last few hours pondering over it. Although I haven't completely digested it yet, I'm very sure that I love you. I want to be together with you. If you don't mind that I'm not really ready, can you give me a chance? Said Leng Xiaoming. He didn't hide his real thoughts, because it wouldn't be realistic if he didn't panic at all. Jean cried in excitement, but didn't cry aloud. It was honestly a surprising answer from him. She understood that Leng Xiaoming wasn't well prepared yet. Even if he was still scared of her, she was willing to wait till he gave her an answer as long as he didn't cut off their relationship. Are you serious? Asked Jean. She believed Leng Xiaoming, but it was very important, so she needed to make sure. Yeah, but do you mind that I still need more time? Asked Leng Xiaoming. Although it was understandable that he couldn't completely digest it yet, he called Jean back right away. He said that he loved her and wanted to be together with her, but he was afraid that she might think he was irresponsible. I don't mind it at all. Actually, your opinions matter more. Jean interrupted him at once. She now needed his acceptance more than he needed hers. She didn't mind that he needed more time. Where are you now? Asked Leng Xiaoming. I'm in the hotel, said Jean. What hotel is it? I can go pick you up, said Leng Xiaoming. He didn't ask Jean to come back on her own. Instead, he would go to pick her up. No need. I'll go back by myself. Jean declined. Great. Come back now. Leng Xiaoming didn't insist. He was considerate, but they were in an embarrassing situation now. Jean might need more time to calm herself down. It was not only Jean, he also needed more time to calm down. He didn't want to lose his manners when they met again. Sure, said Jean. Leng Xiaoming urged Jean to come back quickly, but Jean still didn't know how to face him. Even though Leng Xiaoming accepted her, she still felt very nervous. Therefore, Jean spent an hour getting to the hospital. Normally, it should only take her half an hour. When Jean arrived at the inpatient department, she saw Leng Xiaoming standing there alone at the gate watching in her direction. At that moment, Jean somehow felt like crying. Seeing Jean walking back, Leng Xiaoming immediately walked towards her. Jean avoided him a little, because she was still worried that he might disdain her. Leng Xiaoming didn't care about that at all. After reaching her, he directly held her hand and said gently, "Let's go back to the ward now." This was the first time that Leng Xiaoming had ever touched Jean, so he felt comfortably numb in an instant. At the same time, his heart was pounding. "Yeah," said Jean. Then she let Leng Xiaoming hold her hand and they walked back to the ward. Along the way, neither of them said anything, because they didn't know what to say. In the ward, Leng Xiaoming asked, "Do you need water?" "No need," Jean answered. "It's late now. Why don't you have some sleep?" said Leng Xiaoming. "Sure," said Jean. She took off her shoes and lay down without changing her clothing. Leng Xiaoming also returned to his bed. When he picked up his glass for some water, he noticed the pattern on it was in a different direction. The next moment, he became alert. Someone had entered this room and moved his glass. "Someone just came in here," said Leng Xiaoming. "What?" Hearing that, Jean immediately sat up in surprise. "This glass, when I went out, the pattern on the lid was 90 degrees, but now it has changed about 50 degrees, so it has been moved," Leng Xiaoming said. "Do we need to check the surveillance video to see who has come in?" said Jean. "I'm afraid the hospital has been bribed. If we conduct an investigation, it might alert them. I need to call Shouting first. He has the help of hackers. We can directly get a hacker to hack into the hospital's surveillance cameras," said Leng Xiaoming. "Right?" Jean nodded. After that, Leng Xiaoming called Leng Shouting. At this time, Leng Shouting was already asleep, but he woke up once his phone rang. He didn't feel displeased at all. Due to his status, he had to keep his phone on unless he was in a plane or carrying out a task. No matter who called him, he had to pick it up right away. Seeing Leng Xiaoming's call, Leng Shouting thought it was related to Jean, but it had to be something important since Leng Xiaoming called him so late. Therefore, he answered the call at once. After the call was answered, Leng Xiaoming directly told Leng Xiaoting about their situation. Without hesitation, Leng Xiaoting turned on his computer and hacked into the surveillance cameras in the hospital that Leng Xiaoming was in. Even though Leng Xiaoting wasn't very skilled at hacking, he could get the information he wanted as long as it wasn't highly confidential. About 15 minutes later, Leng Xiaoting successfully hacked into the surveillance cameras on the floor of the hospital that Leng Xiaoming was staying on. After Leng Xiaoming left the ward for 5 minutes, a female wearing a nurse's uniform and a mask walked in. Half a minute later, she left. After walking out of the ward, she went to the washroom. 2 minutes later, a woman in a casual suit walked out. Although she changed her clothes, Leng Xiaoting still recognized her. This woman was the nurse. Afterwards, Leng Xiaoting watched the woman leave in the surveillance video. The woman walked out of the washroom, then went straight downstairs and left. She went to the parking lot and drove out of the hospital in a black car. Leng Xiaoting had to stop there because his abilities were limited, but the information he got was enough for him to find the woman. Leng Xiaoming sent the information to Leng Xiaoming, who could solve the problem on his own. After receiving the evidence from Leng Xiaoming thanked him sincerely. Actually, while they had a bad relationship before, he wouldn't turn to Leng Xiaoting for help no matter what trouble he encountered. He found it humiliating to need Leng Xiaoting's help. His pride didn't allow him to do that. All he wanted was to surpass Leng Xiaoting. Leng Xiaoting joined the army afterwards. Leng Xiaoming thought that Leng Xiaoting wouldn't be able to have great achievements in the army, but unexpectedly Leng Xiaoting was promoted to Major General at such a young age. Now Leng Xiaoting was the most outstanding person in the whole Leng family except for Master Leng, and he could be even better in the future. Leng Xiaoming felt that Leng Xiaoting could definitely be better than Master Leng, as long as he had the ambition. In other words, Leng Xiaoting was qualified to be the Leng family's patriarch. However, from his perspective, Leng Xiaoting wasn't ambitious at all. Instead, Leng Xiaoting had a strong sense of responsibility. After receiving the evidence, Leng Xiaoming shared it with Zhang Jin. There was no need for him to keep it a secret. She must have been sent here by the mastermind. Because you survived, they wanted to try again, said Zhang Jin angrily. We must find the mastermind as soon as possible. I must teach him an unforgettable lesson. Ha ha! Hearing that, Leng Xiaoming snorted with laughter. What are you laughing at? Zhang Jin gave him a glare. She didn't understand why he was laughing at this moment. Well, you're so mad it seems as if you're the target, said Leng Xiaoming. He understood that Zhang Jin cared about him and felt touched. However, he still joked about it with her. You know I care about you. Don't embarrass me like that, Zhang Jin said, feeling embarrassed. I know, and I'm happy about it. I'm happy that you care about me. And it's precisely because I'm happy that I can joke with you, Leng Xiaoming said seriously all of a sudden. You? Zhang Jin was surprised when she heard Leng Xiaoming's confession. At that moment, Leng Xiaoming really wanted to hug Zhang Jin tightly, but he didn't do that because they weren't girlfriend and boyfriend yet. He didn't want to leave a bad impression on Zhang Jin. He didn't want to scare or upset her. It's late now. Have some sleep. I'll tell my secretary to investigate the woman tomorrow, said Leng Xiaoming. After Zhang Jin came back, he said nothing about her secret. He wasn't avoiding it, but there was no need to ask about it since he was already aware of the secret. If he brought it up, both of them would be embarrassed. Good night, Zhang Jin replied. Good night, said Leng Xiaoming. However, that night neither of them could sleep. During the next few hours, they stayed awake in their own thoughts. They knew neither of them was asleep, but no one said anything. They didn't sleep until 3 a.m. At 6 a.m., they woke up. Looking at each other, they were still a little uneasy. You're awake so early. Why don't you sleep for a while longer? Asked Leng Xiaoming. He honestly didn't know what to say. I'm used to getting up early, said Zhang Jin. What do you want for breakfast? I'll go buy it for you, asked Leng Xiaoming, getting out of bed. Zhang Jin wanted to stop him because she didn't want to bother him, but it wasn't a big deal. Congee with pork and century eggs, please, she said. What else? Asked Leng Xiaoming. Jean thought for a while, then said, "A glass of soy milk, and?" asked Leng Xiaoming again. He was afraid that Jean might be too shy to tell him what she really wanted to eat. "That's it. Nothing else," said Jean. Normally, she had a very simple breakfast. "Great. I need to wash up first," said Leng Xiaoming. Then he went to brush his teeth and wash his face. A few minutes later, he walked out and said to Jean, "I'll be back in a while." Hearing that, Jean felt touched and was filled with happiness. Happiness was very simple. When you were in love, a loving sentence could fill you with it. "Sure," said Jean. After that, Leng Xiaoming went out. When Leng Xiaoming was gone, Jean got up and washed up too. After washing herself, she gazed out of the window. She now had mixed emotions. Although Leng Xiaoming said he could accept the fact that she was a half-monster, they weren't girlfriend and boyfriend yet, which made her feel worried. She understood that it would take time, but she couldn't wait to hear a definite answer since she was deeply in love with him. About 20 minutes later, Leng Xiaoming got back. He bought 2 servings of congee with pork and century eggs and soy milk. Leng Xiaoming ate the same food as Jean. After breakfast, it was nearly 7 a.m., so Leng Xiaoming's secretary came. Leng Xiaoming had a screen capture of the woman and the license plate of her car. Then he sent the pictures to his secretary and told him to investigate it. "Oh, will she come again to make sure whether you've drunk the glass of water and had an accident?" said Jean. "It's possible, but she's just a pawn, so we don't need to care about her. Most importantly, we need to catch the mastermind," said Leng Xiaoming. "Right," said Jean. "Let's leave the hospital in a while. We can go to have delicious food," said Leng Xiaoming. Jean smiled and agreed. "Sure." During the morning, Leng Xiaoming didn't give Jean a definite answer, because he had his own plans. He planned to do something romantic. Because Leng Xiaoming didn't talk about it, Jean said nothing. She thought he needed time to completely digest it. Anyway, since he said he was willing to accept her, they would get together sooner or later. Like Jean said, the mastermind might send someone to check on Leng Xiaoming's condition today. They wanted to know whether he had drunk the water and what happened afterwards. At about 8 a.m., a strange man walked forth and back outside Leng Xiaoming's ward. But there were too many people walking by, so no one noticed the man's strange behavior. Even though they saw it, it had nothing to do with them. Leng Xiaoming and Jean stayed in the ward and didn't see the man. Even if they saw him, they wouldn't pay special attention to him. The man waited outside for an hour, but didn't see anything wrong in the ward, so he thought that Leng Xiaoming might not have taken the water. Therefore, he walked away. At about 10 a.m., Leng Xiaoming and Jean were discharged from the hospital. Because Leng Xiaoming's car was useless now, they could only take a taxi. Then Leng Xiaoming took Jean to a private clubhouse. "Are you sure we're going to have lunch right now? Isn't it too early?" asked Jean. It was slightly past 10 a.m., and she usually had lunch at about 12 p.m. "The club over there is by the lake. We can row a boat in the lake. If you don't want to eat so early, we can row first," Leng Xiaoming said. In fact, he took Jean there so early in order to row a boat with her for a while. "Why not?" Jean answered. Even though she didn't have many hobbies, she felt she would be interested in everything as long as she was with Leng Xiaoming. About 20 minutes later, Leng Xiaoming and Jean arrived at this private clubhouse. Because it was a private clubhouse, it was located farther from the city center for quietness and space. Only members could go inside, and they needed to swipe their membership cards or show their electronic membership cards before getting in. The membership card was just a card, while the electronic membership was bound to their mobile phones. They could directly take out their phones and show the code. It was convenient to use an electronic membership card, but a concrete card was still useful sometimes. Although a membership card was needed, they could use their friends as well. It didn't have to be the owner of the card. In addition, the services here were expensive. Only the rich and powerful could afford it. It had a great environment with a lot of entertainment, and most people could spend a whole day there once they came. Leng Xiaoming was a member of this club and had a good relationship with its boss. Although Jean had come to the capital to see him many times, This was the first time that Leng Xiaoming took her here, because this club wasn't open until last week. At the door of the club, Leng Xiaoming showed his electronic membership card to get in. Right as Leng Xiaoming and Zhang Jin walked in, the club manager came to welcome them. Because Leng Xiaoming was a good friend of the club's owner, the manager gave them a special treatment. Mr. Leng, do you want to have the meal right now? The manager asked Leng Xiaoming. No need to rush. We want to row a boat first, said Leng Xiaoming. Great. Let me take you there, said the manager. Then he took Leng Xiaoming and Zhang Jin to the boats. It was still early, but it was a weekend and they had just opened the club, so it was fresh and popular. They charged a lot for the services, but the prices were reasonable, so many people still chose to use them. After all, consumers didn't come here very often. Accordingly, there were many people rowing boats on the lake. Because the club owner was Leng Xiaoming's good friend, Leng Xiaoming knew his friends too. Since they were all friends, the club owner's friends ought to come to support him. Therefore, not only Leng Xiaoming, but many other friends of the club owner also came to have fun today. As a result, when Leng Xiaoming and Zhang Jin went to go take a boat, they saw several familiar faces. There were 2 men and 3 women at the same age as Leng Xiaoming. All of them were good-looking. Because they were familiar, they exchanged greetings. A woman saw Leng Xiaoming first, and her face lit up the moment she saw him. However, as soon as she saw Zhang Jin next to Leng Xiaoming, she looked displeased, but after a few seconds, she went back to normal and put on a smile. She walked to Leng Xiaoming and greeted him. Mr. Leng, so nice to see you. What a coincidence. Saying that, she turned to watch Zhang Jin with obvious hostility in her eyes. Is she your girlfriend, Mr. Leng? She asked Leng Xiaoming. Zhang Jin could see the woman's hostility towards her, and had a feeling that this woman liked Leng Xiaoming. When the woman asked Leng Xiaoming whether she was his girlfriend, Zhang Jin felt nervous. She wondered what Leng Xiaoming would say. Hi, Miss Chun. This is my girlfriend. Leng Xiaoming clearly knew what the woman was thinking, but his reply had nothing to do with that. He had already made up his mind to date Zhang Jin, and he had prepared a serious confession for that. Anyway, since Miss Chun asked about that, he couldn't deny it. When Zhang Jin heard Leng Xiaoming's reply, her heart raced. Hearing Leng Xiaoming's answer, Miss Chun was unhappy. Although she composed herself, she couldn't hide her real emotions. Well, I didn't expect you to have a girlfriend within just a week. She's very beautiful. Congratulations, Mr. Leng, said Miss Chun insincerely. She indeed liked Leng Xiaoming and wanted to ride on his coattails, but unfortunately Leng Xiaoming already had a girlfriend. Although she clearly knew that this woman met Leng Xiaoming before her, she was still unhappy. Thanks. Leng Xiaoming thanked her. Oh, Mr. Leng, you and your girl are out today? At this time, other people who were with Miss Chun also saw Leng Xiaoming and greeted him. Yeah, Leng Xiaoming said. Well, if you'll excuse me, we need to go now. Sure, please, they said. They didn't dare to bother Leng Xiaoming. After that, Leng Xiaoming left, holding Zhang Jin's hand. When they were far away, those people immediately turned to stare at Miss Chun, who looked mad. Oh, he already has a girlfriend now. I don't think you have a chance, one of the women said to Miss Chun, gloating over her bad luck. Hearing that, Miss Chun gave her a glare, then said mockingly, I don't have a chance. So do you. The woman panicked a little and argued at once. What do you mean? We all know that you like him. It has nothing to do with me. Don't think it's a secret. I know you like Leng Xiaoming too, said Miss Chun. Hearing that, one of the 2 men was upset, but he said nothing. There was only one couple among the 2 men and 3 women, but the other man was chasing the girl Miss Chun just laughed at. However, the woman didn't give him a clear answer. Although she also admired Leng Xiaoming, she didn't show her affection towards Leng Xiaoming as obviously as Miss Chun. She didn't let other people know about it either. But unfortunately, Miss Chun found out. I don't. That's slander, the woman angrily argued. Even though she admired Leng Xiaoming from afar, she wouldn't say it aloud. After all, her admirer was present right now. If she admitted it, he might stop chasing her. Although she wouldn't accept him, he was her plan B. If she didn't have a better choice, she would accept him. It's not slander and you know it, said Miss Chun. You? The woman's face distorted in anger. Chun Siyu, that's too much. All right, stop arguing now. Since we're out for fun, we should be harmonious. Don't be the wet blanket. Let's go row the boats. The woman, who was quiet the entire time, suddenly interrupted them. She was reluctant to see them arguing because both of them were her friends, and she didn't want to ruin their trip today. As for their argument, she thought both of them were right. If the woman didn't laugh at Chun Siyu first, Chun Siyu wouldn't expose her secret. Therefore, she blamed neither of them. Unexpectedly, she also liked Leng Xiaoming. In fact, Leng Xiaoming was so outstanding and was born in the Leng family in the capital. It was hard for women not to like him. However, neither of them matched Leng Xiaoming, so they shouldn't have much hope. The woman was unwilling to stop, but said nothing further. Anyway, she didn't know what she could say now. Chun Siyu didn't say anything either. In fact, if the woman didn't gloat over her bad luck, she wouldn't have exposed her secret. If she wanted to do that, she would have done it long ago. Then, they also went to row a boat. The woman's admirer felt uncomfortable after knowing that she also liked Leng Xiaoming, because she never gave him a clear answer and he thought he had a chance. She made him feel that there was chemistry between them, and that she would accept him sooner or later, but unexpectedly, she already knew who she really liked. Since she already found who she liked, why didn't she tell him? What did she mean? Was he just a backup? He believed Chun Siyu's words because it was obvious that the woman really liked Leng Xiaoming. Out of anger, he deliberately stayed away from her when they went to row a boat. Before today, he always followed behind her and people might even think they were a couple. The woman was depressed when her admirer kept a distance away from her, and it was all caused by Chun Siyu. Although she didn't accept him, she had a good impression of him. That was the reason why she didn't directly reject him. If she didn't have a better choice, she would accept him. Therefore, she felt he wasn't tolerant by staying away from her just because of Chun Siyu's words. Since he liked her, he should be tolerant. If he was afraid that she might be stolen away by another man, he should treat her better. Besides, she just liked Leng Xiaoming, but she hadn't confessed her affection for him. Why was he mad at her? Selfish people only thought about themselves and didn't allow other people to do anything to upset them. They always blamed other people for their own faults. The woman was unhappy that the man stopped chasing her just because of that, so she directly went up and pulled the man. "Come here, I need to talk with you." The man put on a cold expression but agreed. He was angry, but he didn't lose hope yet. After all, it wasn't easy for him to give up on the girl he liked. Therefore, if she could give him a reasonable explanation, he would get over it. After that, the man followed the woman to the side. Ha! Chun Siyu disliked the woman's behavior of keeping a plan B, but she said nothing. It wasn't her business, so she just sneered. When the man followed the woman to the side, the woman said, "Do you believe Chun Siyu? Isn't it true?" asked the man. Obviously, he believed it. Of course not. There is a huge gap between my and Leng Xiaoming's status. Do you think I have no self-awareness? Well, I admit I have some affection for him, but it's just appreciation. After all, he's very handsome and was born in a powerful family. Is that my fault? Said the woman. Hearing that, the man accepted her explanation. Frankly, he also had appreciation for outstanding women. Therefore, the man felt better. However, there was one important question he needed to ask her. "I've chased you for 2 months. Why didn't you give me a clear answer? Don't you have any patience? Girls need time to observe their admirers. Why can't you give me more time to think about it? If I easily accept you, we might also break up easily. We need more time to get to know each other." The woman argued, taking it for granted. The man was convinced. If a woman easily accepted him, he might lose interest in her. So the man said nothing and they went back to normal. "Sorry, I was a little intolerant." The man apologized. After all, he really liked this woman, so his anger went away after hearing her explanation. In order not to anger her, he made an apology. "All right, I just don't want to be misunderstood," said the woman. She was relieved that the man wasn't mad at her any longer. Although she had many admirers, this man was her best choice till now, so she was very likely to choose him. At that time, Leng Xiaoming had already set out. The boat they were riding was a pedal boat, so they moved it forward with their feet. There were also electric ones, which were generally provided for those who didn't want to pedal, but since they were out to have fun, pedaling was more interesting. The pedal boat had multiple seats and double seats. Leng Xiaoming and Zhang Jin rented one with 2 seats. There was a small table in front of their seats. On the small table was a plate of snacks, a plate of fruit and 2 bottles of juice. This lake wasn't very big, but it wasn't too small either. It was the size of a football field. There was a circular forest trail around the lake, where people could walk and run, and the air was very refreshing. If they had enough money, they could have a good vacation here. The scenery here is impressive, Zhang Jin said, because Zhang Jin was originally a monster fox and had stayed in the snow-capped mountains all year round. She liked this kind of wilderness and beautiful scenery far away from the bustling city. Deep down in her heart, she still liked this kind of tranquility, where there were mountains, water, and woods. Yeah, my friend owns this place, but it didn't open until last week. That's why when you came to see me previously, I didn't bring you here, Leng Xiaoming said. The services here should be very expensive, Zhang Jin said, but it couldn't be more obvious. Yeah, but it's acceptable, said Leng Xiaoming. As they chatted, neither of them brought up what happened earlier. Zhang Jin was a little upset, because she wasn't sure whether Leng Xiaoming really took her as his girlfriend. Leng Xiaoming didn't bring it up, because he wanted to talk about that a bit later. The 2 of them rowed for about an hour, then they returned to the shore because it was almost 12 p.m., so it was time for lunch. Back in the hall, the manager immediately came to collect them. Then he guided them to the private room in person. When they were left alone in the private room, Leng Xiaoming asked Zhang Jin to wait for a while. Then he stood up to get something from the cabinet. Before long, he took it out and Zhang Jin was struck dumb the moment she saw it. It was a large bunch of red roses. What did it stand for? Seeing that, Zhang Jin immediately understood what Leng Xiaoming was going to do, even though he said nothing yet, and she was very touched. Leng Xiaoming said nothing the entire time in order to surprise her, and he never disappointed her. Leng Xiaoming walked towards Zhang Jin with 99 roses in both hands, and Zhang Jin stood up subconsciously. Standing in front of Zhang Jin, Leng Xiaoming looked at her with a pair of loving eyes. Jin, I'm not good at sweet nothings. I can only be honest. I love you, although what you told me yesterday scared me a little. Can't change the fact that I love you. I accept it. After all, when you're in love, you must accept everything about the person you love. I have many shortcomings too, but you never disdain me. You even risked your own life to protect me when we were in danger. What else can I ask for from a girl? If I refuse to accept you just because you're not a human, then I'd be too selfish and wouldn't deserve your love. I want to be with you, not just because you saved my life, but because I really love you, and I hope that you can protect yourself first if there is any danger again in the future. I don't want you to be injured because of me. Otherwise I'd be sad and heartbroken. I would blame myself. Although Leng Xiaoming wasn't good at sweet nothings, his sincere words were much more touching. Zhang Jin's eyes were full of tears. Jin, will you be my girlfriend? Leng Xiaoming asked as he handed the bunch of flowers to Zhang Jin. Zhang Jin didn't take it over right away, because she was afraid it was just a dream. Do you mean it? Zhang Jin choked. She did her best to fight back her tears. Of course I mean it. I'd never joke about love, said Leng Xiaoming seriously. Why yes. Hearing Leng Xiaoming's affirmative answer, Zhang Jin didn't hesitate to take Leng Xiaoming's flowers. The moment Zhang Jin took his flowers, Leng Xiaoming beamed with happiness. He couldn't wait to give her a hug, but was afraid that it might be a little rude. They needed time to become intimate. Come here, put the flowers down. We should eat first. Leng Xiaoming reached out his hand and helped Zhang Jin put down the flowers on the table. After they sat down, Leng Xiaoming rang the service bell. Then a waiter came in and Leng Xiaoming told him that they were ready to have the meal. When Leng Xiaoming booked the private room, he had already placed the order. He ordered the restaurant's famous couple combo. I placed the order before you came. Do you mind? Asked Leng Xiaoming. Of course not, said Zhang Jin. She didn't care about the food at all since she was dining with Leng Xiaoming. Before long, Leng Xiaoming's order was placed on the table. Right after they finished the meal, Leng Xiaoming received his secretary's call, and they had the information about the woman. The woman's background was very simple. She was born in an ordinary family and there was no problem with that. She was also an ordinary worker working in an ordinary company, but she was the girlfriend of the son of a director who was caught and put in jail because of bribery last year. She tried to hurt Leng Xiaoming because it was the son's idea. Even the big truck driver was paid by the son to hit him, and the truck driver was the woman's relative. Therefore, Leng Xiaoming believed the mastermind behind the scheme against him must be the director's son. After all, the director fell into trouble because of Leng Xiaoming's report. Leng Yuanqian's people received that result at almost the same time, so when Leng Xiaoming called his father after hanging up his call with his secretary, Leng Yuanqian shared the result with him. However, that was just what they found out after the investigation. They didn't have solid evidence to prove that they were right, so they needed to do a further investigation. When Leng Xiaoming had the call with his secretary and Leng Yuanqian, he didn't avoid Zhang Jin, so she heard their conversations. Then what to do next? Do we need to catch the truck driver and the woman for interrogation? Asked Zhang Jin. She felt they might be able to get a result quickly by doing that. They will definitely deny it, unless we can find evidence to prove that they're scheming together. Without solid proof, we can't do anything to them, said Leng Xiaoming. It's hard to collect the evidence. After all, without clear recording or video of them scheming together, we can't prove they're guilty. But I do have an idea, said Zhang Jin. What is it? Asked Leng Xiaoming. We can directly threaten the director's son and force him to admit the crime, said Zhang Jin. That's a good idea, but I'm afraid we can't get what we want through violence. What if we alert them instead? Said Leng Xiaoming. He had the same idea, but he didn't think it was realistic. Right, but we can try it. Even if we can't get any evidence, as long as we can prove they did it, we can take revenge secretly. We don't need to wait till they're punished by the law. Anyway, the truck driver has agreed to pay the compensation, so it won't cause us any loss, said Zhang Jin. Compared with a punishment according to the law, she preferred to take revenge on her own. However, they had to be careful not to be dragged into trouble. Hearing Zhang Jin's words, Leng Xiaoming felt it wasn't a bad idea. If they couldn't find evidence, they wouldn't be able to put the mastermind in jail. Anyway, the truck driver agreed to pay the compensation so they wouldn't lose anything. As long as they were sure the director's son was the mastermind, it would be understandable if they took revenge secretly. But will it be exposed? Leng Xiaoming was afraid that their actions might be exposed, so if they decided to do that, they had to be very careful not to be exposed. No, but if you want to interrogate them, you can't do it in person. Just leave it to me. I can disguise myself for someone else. No one will know who I am, said Zhang Jin. No way, I can't let you do that alone. It's dangerous. Leng Xiaoming stopped her at once. He didn't think it was embarrassing to have a woman help him deal with it. He just didn't want Zhang Jin to take the risk. Cared for by Leng Xiaoming, Zhang Jin was very touched. She loved Leng Xiaoming, so she was willing to help him. After all, it was not very dangerous for her. I'm not an ordinary girl. I'll be safe, said Zhang Jin, trying to persuade Leng Xiaoming. No, you can't do it. Leng Xiaoming frowned worriedly. He believed Zhang Jin, but he cared about her too much. If you won't allow me to do it, I'll just do it secretly. Do you think you can stop me? You better tell me everything about them. Otherwise, I could be in serious danger. Zhang Jin threatened. She was determined to carry out her plan. She was so honest with Leng Xiaoming, because she knew it was impossible for him to stop her. He had his work to do, so he couldn't stay with her all the time. You? Leng Xiaoming felt amused yet annoyed. Anyway, since Zhang Jin had already made up her mind, he had to give in. Fine, you win. If he didn't give in, she might really end up in trouble without any help. Although Leng Xiaoming could stop her by threatening her as well, he wouldn't. There was no need for him to do that. If he threatened Zhang Jin, she might be hurt. I knew it. Zhang Jin said proudly. Leng Xiaoming gave in to her threat today, but she was reasonable. She knew how to carry out her plan. Leng Xiaoming put on a resigned look. No need to rush right now. I need some time to collect their information, said Leng Xiaoming. He didn't know much about the director's son yet. Sure, said Zhang Jin. After Zhang Jin became Leng Xiaoming's girlfriend, she shared the good news with her grandfather. They just got together and their romantic relationship wasn't stable yet. It was hard to say whether they would marry one day since it was still a little early. Nevertheless, Zhang Jin believed that Leng Xiaoming was her Mr. Right, so she wanted to marry him. She wouldn't give up unless he lost interest in her, betrayed her, or asked her to go away. Anyway, she wouldn't think about that right now. That didn't happen yet, and she believed Leng Xiaoming would be a loyal boyfriend. Even though Leng Xiaoming wasn't sure whether they would marry one day, he definitely took their relationship seriously. So he agreed to share the good news with their families right after they were together. Actually, both of their families hoped they could be together. When Zhang Daosong heard the good news, he was happy for Zhang Jin and Leng Xiaoming. He was very satisfied with Leng Xiaoming, and most importantly, Zhang Jin loved him. As long as Zhang Jin loved him, it was the best news he could ever hear. However, after the whole Zhang family heard the news, a drama happened. Zhang Jin's parents and older brother had a very good impression of Leng Xiaoming, because he and his family were outstanding. The Zhang family was rich too, but was hardly comparable to the Leng family. Nevertheless, it was still a properly matched marriage if Zhang Jin married Leng Xiaoming one day. After all, they were both from high society even though their families weren't equally rich. The drama happened because of Zhang Jin's third aunt, Mrs. Zhang was always setting Zhang Jin up with her nephew. Anyway, her natal family was rich too, or she wouldn't have been able to marry into the Zhang family. The Zhang family didn't care much about one's status, but only people in the same circle could get to know each other. Therefore, if Mrs. Zhang wasn't born in a rich family, she wouldn't have been able to meet Mr. Zhang. Mrs. Zhang's natal family was a normal rich family in City H. There was a huge gap between her natal family and the Zhang family, but the Zhang family didn't care about that. If Zhang Jin liked Mrs. Zhang's nephew, they would be supportive, but Zhang Jin disliked the man. In fact, Mrs. Zhang's nephew didn't leave a good impression on the other members of the Zhang family, but they said nothing about it in front of Mrs. Zhang. Mrs. Zhang's nephew was handsome and looked nice on the surface. He had a good job and seemed to be a good man. But Zhang Jin's older brother knew he had abandoned his pregnant ex-girlfriend and even slept with his ex-girlfriend's good friend. Zhang Jin's older brother had a really bad impression of this man and thought what the man had done was really disgusting. At the beginning, Zhang Jin's parents felt he might be a good choice and talked about him with her, but they gave it up after hearing what he had done. They also greatly disdained Mrs. Zhang's nephew. However, once Mrs. Zhang heard that Zhang Jin was Leng Xiaoming's girlfriend, she was mad. What? Jin is Leng Xiaoming's girlfriend now? Why? My nephew Zhao is also an outstanding young man. He's so familiar to us. Isn't he a better choice than Leng Xiaoming? Why do you allow Jin to be together with another man? Hearing that, many members of the Zhang family were displeased. Zhang Jin's mother couldn't stand it anymore and directly argued. How could you say that? It's my daughter's freedom to choose whoever she wants to be with. It's a different society now. She doesn't need to obey our orders. Even if she needs our advice, we're very satisfied with Leng Xiaoming. Leng Xiaoming is a handsome young man with a good job and a top family background. It's our luck that we can have an alliance with the Leng family. Zhao is also a good man, but to be frank, he's hardly comparable to Leng Xiaoming. Ridiculous. Although Zhao isn't comparable to Leng Xiaoming, he's one of our relatives. Why do you care so much about status? Do you disdain him just because Zhao isn't as rich as Leng Xiaoming? Mrs. Zhang argued angrily. To be clear, it's your relative, not ours. And don't judge us just because we didn't choose him. We just want Jean to be with someone she loves. We don't care about one's family background. Your nephew is good to you, but not good to us. Don't think we know nothing about him. We just didn't want to embarrass you, so we said nothing. But we're aware of his immoral deeds, said Zhang Jin's mother. Saying that, Zhang Jin's mother got even angrier. All of a sudden, She blurted it out. He abandoned his pregnant ex-girlfriend and slept with his ex-girlfriend's good friend. He's clearly a jerk. What? Really? Zhang Daosong was astonished and looked mad too. He had had a good impression of Su Jihao, but he wouldn't force Zhang Jin to be together with him because Zhang Jin didn't like him. Unexpectedly, Su Jihao turned out to be such a terrible man. Mrs. Zhang was surprised and embarrassed when Zhang Jin's mother said it aloud. As Su Jihao's aunt, she was aware of that, but she didn't think it was a big deal. Anyway, it was in the past. Thinking of that, she said, "No young man hasn't made mistakes. It's over and he's different now. It's not just a mistake. It's a person's quality. If I introduce such a terrible man to your daughter, would you accept?" asked Zhang Jin's mother. "Of course, N." Mrs. Zhang subconsciously responded, but before she finished, she realized she shouldn't say that. She immediately changed her attitude and said, "Don't criticize me like that. I just want Jean to be happy." Although she said that, she wouldn't let her own daughter date such a terrible bad man. Her daughter was going to marry a governor's son, and they had a good relationship now. In fact, she set up Zhang Jin and Su Jihao in order to help the Su family. If Zhang Jin married into the Su family, it would be very good for the Su family. Moreover, because Zhang Jin was better than her own daughter, she didn't want Zhang Jin to marry a better man than her own daughter. "Oh, really? I don't think so. You simply want your nephew to live a good life. If you really care about Jean, shut up now. Jean already has a quality man. If she becomes your nephew's girlfriend, she wouldn't be as happy. You don't want your own daughter to have such a terrible man as her boyfriend. Why do you want to introduce my daughter to him? If you have nothing to do, pay more attention to your own daughter and stay away from mine," said Zhang Jin's mother angrily. She was furious. Mrs. Zhang was very selfish and the other members of the Zhang family didn't like her very much. But she wouldn't cause serious trouble, so they wouldn't argue with her. However, what she said today was unacceptable. "You..." Mrs. Zhang was furious. "You don't cherish my kindness at all. You..." "Enough!" Before she could finish, Zhang Daosong stopped her and gave her a glare. "Stop talking about that now. You should at least have an understanding of yourself. Don't be so self-centered and force other people to do what you wouldn't like. You don't have that power." He originally thought that Mrs. Zhang was kind, but now she turned out to be very malicious. When Zhang Daosong opened his mouth, Mrs. Zhang didn't dare to say another word, but she was still mad. The Lung family was indeed influential and Leng Xiaoming was very outstanding. But Zhang Jin was just dating Leng Xiaoming. It was hard to know whether they would get married in the future. Mrs. Zhang really wanted to see Leng Xiaoming abandon Zhang Jin. Leng Xiaoming also shared the good news with his mother. He actually didn't want to talk about it since it was his own business, but Zhang Jin quickly shared the news with Master Zhang, so he didn't want to disappoint her. Jiang Shuyuan was happy to know that Leng Xiaoming and Zhang Jin were finally boyfriend and girlfriend. Without delay, she shared the news with other people in the Leng family. However, before Leng Xiaoming solved the problem he encountered, something awful happened to Leng Xiaojia. She went abroad the other day. Because she had stayed in country Y for a few years, she had some friends there. When she got bored, she went to have fun with them. Unfortunately, the son of a senior official of country Y sexually harassed her today. They pushed and pulled each other, causing her to accidentally push the man down, and a sharp stone hit him in the back of his head. Then he lost consciousness. As a result, Leng Xiaojia was kept in country Y, and the government wanted Leng Yuanqian to come and deal with it in person. Knowing that, the Leng family immediately thought it might be a scheme, and there must be a storm. Anyway, since they wanted Leng Yuanqian to go there, Leng Yuanqian had to go. If he didn't, he couldn't solve the problem. After all, it was Leng Xiaojia's fault. However, if Leng Yuanqian went there alone, he would be in a very dangerous situation. Therefore, Master Leng went to talk to Jing Yunyao and wanted her to go with to protect Leng Yuanqian. Anyway, Jing Yunyao was a cultivator with superpowers. With her help, Leng Yuanqian should be fine. Jing Yunyao disliked Leng Xiaojia, but Leng Xiaojia was not the only one being targeted this time. The target was Leng Yuanqian and the whole Leng family. If it was just an accident, Leng Yuanqian didn't need to go there in person. They would just send over a representative. Accordingly, Jing Yuniao had to stand out at this moment. However, if she went there with Lang Yuanxian, it would be inconvenient for them to make the trip together. Jing Yuniao then told Gu Ning about it and asked her to go with her. However, Gu Ning didn't think Jing Yuniao should go after hearing about it, because the Lung family could also be in danger if the Lung family was really the target. Jing Yuniao needed to stay to protect the Lung family. Gu Ning and Si Jin, on the other hand, could go there and protect Lang Yuanxian. Jing Yuniao agreed and accepted Gu Ning's plan. After that, she shared the result with Master Lung, who agreed, but he still called Gu Ning and reminded her to be careful. It was an emergency, so after they made the decision, they booked plane tickets to the capital of country Y the next day. Wei Lingfeng knew about it, so he let Lang Yuanxian off for a few days. Because the Lung family and Wei Lingfeng were on the same boat, they shared glory and failure. If the Lung family was targeted, he could be the main target. Even if the target wasn't him, he would also be in danger if the Lung family was in trouble. After all, it was time to select the new president, and the selection was only a month away. Currently, he was the most popular candidate. Under his leadership, their country made obvious progress, so he had a wide range of support. However, there were still many people who wanted to unseat him because they felt they could do better. Most people who wanted to be the president aimed to build a greater country, but they also wanted to benefit more from that position. All of them were ambitious and had a strong desire for power. However, if they wanted to unseat Wei Lingfeng, they had to defeat the Lung family first. If only Wei Lingfeng was in trouble, given the Lung family's abilities, they could quickly replace Wei Lingfeng. There were a lot of able people in the Lung family's faction, and many of them were able to be the president. Many of those people who participated in the selection belonged to the Lung family's faction, and they had great support too, so other candidates felt anxious. Not just the other three major families in the capital saw the Lung family as a big threat. The four major families in the capital had the greatest fame, but they weren't necessarily the strongest. The Lang, Rong, Yuan, and Chang families were the four major families in the capital because of their long history. In fact, there were many new families that had wealth and influence too. Therefore, the most famous families were the four major families in the capital, but there were dozens of important families in the capital. It was very complicated. After all, there were many skilled people, but not all of them were willing to rely on an important family to live. They usually preferred to build a family on their own. Because they couldn't get through to Leng Xiaoting right now, they didn't share the news with him, but Lang Yuanxian told Leng Xiaoming about their plan once they made the arrangement. Although it would worry Leng Xiaoming, they didn't want him to be ill-prepared. The Lung family was obviously the target this time. When Leng Xiaoming heard the news, he was angry and worried, but they could only be more careful. Given the Lung family's status, they knew it would happen sooner or later, so they weren't too surprised. They were just worried and angry. What should we do now? Are you going to country Y? Asked Leng Xiaoming worriedly because it was clearly a trap. Right, we're leaving tomorrow morning, said Lang Yuanxian in a gloomy mood. Even though Gu Ning and Si Jin would follow him there. Although Lang Yuanxian understood that both Gu Ning and Si Jin were very strong, he still had worries. After all, it was a very serious problem this time. But it's obviously a trap, said Leng Xiaoming. I know, but your younger sister, said Lang Yuanxian. It was his daughter and the government of country Y asked him to go. He had to do it. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoming didn't know what to say. It was his own younger sister. If he were asked to go to country Y, he would go without hesitation. No need to worry. Gu Ning and a senior disciple of her master will go with me. I have bodyguards to protect me secretly as well. I am telling you this simply to remind you to be careful. Someone is deliberately targeting our family, said Lang Yuanxian. Be careful. Leng Xiaoming felt relieved when he heard Gu Ning would go as well. He knew Gu Ning wasn't an ordinary girl and was incredibly strong. No matter what he said right now, it was useless, so he could only remind them to be careful. Yeah, I know. You should also be careful. Lang Yuanxian also reminded Leng Xiaoming. I will, said Leng Xiaoming. After hanging up, Leng Xiaoming was extremely upset. Zhang Jin was right next to him, so she heard their conversation. After that, she comforted and said, Gu Ning will be there. There's no need to worry. She's really strong. Because Zhang Jin didn't know that Lang Xiaoming was already aware of Gu Ning's superpowers, she couldn't say it aloud. She could only say that Gu Ning was very strong. Lang Xiaoming understood that Zhang Jin knew Gu Ning had superpowers, so he was relieved after hearing Zhang Jin's words. But he was still anxious and wanted to make sure of it. So he asked, "Is she really so strong?" "Yeah, she's honestly very strong. Much stronger than you can imagine. Don't worry, if she's going there with your father, I believe your father will be safe," said Zhang Jin. Knowing that, Lang Xiaoming was relieved. "In fact, I know Gu Ning isn't an ordinary girl, but I don't know how strong she is. Anyway, after hearing your words, I'm feeling much more relieved," said Lang Xiaoming. Hearing Lang Xiaoming's reply, Zhang Jin realized that Lang Xiaoming might also know that Gu Ning had superpowers, but she wasn't sure he had heard about cultivators. "Well, since you know she isn't an ordinary girl, I think I can be honest with you. Frankly, I'm barely 1/10 as strong as Gu Ning. And a senior disciple of her master will go with too," Zhang Jin said. "If Gu Ning were at the accident scene yesterday, we wouldn't have been knocked into the river. Instead, the big truck would have fallen into the river. After all, she's 10 times stronger than me." Lang Xiaoming was shocked. Although he knew Gu Ning was strong, he didn't expect her to be so strong. In that case, there was indeed no need for him to be so worried even though he cared about his family very much. In the afternoon, Lang Xiaoming collected information about the director's son and sent it to Zhang Jin. Zhang Jin decided to interrogate the director's son that night. At about 10 p.m., Zhang Jin took action. Before that, she disguised herself as someone else. She was wearing black sportswear. In order to keep Lang Xiaoming out of this, Zhang Jin separated from him before she disguised herself. She went to a blind spot in the surveillance cameras and didn't come out again until she looked totally different. While they were apart, Lang Xiaoming kept reminding her to be careful. Before that, they made sure that the director's son, Chen Yunheng, was drinking with his friends in a bar. Zhang Jin went directly to the bar. She sat by the counter and ordered a drink, glancing at the table that Chen Yunheng was at once in a while. Chen Yunheng left at 12 a.m., followed by Zhang Jin. Zhang Jin followed Chen Yunheng till his apartment, not afraid of being caught by surveillance cameras. She stepped into the elevator after him, but she deliberately kept a distance behind him and only rushed inside after making sure that Chen Yunheng pressed the floor button. Zhang Jin saw the button of the 19th floor was light, so she randomly pressed the 26th floor. Chen Yunheng couldn't see anything wrong with Zhang Jin, because he seldom came here. He didn't even know his neighbors next door, let alone other residents in this building. At the 19th floor, he walked out of the elevator, and Zhang Jin immediately followed him. Because Chen Yunheng was drunk and felt a little dizzy, he didn't notice Zhang Jin was following him. Afterwards, he opened the door of his apartment. As soon as the door opened, Zhang Jin went over and pushed Chen Yunheng into the apartment. The next moment, she closed the door behind her. Chen Yunheng was scared, but he figured it out the moment he saw that it was Zhang Jin who followed him all the way up through the elevator. "Who are you? What do you want?" Chen Yunheng angrily questioned. Because it was just a woman, he wasn't frightened. He was only surprised by her sudden actions. "You don't need to know who I am. I just want to ask you a few questions," said Zhang Jin in a lowered voice. "I don't know you. You shouldn't stay here. If you don't go out right now, don't blame me for chasing you out." Chen Yunheng threatened in anger. "I'm afraid you can't," said Zhang Jin. Before Chen Yunheng could do anything to her, she attacked him. Before Chen Yunheng reacted, Zhang Jin had already controlled him. After he came back to his senses, he was astonished and struggled heavily. Unfortunately, no matter how he struggled, he couldn't get rid of her. Chen Yunheng was extremely surprised by Zhang Jin's strength. Because he failed to get away, Chen Yunheng snapped at her. "Let me go. Do you think I'll listen to you?" Zhang Jin sneered. Chen Yunheng realized he couldn't get rid of Zhang Jin by himself, so he immediately shouted for help. But the moment he opened his mouth, Zhang Jin squeezed his cheeks to stop him from making any sounds. "You better be quiet. I'll just ask you a few questions. If you honestly answer it, I won't hurt you, but if you dare to play tricks, you'll get hurt." Don't doubt my words. Since I dare to come, I'm clearly not afraid of the police. Zhang Jin threatened him. Chun Yunheng was unhappy at being threatened like that, but he was left with no choice because this woman was very strong. If she just wanted to ask him a few questions, he decided to hear what she wanted to ask first. However, Zhang Jin was squeezing his cheeks so he couldn't speak at all. He could only quietly look at her to show that he would listen to her. Zhang Jin could see it, so she loosened her hand on the man's cheeks. Although Chun Yunheng could talk now, he didn't dare to struggle or fight back because of Zhang Jin's abilities. What's your question? Is Wu Xiaoli your girlfriend? Asked Zhang Jin. Chun Yunheng didn't understand why she asked him that, but it wasn't a secret, so he replied honestly. Yes. Were you together last night? Asked Zhang Jin. Hearing that, Chun Yunheng thought she came because of Wu Xiaoli, but Wu Xiaoli was indeed with him last night. Yeah. Did you order someone to knock into Leng Xiaoming's car? Asked Zhang Jin. Chun Yunheng was shocked and panicked. No, I didn't. He denied at once. However, even though Chun Yunheng denied it, his reaction said everything. It had something to do with him, otherwise he wouldn't panic like that. Why did you panic? Zhang Jin sneered. Chun Yunheng had to force himself to calm down. But it only further proved that he was guilty. I didn't. It has nothing to do with me. Don't hurl the blame on innocent people. I can sue you. Chun Yunheng argued loudly, as if the louder he argued the truer his words would be. But Wu Xiaoli was in the hospital last night. Why did you tell me that she was with you? Asked Zhang Jin. Chun Yunheng suddenly didn't know what to say. Unexpectedly, they found out about Wu Xiaoli and were even suspicious of him. What? Why don't you say something? Asked Zhang Jin meaningfully. She was absent for a while last night, but she came back later, said Chun Yunheng. But the moment he said it, he realized that it wasn't right. However, he couldn't tell why. No, Wu Xiaoli wasn't with you last night. She went back home, said Zhang Jin. Hearing that, Chun Yunheng finally realized why he felt it wasn't right. Wu Xiaoli indeed wasn't with him last night, and this woman must know where Wu Xiaoli went after visiting the hospital. If he told her that Wu Xiaoli came back later, he was obviously lying. Suddenly, Chun Yunheng thought of the mistake Zhang Jin just made and asked, You didn't ask me a specific time of last night. I was with her earlier, but we separated later. Well, you're not dumb, but I don't believe your words now. Zhang Jin sneered. Even though he caught the mistake she made, his reaction already betrayed him. Tell me, did you order Wu Ming to knock into Leng Xiaoming's car? However, Leng Xiaoming survived, so you ordered Wu Xiaoli to drug him? Asked Zhang Jin. No, I didn't. It wasn't me. I'm innocent. Chun Yunheng denied it at once. At the same time, he criticized Zhang Jin angrily. He definitely wouldn't admit it even though they knew it was him. As long as there was no evidence to prove it was done by him, Zhang Jin could do nothing to him. Do you think I don't know what to do with you if you deny it? If you admit it, you may just be punished by the law. You'll only spend a few years in jail. But if you refuse to tell me the truth, I'll kill you right now and no one will know, said Zhang Jin disdainfully, putting pressure on Chun Yunheng, causing him to feel very stressed. Besides, Zhang Jin showed a strong intention to kill on her face, which scared Chun Yunheng. He wasn't sure whether Zhang Jin really meant it. He didn't believe she would dare to kill people without careful thinking. But despair gave courage even to a coward. Therefore, Chun Yunheng was still very frightened because he didn't want to die. However, he was unwilling to admit it, so he chose to be silent for the time being. What? Do you think I'm just scaring you? Zhang Jin asked when he fell silent. Don't think you can get away with it if you dare to kill me. The police will catch you sooner or later. Chun Yunheng tried to threaten Zhang Jin and hoped she could give up the idea of killing him. So? I don't care. I just want you to pay the price for scheming against Leng Xiaoming, said Zhang Jin aggressively. Without hesitation, she drew a dagger from her waist. Stepping towards Chun Yunheng, she seemed ready to kill at any moment. Stop. Chun Yunheng stumbled back in fear, but there was no room behind him. He hit the wall after a simple step back. Chun Yunheng wanted to shout for help, but he knew that she would pinch his cheeks again if he did that. And what if he angered her by shouting for help? She might directly kill him. I can give you one last chance. Are you going to admit it or not? Zhang Jin's dagger drew closer and closer to Chen Yunheng. I didn't. Chen Yunheng still denied it. If so, go to hell. Zhang Jin made up her mind and stabbed Chen Yunheng in his chest. She wouldn't hesitate to injure him, but she wouldn't really kill him. Although she disguised herself as someone else, she was still reluctant to kill. After all, she had no right to deprive Chen Yunheng of his life. I admit it. Seeing that the dagger was about to stab into his chest, Chen Yunheng immediately gave in. He didn't expect her to really kill him. The moment Chen Yunheng yielded, Zhang Jin stopped. The dagger already touched his chest. If he was a second later, the dagger would be stabbed into his chest. Chen Yunheng broke out in a cold sweat and felt that he had good luck. Tell me what you did. Zhang Jin didn't move the dagger away. Instead, she pressed it against Chen Yunheng's chest. Chen Yunheng didn't come back to his senses until he heard Zhang Jin's voice. He took a deep breath and said, I ordered Wu Ming to knock into Lang Xiaoming's car, but I'm not the mastermind. The mastermind is the Yuan family. It was the Yuan family's orders. Chen Yunheng was unwilling to die for the Yuan family. If he confessed, he would just be an accessory, not the mastermind, and his punishment would be much lighter. He would only be sentenced to 4 or 5 years in jail and could still live a good life after coming out, but he would lose everything if he died right now. Zhang Jin was struck dumb for a second. She thought that Chen Yunheng was the mastermind, but unexpectedly the mastermind was someone else. However, she wasn't sure whether it was true. The mastermind is the Yuan family? Didn't you order someone to knock into Lang Xiaoming's car because your father was arrested due to his report? Asked Zhang Jin. No, I did have that idea, but didn't dare to do it because I didn't want to get in trouble as well. The Yuan family's people came to see me. They threatened and bribed me, so I agreed to help them, said Chen Yunheng sincerely. He wanted to win Zhang Jin's trust. After all, there was a huge gap between the mastermind and the accessory. Do you have evidence? If not, I can't believe your words, said Zhang Jin. But she was actually already convinced to some extent. Although she wasn't born in the capital and barely knew about the situation there, she was aware that the 4 major families were enemies. They always schemed against each other. In order to seize power, they played all kinds of tricks. If the mastermind was the Yuan family, the Chang family, or other families, Zhang Jin wouldn't be surprised. But Zhang Jin wouldn't think it must be one of them just because they were likely to be guilty. Perhaps there were other families who were trying to frame the Yuan family. She wasn't defending the Yuan family, but schemes were usually complicated. They told me that they're from the Yuan family, said Chen Yunheng. That can't prove anything. They could have lied to you by saying they're from the Yuan family. Tell me how you contact them. Where did you meet? The person's age, gender, features, and your conversation? If you can't tell me all the above, I can't believe you, said Zhang Jin. It's a man, and he directly stopped me in the underground parking lot of my house. We had a conversation in my car. He was wearing a baseball cap and a mask. I couldn't see his face. He told me he knew my father was put in jail because of Lang Xiaoming's report, so he offered me a chance to take revenge. I didn't agree at the beginning because I was unwilling to go against Lang Xiaoming. I didn't want to end up in trouble. But the man told me that he's a member of the Yuan family and could protect me. So I went to see Wu Ming, but Wu Ming failed. I could only ask Wu Xiaoli to drug Lang Xiaoming. Unfortunately, both of them failed, said Chen Yunheng. What else? Asked Zhang Jin. Nothing else, said Chen Yunheng. Isn't there any way to contact them? Asked Zhang Jin. No, because I've not done anything successfully, so I didn't contact him, said Chen Yunheng. Looking at Chen Yunheng's sincere face, Zhang Jin believed that he wasn't lying, but she needed to further investigate to know whether the mastermind was really the Yuan family. All right, I believe you, but don't try to fool me. I'll keep an eye on you. If you dare to fool me, I might not withdraw this dagger so quickly next time. Don't try to run away unless you don't want to live. Stay home, and I'll come to see you again. Zhang Jin threatened him. She wouldn't watch him in person, but Lang Xiaoming's people would. No matter what Chen Yunheng did, they would know. No, I won't go anywhere, said Chun Yunheng at once. He had his own idea. Actually, he had planned to run away right after Zhang Jin left. He would go abroad and would never come back again. However, being threatened by Zhang Jin, he gave in. He knew there would be a worse result if he was caught after running away. Therefore, Chun Yunheng didn't dare to play any tricks. But I need to work, said Chun Yunheng. Do you want to work? Don't you know the situation you're in right now? The police will come and arrest you tomorrow. If you don't want to suffer, stay at home. Otherwise I'll break your legs, so that you literally can't go anywhere. Zhang Jin threatened him once more. Fine, I won't go out. Chun Yunheng was too scared to argue with Zhang Jin now. Listen, I've arranged for someone to watch you. As long as you walk out of this door, your life will be in danger. Zhang Jin warned him for the last time. This time, Chun Yunheng was in utter despair and didn't dare to fight back. After that, Zhang Jin left. Although Zhang Jin was gone, Chun Yunheng didn't get better. He was fine now, but he would be in serious trouble tomorrow. However, he couldn't do anything about it. After his father was arrested, his family lost their influence, so he honestly had no idea who would help him. In fact, no one could help him. After all, he annoyed the Lung family, and he couldn't contact the man who claimed to be a member of the Yuan family. He realized the man obviously had no intention of letting him find him. Even if anything went wrong, he had to carry the blame on his own. At this moment, Chun Yunheng hoped that Leng Xiaoming could find the mastermind as soon as possible. In that case, he could receive a lighter punishment. After Zhang Jin left, she walked around to find a place where no one would notice her. She changed her appearance back to normal before going home. She wouldn't take the same way home, otherwise she would easily become a suspect. By the time Zhang Jin got back to Leng Xiaoming's residence, it was already 1 a.m. Leng Xiaoming didn't go to pick Zhang Jin up. He cared about her safety, but she told him to stay at home and to not go anywhere because he was in more danger than she was. Zhang Jin didn't tell him that she was coming back and didn't call him to open the door until she reached the gate. The moment Leng Xiaoming received her call, he was excited. Without delay, he ran to open the door. Zhang Jin called him before knocking at the door in order to not scare him. After Leng Xiaoming opened the door, Zhang Jin walked in. Leng Xiaoming closed it behind them, then asked Zhang Jin at once, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Zhang Jin smiled. "Really?" Leng Xiaoming asked worriedly. Because they just got together, he couldn't check her body to make sure she was fine. "I'm really fine. I'm just a little thirsty," said Zhang Jin. "Oh, let me pour you a glass of water," said Leng Xiaoming. Then he went to pour water for Zhang Jin. He also picked some fruits for her. "How is it?" Leng Xiaoming asked after seeing that Zhang Jin was indeed fine. Chun Yunheng confessed, "But he told me he isn't the mastermind," said Zhang Jin. "What? Chun Yunheng isn't the mastermind? Then who is it?" asked Leng Xiaoming with a frown. "Chun Yunheng said it was a member of the Yuan family," said Zhang Jin. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoming's frown deepened. Zhang Jin continued. "He said a man stopped him in the parking lot of his house the other day. The man got in his car and wanted him to pay you back with coercion and bribery. Chun Yunheng said he was unwilling to do that, because he didn't want to get in trouble. But the man said that he's a member of the Yuan family. Chun Yunheng yielded in the end. I think it's possible that the mastermind is someone else, but I'm not sure whether it's the Yuan family. After all, they might have been framed. Anyway, we need to investigate further to find out who the real mastermind is." "You're right. I also think Chun Yunheng carried out someone else's order, but I can't be sure whether it's the Yuan family. Normally, if it's the Yuan family, they wouldn't tell Chun Yunheng who they are. But maybe they are too confident and believe that Chun Yunheng will keep it a secret," said Leng Xiaoming. "What should we do next? Chun Yunheng can't contact the man right now. We have no leads," said Zhang Jin. "Since we know where they met, we can check the surveillance cameras. Shouting can help us with that. He's good at hacking. He can hack into the surveillance cameras with his own computer," said Leng Xiaoming. However, it was too late now, so Leng Xiaoming didn't bother Leng Shouting. "Oh, how's Chun Yunheng now?" asked Leng Xiaoming. "I threatened him and told him that I arranged for someone to watch him. As long as he steps out of his home, he'll be killed. I bet he won't dare to leave. Zhang Jin said, I think your people can keep us updated on his information if he really leaves his home. If no accidents happen, tomorrow we can call the police. I have a recording of his confession with a wireless pinhole camera. That can be our evidence. Thank you so much for your effort. Leng Xiaoming thanked Zhang Jin sincerely. Don't say that. We're so close. Zhang Jin was more than happy to help Leng Xiaoming. Leng Xiaoming said nothing further because they were indeed very close now. He didn't want to upset Zhang Jin. All right, get some sleep now. I need to deal with his video, said Leng Xiaoming. He didn't want her to be too tired. Sure. Zhang Jin agreed. Then Leng Xiaoming took her to sleep in the master bedroom. Why did you take me to the master bedroom? I can sleep in the guest room, said Zhang Jin, feeling a little nervous. She wondered whether Leng Xiaoming was going to sleep with her tonight. She was willing to do that, but they just got together and she wasn't mentally prepared yet. Leng Xiaoming didn't notice Zhang Jin's embarrassment, but he wouldn't do anything inappropriate to her. It's fine. I'll sleep in the guest room, said Leng Xiaoming. All right. Zhang Jin said nothing further. After accommodating Zhang Jin, Leng Xiaoming went back to the living room. He picked up the micro camera and turned on his computer to edit the video. He deleted Zhang Jin's threatening Chen Yunheng and the pictures of her pointing a dagger at Chen Yunheng. If the police saw that, it would affect Zhang Jin. In fact, he only kept the most important part. Afterwards, Leng Xiaoming went to bed. However, lying in the bed for a long time, he could barely sleep because he worried about Leng Yuanqian and Leng Xiaojia. He knew that Gu Ning had superpowers, but he was still anxious. Because it was too late, he didn't call Leng Yuanqian about what Zhang Jin found out tonight. He decided to wait till tomorrow. Other major families heard that Leng Xiaojia was abroad. After all, it was reported to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs first, so many people learned about it afterwards. The major families had their members working in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, so they gloated over the Leng family's misfortune and waited to watch a drama. Although they understood that the Leng family would be suspicious of them and it would affect their family's reputation, they didn't care. People might just discuss them for a while. Without evidence, they wouldn't be seriously affected. Early the next morning, at 6:30 a.m., Gu Ning took Si Jin to the airport. Their flight would take off at 9 a.m., so they directly met Leng Yuanqian at the airport. Gu Ning and Si Jin were staying in the Sihiyuan, while Leng Yuanqian was in the Leng family's house. There was a long distance between them and there would be morning traffic jams, so they didn't go to the Leng family's house. Gu Ning and Si Jin set off from the city center, so there was already a lot of traffic on the road. In order to save time, they took the subway. Leng Yuanqian could go on the road because he wasn't in the city center and there was not much traffic. Halfway there, when it was nearly 7 a.m., Leng Yuanqian received Leng Xiaoming's call. Leng Xiaoming shared the result of interrogating Chen Yunheng. Hearing the result, Leng Yuanqian also doubted whether it was done by the Yuan family. He was simply more suspicious of the Yuan family than other families. I plan to call Shouting at noon. He can help me check the surveillance cameras. I don't want to alert them, so we can only hack into the surveillance cameras, said Leng Xiaoming. He knew Leng Shouting needed to train in the morning, so Leng Shouting might not be able to answer his call right now. He had to wait till noon. I can't get through to Shouting. He must be carrying out a task, said Leng Yuanqian. He just called Leng Shouting yesterday. Leng Xiaoming was slightly disappointed, but he couldn't do anything about it. Well, I guess I can just go to watch the surveillance video by myself. That's the only way, said Leng Yuanqian. Dad, are you on your way? Asked Leng Xiaoming. Yes. I'm on my way to the airport, said Leng Yuanqian. Saying that, he became a little gloomy. Although Gu Ning could protect him well, he was afraid it would drag the Leng family into more serious trouble. Not only he and Leng Xiaojia were in trouble, the whole Leng family was facing a crisis. Even though he didn't care much about fame and wealth, given the Leng family's status, they weren't allowed to decay. If an ordinary person was a loser, he would only be disdained, but if the Leng family became weak, their country would fall into turbulence, because the Leng family was related to a very influential circle. Be careful, said Leng Xiaoming. That was all he could do. Sure, I will, you as well, said Leng Yuanqian. After they finished the call, Zhang Jin said, why don't you turn to Guning for help? Doesn't she have a game company? I bet there must be hackers in her company. Oh, let me ask her about it. Leng Xiaoming immediately called Guning. He didn't have time to think about whether it was a good idea, because it was too important. Although it was his own business, it could become the Leng family's problem if he didn't handle it well. Before long, Guning picked up his call. Then Leng Xiaoming introduced the situation to her. All right, I'll order someone to do an investigation right away. I'll send you a phone number after hanging up. If you need any help from a hacker, call him. I'll tell him to contact you once he finds anything, said Guning, because they were going to take a flight and needed to spend 7 hours in the plane. She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to help Leng Xiaoming with it later. After all, Leng Xiaoming couldn't get through to Leng Xiaoting, so she gave him K's number. As for Leng Xiaoming's safety, Guning wasn't worried because Zhang Jin was with him. Great. Thank you so much, Guning. Leng Xiaoming thanked her sincerely. He finally realized who the good people were when he was in trouble. He used to hold hostility against Guning, but now he felt it was stupid. We're a family. You don't need to thank me. All right, I'm in the subway now. I can't talk to you for long. Be careful, said Guning. Leng Xiaoming felt guiltier when Guning said they were a family, and he felt deeply touched too. All right, you should also take good care of yourself. After hanging up, Guning sent Leng Xiaoming K's phone number. As for K's name, she told Leng Xiaoming it was Mu Yi. Because she was in the subway, she couldn't send Leng Xiaoming a voice message. She sent him a regular message. After sending him a message, Guning gave him a call to make sure he would read the message as soon as possible. Leng Xiaoming was a little upset after the call. Hearing their conversation, Zhang Jin didn't understand why Leng Xiaoming was so upset, because she didn't know that Leng Xiaoming used to hold hatred for Guning. She didn't want to gossip about it, but she worried about Leng Xiaoming, so she asked, "Are you all right?" Leng Xiaoming understood that Zhang Jin felt his emotional change. He didn't want her to misunderstand his feelings for Guning, so he explained, "I just feel guilty for my hatred towards Guning and Xiaoting in the past. They're so kind to me." Knowing that, Zhang Jin nodded, but she didn't feel it was a big deal. It was unavoidable that brothers would compete with each other. As long as it didn't get too serious, it wouldn't be a problem. The moment Leng Xiaoming finished, he realized that Zhang Jin might disdain his behavior, so he asked nervously, "Will you despise me?" Zhang Jin beamed and said, "Why? It's unavoidable for brothers and sisters to compete with each other. And you're getting along well now. Right, I was immature, so I was jealous of Xiaoting because he's so outstanding. Since I was jealous of him, I wasn't very nice. But now I'm more mature and stable and we're getting closer," said Leng Xiaoming. He didn't hide that he used to be very jealous of Leng Xiaoting because of his achievements. Some of my family members are also jealous of me, especially my third aunt. She never wants me to live a good life. And she even tried to set me up with her terrible nephew. At the beginning, my parents didn't know how terrible he was and asked me to spend some time with him. But they learned about his bad deeds afterwards and heavily criticized my third aunt, said Zhang Jin, half seriously. She wasn't complaining. She simply wanted to distract Leng Xiaoming. She didn't want him to be in a bad mood. "Oh, what's your attitude towards your third aunt's nephew then?" Leng Xiaoming squinted at Zhang Jin, looking dangerous, but he actually wasn't displeased at all. Obviously, Zhang Jin had no interest in that man. Seeing Leng Xiaoming's dangerous look, Zhang Jin didn't think he was mad. In fact, she would be happier if he was really mad, because it meant he cared about her. "I hate him. I even punched him a few times because he wouldn't let me go." Upon thinking of Su Jihao, Zhang Jin felt disgusted. "You're the only man I care about. I have no interest in any other men. Oh, I also care about my grandfather or Zhang Jin's grandfather, and her father and older brother. I'm not the real Zhang Jin, but I treat her family as my own since they treat me so well." Zhang Jin always wanted to be close to Leng Xiaoming, so Leng Xiaoming was very touched. "I have the same feeling as you. I also treat them as my family," said Leng Xiaoming. They were a couple now, so he took it seriously. Although it was hard to say whether they would get married in the future, there was no need for them to think so much. As long as they treated each other well, they would be happy together. Jean was touched and said, "Are you serious? You already said it, which means we'll become a family." Leng Xiaoming rubbed Jean's hair with a loving gaze. Then he said with a smile, "Yeah, I mean it." About half an hour later, Kay had the result and contacted Leng Xiaoming. From the surveillance cameras, Kay found out the man's real appearance and identity. Although the man had contacted the Yuan family, he wasn't a member of the Yuan family and they weren't close. Instead, he had a close relationship with the Chang family. Therefore, the mastermind was highly likely to be the Chang family. But they didn't have solid evidence because they couldn't rely on the internet to do everything. It turned out that they were right. Although the man said he was a member of the Yuan family wasn't the real mastermind. With that answer, Leng Xiaoming called Leng Yuanqian before he went aboard. At this moment, Leng Yuanqian had already met Guning outside the airport and had just gotten his plane ticket. Seeing Leng Xiaoming's call, Leng Yuanqian picked it up at once. After that, Leng Xiaoming shared the result with him. Leng Yuanqian wasn't surprised when he heard that the mastermind wasn't the Yuan family and was instead the Chang family. Anyway, they were both suspects. Since they knew it was the Chang family, they would pay special attention to the Chang family afterwards. Without delay, Leng Xiaoming informed Master Leng about it since he could only rely on Master Leng to manage the Leng family well. At this time, only Master Leng and Jing Yunyao were in the Leng family's house. Jing Yunyao came to see Master Leng early in the morning. Master Leng didn't avoid Jing Yunyao when he saw that it was Leng Xiaoming's call. He knew it was about the crisis the Leng family was facing and Jing Yunyao was an important member of the Leng family now, so she had to know about it. Master Leng wasn't surprised either when he heard the result. Instead, he thought it was more reasonable for the mastermind to be the Chang family. Although they didn't have evidence to prove it yet, it was highly likely to be the truth given what they found out. "Great. The Chang family, they're always troublesome," said Master Leng with displeasure. "Why don't we cause them some trouble?" Jing Yunyao squinted. "How?" Master Leng asked. "We can cause Master Chang to become bedridden. His elder son could have a car accident and get lightly injured. We can also leave some illegal stuff in the Chang family's residence and the police may have interest in it. As long as they're in a mess as well, they won't have time and energy to scheme against the Leng family," said Jing Yunyao. "But it's not easy not to be exposed after doing all the above," said Master Leng. He supported Jing Yunyao's plans. Although they sounded cruel, the Chang family was their enemy. They had no mercy for their enemies. "Dad, have you forgotten what I can do? I can easily do all of these things without being noticed," said Jing Yunyao. Hearing that, Master Leng suddenly realized that Jing Yunyao had superpowers. "All right, you can go deal with it, but be careful," said Master Leng. He was furious this time, so he didn't care what ways Jing Yunyao used to pay the Chang family back. "I know," said Jing Yunyao. She squinted her eyes dangerously. After Leng Xiaoming gave Master Leng a call, he went out with Jean to the police station. He said someone sent him a USB flash disk anonymously, which contained a video of Chen Yunheng admitting that he ordered the truck driver to knock into his car. In addition, Chen Yunheng also said in the video that it was an order from the Yuan family. Leng Xiaoming didn't cut it, deliberately dragging the Yuan family into this mess. The Yuan family was innocent this time, but they had tried to scheme against the Leng family many times before, but they had never succeeded. Therefore, the Yuan family wasn't completely innocent, and it would be the Chang family's fault that they were dragged into trouble this time. Therefore, if the Yuan family wanted to clear their name, they would have to conduct an investigation on their own. It wasn't the Leng family's duty to protect the Yuan family's reputation. In that case, the Chang family would be attacked by the Leng family and the Yuan family at the same time. Since they dared to scheme against the Leng family, they should be ready to pay for what they had done. They even framed the Yuan family, so the Yuan family wouldn't hesitate to teach them a lesson. Because they were all aware of Leng Xiaoming's family background, they didn't dare to keep him waiting. After receiving the USB flash disk from Leng Xiaoming, they immediately left to arrest Chen Yunheng. Chun Yunheng didn't dare to leave his home and was still in his apartment, so the police successfully arrested him. Chun Yunheng was caught and confessed to everything, so the police called the Yuan family at once. The Yuan family actually planned to watch a drama, but unexpectedly they were dragged into trouble, which angered them. Because they were only suspects now and there was no evidence, they wouldn't be punished. However, once they were taken as suspects, their reputation would be affected. They were still guilty even if Chun Yunheng didn't betray them, but it would be worse if Chun Yunheng said it was on their order. They needed to collect evidence to prove that they were innocent, or they would really become suspects. Once the Yuan family heard about the news, Master Yuan asked his family members whether it had anything to do with them. Because they didn't get along with the Lung family, it was possible for it to be their idea. However, all the other family members said they weren't involved, so Master Yuan believed them. In that case, the Yuan family must have been framed since Chun Yunheng said it was their order. They didn't think that Chun Yunheng was lying, but someone had pretended to be one of them and given that order. They refused to believe it was an act by the Lung family. Although they were enemies, they knew the Lung family never bothered to play dirty tricks. As a result, there must be someone who deliberately stirred things up between the Lung family and the Yuan family. Then who could it be? In addition to the Chang family and the Rong family, there were several other forces. Do an investigation. I want to know who is trying to frame the Yuan family. Once we find out, we'll surely pay them back, Master Yuan roared. He was really furious. Oh, be careful from now on. Don't be trapped again, said Master Yuan. Sure, other family members replied. After that, Master Yuan immediately arranged for someone to investigate it. The first thing he did was to meet Chun Yunheng in person. At this time, the Chang family didn't know they were under suspicion. They were still waiting to see a drama about the Lung family. They knew the Lung family would be suspicious of them. After all, the Lung family weren't idiots and they wouldn't believe Chun Yunheng's words without any investigations. But so what? There was no solid evidence. However, they had no idea that they were already in danger. After an 8-hour flight, Gu Ning and the others finally arrived at the capital of Country Y. When they got out of the plane, someone from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs came to pick them up. This time, not only Gu Ning and Si Jin, but 6 servants, namely 2 bodyguards, a secretary, a representative of the police, an interpreter, and a lawyer, came with Lang Yuanqian. Gu Ning and Si Jin also served as Lang Yuanqian's bodyguards. After all, Lang Yuanqian was a very important figure, and he came to deal with something special, so it was very normal that a team would follow him. The diplomatic ambassador's secretary came to pick them up, because the diplomatic ambassador had a close relationship with the Lang family. After picking them up, they headed straight to the embassy. It wasn't early now, and they needed to learn about the specific situation before seeing those who kept Leng Xiaojia. In the capital of their own country, it was time to get off work. So Jing Yunyao was ready to attack Master Chang's elder son. She waited in a restaurant along the way that Master Chang's elder son needed to take every time he went home. For convenience, she sat by a window that could be opened. When Master Chang's elder son's car moved by, Jing Yunyao summoned up her magical energy to hit the rear window. Master Chang's elder son was sitting right next to it. As a result, when the magical energy hit the window immediately exploded. The glass was shattered to pieces, and even flew to cut Master Chang's elder son. Because of the sudden shock, the chauffeur's hand suddenly slipped. What was worse, he used the accelerator as a brake, so he rushed forward violently, hitting the vehicle in front, which happened to be a big truck. When they hit the big truck, their car was forced to stop, so Master Chang's elder son rammed forward with inertia, then bounced back. Originally, those broken glass pieces didn't cut him deep, but the hit now caused the glass in several places to pierce deeper. Therefore, he was injured to a greater extent. That scene scared everyone, but people only thought it was an accident. No one knew it was done on purpose. The chauffeur wasn't injured by the broken glass, he was injured by the impact, but he wasn't seriously injured. After the car accident happened, both the chauffeur and Master Chang's elder son were still conscious. So without delay, the chauffeur took out his phone and called Master Chang. Master Chang was angry when he heard the news, but the chauffeur said the window suddenly exploded by itself. He didn't realize it could be done on purpose. Afterwards, the Chang family rushed to the hospital. If they set off right now, Master Chang's elder son and the chauffeur would already be sent to the hospital, so there was no need for them to go to the accident scene right now. They would just go straight to the hospital. At the same time, they also sent people to the accident scene to see what exactly had happened. "Dad, is it really an accident or was it done on purpose?" asked Master Chang's second son. Although it really seemed to be an accident, he didn't think it was. If the glass exploded, it could be an accident, but it could also be done on purpose. "We need to know more details to come to a conclusion," said Master Chang. He tended to believe it was an accident. The accident happened right after they schemed against the Lung family, so they might wonder whether the Lung family had found out and took revenge. But Master Chang didn't think the Lung family could find out so quickly. He also refused to believe the Lung family was able to cause a car accident without leaving any evidence. No matter what, they needed a further investigation. Because the accident happened in public and Master Chang's elder son was involved, the news soon spread abroad. All the major families heard about it. Master Lung understood it was done by Jing Yunyao and knew that as a cultivator, Jing Yunyao had unbelievable skills. But he was still surprised when he heard that she caused the accident to happen without leaving any evidence. It was really incredible. Other members in the Lung family didn't know it was done by Jing Yunyao, but it happened right after they found out that the Chang family might be guilty. It made them wonder whether it was the Lung family's idea. Anyway, Ling Yuanjin asked Master Lung curiously, "Dad, do you think it's an accident or was it done on purpose?" "Who knows? Perhaps they're being punished by the gods. And the gods taught them a lesson for their bad deeds." Master Lung didn't tell them that it was done by Jing Yunyao. After all, there was no evidence left at the scene. If he told them it was done by Jing Yunyao, he would need to explain how she did it. In order to not expose Jing Yunyao's secret, he decided not to say anything about it. Lung Yuanjin didn't believe that, but he thought it was an accident. Other major families also thought it was an accident. Only a few doubted whether it was done on purpose, because they didn't know about the situation at the accident scene. The Chang family encountered the accident right after the Lung family got in trouble, so there could be several reasons. First, the Lung family was in trouble because of the Chang family, so the Lung family paid the Chang family back. Second, someone schemed against the Lung family, then the Chang family, and tried to stir things up between the two families. The mastermind might turn to scheme against other major families afterwards. Third, what the Lung family had run into and what the Chang family had encountered were both accidents. Fourth, the Lung family was schemed against by someone, but what the Chang family had encountered was really an accident. Anyway, there were a lot of guesses. When the Chang family arrived at the hospital, Master Chang and the chauffeur had already been sent over. Because there were many glass pieces in Master Chang's elder son's body, he was pushed into the operation room at once. The chauffeur's leg was broken and he had a minor concussion, so a doctor was dealing with his wounds. The result of the accident wasn't out yet, so they didn't know much. Half an hour later, the chauffeur was out after his wounds were taken care of. Due to the effect of anesthetic, he was still asleep, so Master Chang couldn't ask any questions. About 20 minutes later, the police, who had visited the accident scene, came but they still didn't know any details. "Master Chang, we watched the surveillance video. The glass exploded by itself. Then the car hit a big truck in the front. We asked the chauffeur just then, and the chauffeur said he was scared by the sudden explosion. He didn't hold the steering wheel steadily and mistook the accelerator for the brake, which caused the accident. That's all we know, and we found nothing wrong with the car at the scene. So we think it's probably an accident," said a policeman. If so, the Chang family accepted that result. Master Chang's elder son wasn't pushed out until 1.5 hours had passed, but he was also unconscious under the effect of anesthetic. The wife of Master Chang's elder son stayed to take care of him, while the others left. At this time, it was already 8 p.m. and the sky was completely dark. After the Chang family returned to their home, they got out of the car together. In the darkness, Jing Yunyao summoned up magical energy and hit Master Chang without delay. The next moment, Master Chang suddenly felt a lot of pain and passed out. "Dad, Grandpa! In an instant, the Chong family fell into a mess, but they all believed that Master Chong fainted because of the pressure. However, they still drove Master Chong to the hospital at once. After doing that, Jing Yunyao went back to the Lung family's house. In the Lung family's house, Jing Yunyao followed Master Lung to his study for a private talk. "Dad, don't worry, no one saw me." Jing Yunyao comforted Master Lung because she knew he would be worried. "What happened to Chong?" asked Master Lung. "It's not serious. He'll only be unconscious for a while," said Jing Yunyao. After all, Master Chong was old, so she should be gentle. "Great!" Master Lung didn't stop and even supported Jing Yunyao, but he still didn't want anyone to be killed. After the Chong family took Master Chong to the hospital, they didn't find anything wrong with his body, but he just couldn't wake up. The doctor could only tell them that Master Chong was under too much anxiety and pressure, so he passed out. If so, the Chong family didn't need to be worried. Before long, other major families heard the news that Master Chong fainted, but they all thought he was under a lot of pressure, so no one gloated over it. In country Y, because of jet lag, it was only 12 a.m., while it was already 8 p.m. in the capital of Lung Yuanxian's country. Therefore, after Guning, Lung Yuanxian and others arrived at the embassy and learned about the general situation, they had lunch first. After having lunch, they would go to meet the family that kept Lung Xiaojia in country Y. The diplomatic ambassador had made an appointment for them, and the meeting would begin at 2 p.m. today. This family was a second-rate family in country Y, the Thomas family. Although it was a second-rate family, the Thomas family had a daughter who was married to the vice president, a daughter who was married to the heir of a first-class family, and a son who married the daughter of the richest family in the capital of country Y. Therefore, although the Thomas family was a second-rate family, its power was no less than that of a first-class family. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so arrogant and deliberately go against the Lung family. They kept Lung Xiaojia in country Y, which was illegal, but they asked Lung Yuanxian to come and deal with it in person. That was reasonable, so the ambassador could do nothing about it. Otherwise, they would have solved the problem because of Lung Xiaojia's family background and wouldn't have asked Lung Yuanxian to come in person. Why did the Thomas family deliberately target the Lung family? It wasn't just because Lung Xiaojia accidentally injured the son of the Thomas family. The Thomas family must have colluded with a certain family in the Lung family's country. That was Gu Ning and the others' guess because they hadn't had a result yet, but they thought it was highly likely for that to be the truth. At 1 p.m., they went to meet the Thomas family. Along the way, Lung Yuanxian couldn't calm down. In fact, except for Gu Ning and Si Jin, everyone was very nervous. Before they came here, Gu Ning and the others had a discussion about the situation. No matter what happened, Si Jin's job was to protect Lung Yuanxian, while Gu Ning would deal with other things. Because it was obviously a scheme, the Thomas family would surely ask for something from Lung Yuanxian. If they didn't accept it, the Thomas family could secretly injure them. Gu Ning wasn't afraid of that, because she could cure the injured, but if the Thomas family wouldn't let them go safely, she wouldn't hesitate to teach them a lesson. The Thomas family had a very high status in country Y, but they weren't the most powerful. They were in the same situation as the Lung family. There were many ambitious families of influence competing against each other for power. Therefore, if the Thomas family was in trouble, their opponents wouldn't miss this great opportunity to make the situation worse. They had a close relationship with the vice president, but forces supporting the president were waiting for them to have bad luck. When Gu Ning and the others arrived at the Thomas family's house, it was about 10 minutes away from 2 p.m. A guard at the gate reported their arrival. The Thomas family was a very large family, and the mansion they lived in was really luxurious. From the gate to the main house, there was a distance of 50 or 60 meters. After the doorman called to the main house to pass the information, they were allowed to come in, but their cars couldn't drive in, and their bodies had to be searched to prevent them from taking weapons in. Actually, Gu Ning put all the necessary weapons in her telepathic eye space, so there was no need for them to carry weapons. Even if there was any conflict, Gu Ning could take out a bunch of guns and explosives in an instant. She wouldn't give in to threats. Now that the technology was advanced, there was no need to search their bodies by hand. They just walked through the security check. If there was a weapon, it would set off an alarm, but none of them carried weapons, so they were taken straight to the main house after passing the security check. Most of the members of the Thomas family were present, but they were all in the main house. Gu Ning and the others were guided to a 3-story building at the right of the main house. That was where the Thomas family treated their guests. If there were any visitors, the Thomas family would see them there. If the guests needed to stay, they would stay in this building as well. After all, the main house was too important, so only their own family members or close friends could get in. Gu Ning and the others attracted much attention along the way to the building. Everyone knew who they were, because what the Thomas family had done wasn't a secret. When they were near the guest building, Gu Ning used her jade eyes to scan through it in case the Thomas family set anything dangerous inside. There was nothing dangerous, but there were surveillance cameras everywhere. In a guest room on the 3rd floor, Leng Xiaojia was locked inside, tied to the bed, with a lot of slap prints on her cheeks, and a lot of bruises around her body. Although Gu Ning disliked Leng Xiaojia, she was very angry when she saw Leng Xiaojia being treated so badly. It seemed it would be a tough negotiation this time. Anyway, Leng Xiaojia was still conscious, which meant she wasn't seriously injured. In the living room, a servant of the Thomas family invited them to have a seat. Then he walked away. Gu Ning and the others were left in the living room. "Will they keep us waiting for a long time to take us a notch down?" someone asked. "I think it's highly likely," replied someone else. "We'll just give them 5 minutes. If they don't show up in 5 minutes, I'll have a tour upstairs," said Gu Ning. When she said that, she turned to deliberately watch the surveillance cameras at the corner. She wasn't sure whether the Thomas family were watching them right now, but she guessed they could hear her if they were. If the Thomas family were watching them, the Thomas family must want to know what they were talking about. Therefore, the person who was watching them must know their language. If they were still absent after 5 minutes, Gu Ning would go to get Leng Xiaojia out first. If they showed up within 5 minutes, she would wait for a while longer. After all, it would cause unnecessary trouble if she went to take Leng Xiaojia out right now. But she wouldn't hesitate to teach them a lesson if they dared to try to take them down a notch. Gu Ning was right. Someone was indeed watching them through the surveillance cameras, and the Thomas family had decided to keep them waiting for a few minutes. But when they heard Gu Ning's words, they didn't waste any more time and immediately went over. Leng Xiaojia was upstairs, so if Gu Ning went upstairs, she would easily find Leng Xiaojia. Leng Yuanqian and the others didn't know that, but they understood what she wanted to do after looking in the same direction as her. However, because they didn't know Leng Xiaojia was upstairs, they weren't sure of Gu Ning's intention. About 4 minutes later, the Thomas family came. They were Kirk Thomas, the eldest son of the Thomas family, and his son Kyle Thomas. They showed up with 8 servants who were extremely skilled kung fu masters. After all, Leng Yuanqian also had 8 bodyguards, so he had to show his might too. However, no matter how skilled they were hardly comparable to Gu Ning and Si Jin. When they walked in, they deliberately put pressure on them, but Leng Yuanqian and the others weren't ordinary people either. If Gu Ning and Si Jin were absent, Leng Yuanqian might not be as powerful as them, because he lacked strong assistance, but Gu Ning and Si Jin were with him, so they easily overshadowed them. Because there was a group of people releasing pressure, the Thomas family couldn't tell which of them were the strongest. When they were about to be overshadowed, Kirk Thomas stopped competing in case they were embarrassed. After that, Kirk Thomas opened his mouth and greeted Leng Yuanqian. "Hi, Mr. Leng. Nice to see you." It was just as a courtesy, not friendliness. "Nice to see you too, Mr. Thomas." Leng Yuanqian stood up to show his politeness, but he didn't sound very happy. After all, Kirk was his enemy. "Please have a seat, Mr. Leng," said Kirk Thomas. Whatever they were going to talk about, they needed to act polite, at least on the surface. Leng Yuanqian directly sat down and the other people stood behind him. Kirk Thomas did the same thing. Only he sat down while the other people all stood behind him, including his son. Because the elders were talking about something serious, the younger generation shouldn't sit down. "I'm really sorry that my daughter injured your son, and will pay the compensation without doubt. But Mr. Thomas, why did you ask me to come here in person?" asked Leng Yuanqian. Because it was Leng Xiaojia's fault. Leng Yuanqian had a very good attitude. Kirk Thomas could understand him a little, but he couldn't understand every word Lang Yuanqian said. So he needed the interpreter's help. After the interpreter translated Lang Yuanqian's words, Kirk Thomas directly said, "Cain is a boy of the Thomas family. He was born with noble blood, so we want more than just money." Kirk Thomas seemed very arrogant and didn't look sad at all. His son was injured and unconscious. Why didn't he look sad at all? Lang Yuanqian couldn't speak fluent language Y, so he could fully understand Kirk Thomas, but he didn't reply in language Y. "Mr. Thomas, how do you want to deal with it?" Lang Yuanqian was very displeased with that, because he believed his daughter was also a cherished kid of the Lang family, but Lang Yuanqian came to solve the problem caused by Lang Xiaojia, so he couldn't show his dissatisfaction. "Well, we need to have a private talk about that. In order to understand each other, you can keep your interpreter and I'll keep mine," said Kirk Thomas. "Sure." Lang Yuanqian agreed and kept Gu Ning as his interpreter. The interpreter who came with them was good at fighting, but he wasn't strong enough to resolve a conflict. And Gu Ning wasn't convinced by his abilities, so she would be the interpreter. After all, language Y couldn't be easier for her. After that, the others were taken away. Lang Yuanqian, Gu Ning, Kirk Thomas, and his interpreter were left in the living room. "Mr. Thomas, where is my daughter? Is she well now?" asked Lang Yuanqian. Lang Yuanqian was most worried about Lang Xiaojia right now. He didn't know her condition, and he didn't think the Thomas family would treat his daughter well. "Mr. Lang, don't worry. Your daughter is in my house and she's very well," said Kirk Thomas. Hearing that, Gu Ning slightly squinted. Lang Xiaojia was very well? Well, at least Lang Xiaojia was still alive. Either way, Gu Ning didn't embarrass Kirk Thomas. If she said she saw Lang Xiaojia, her secret would be exposed. Even though Kirk Thomas said that, Lang Yuanqian refused to believe it. "Can I see my daughter?" "No need to rush. We can wait till we finish the talk," said Kirk Thomas. Obviously, he wanted to use Lang Xiaojia as leverage. Lang Yuanqian was displeased, but there was nothing he could do. He could only listen to Kirk Thomas. "So what's your idea?" asked Lang Yuanqian, his voice cold. Even though he knew there was a condition, they needed to wait till Kirk Thomas told them about it. "Cain is my beloved son. I'm really sad that he's injured. It's a great loss to my family as well. But since he's already injured, we need compensation. I heard the eldest son of the Lung family is a great man. My younger brother's daughter has great interest in him. So if you're willing to let your eldest son marry into our family, we can forgive you this time," said Kirk Thomas. However, both Lang Yuanqian and Gu Ning were instantly upset and angry. Lang Yuanqian subconsciously turned to look at Gu Ning, because Kirk Thomas was talking about Lang Xiaoting. It was a humiliation to the Lung family that Kirk Thomas wanted Lang Xiaoting to marry into the Thomas family. They knew it couldn't be that simple. Kirk Thomas mainly wanted to separate Lang Xiaoting from the Lung family. As long as Lang Xiaoting was far away from the Lung family's ambit, the Lung family would lose a great helper. After that, it would be much easier for other families to harm the Lung family. It would still be difficult, but it would be much easier than now. However, the Lung family definitely wouldn't agree. Gu Ning was very angry, but she curbed her anger. Lang Yuanqian also controlled himself and asked, "What if the Lung family doesn't agree?" "We're not asking for your permission," said Kirk Thomas arrogantly. Hearing that, Gu Ning and Lang Yuanqian became even angrier. They were disdaining the Lung family. Given the Lung family's status, the Thomas family wasn't comparable to them. Why were they so confident? Did they think the Lung family should do whatever they asked just because Lang Xiaojia made a mistake? At this moment, Gu Ning opened her mouth and said coldly, "Do you think your son or Lang Xiaoting is more important?" "Of course my son is more important," said Kirk Thomas. "If I can cure your son, will you give up on Lang Xiaoting?" asked Gu Ning. Actually, whether she could cure his son or not, she wouldn't allow them to steal Lang Xiaoting away from her. "Really? Can you cure my son? Are you kidding?" Kirk Thomas laughed at Gu Ning. He refused to believe it because his son wasn't only injured in the head, he was also injured in other parts. Otherwise, his son wouldn't be unconscious for so long. In fact, it wasn't just caused by Lung Xiaojia. His son was already in a bad condition, they just used it to scheme against the Lung family. What if I can? Mr. Thomas, please answer me sincerely. If I can cure your son, will you stay away from Lung shouting and deal with it according to the law? Asked Gu Ning seriously. Of course. Kirk Thomas answered, but he still didn't take Gu Ning's words seriously. He thought Gu Ning was joking. Mr. Thomas, can you give me a chance? Asked Gu Ning. Hearing that, Kirk Thomas said with displeasure, Miss, what do you think this place is? Do you know what you'll pay for such a joke? I'm not joking, said Gu Ning with a serious expression. You're not joking? Do you seriously think you can cure my son? Said Kirk Thomas disdainfully. What if I can? Asked Gu Ning. Do you think I'd believe you? Said Kirk Thomas mockingly. Why don't you let me try? Said Gu Ning. Try it? Do you think you can do whatever you want here? What if any accidents happen? Said Kirk Thomas. Because he didn't trust Gu Ning, he wouldn't let her do it. If you don't let me do it, how could you know an accident will happen? Oh, I see, Mr. Thomas. Are you afraid that I'll really cure your son? Gu Ning said meaningfully. Gu Ning didn't really mean it. She was just prodding Kirk Thomas into action. Damn it! How dare you say that? Hearing that, Kirk Thomas angrily criticized her. I told you I can cure your son, but you won't give me a chance to try it. Are you afraid your son will really be cured? No matter what happens afterwards, I'm right here in your place. You can do whatever you want to me, said Gu Ning. You? Kirk Thomas was mad, but Gu Ning's words made sense. Although he didn't think she could cure his son, it wasn't a big deal if she had a try. However, there was one condition. Great, you can have a try, but if you can't cure my son, Lung Shouting must marry into my family, and you'll be our slave. How is it? No problem, said Gu Ning with alacrity, but she was very displeased, because Kirk Thomas was humiliating her. However, in order to solve the problem, she tolerated it. Anyway, she would pay him back. Ning Ning. Lung Yuanqian believed that Gu Ning was mature and stable. Since she said that, she must have confidence, but he was still worried. It's fine, said Gu Ning to comfort him. Lung Yuanqian felt much relieved. Other people stay here. You follow me, said Kirk Thomas. Fine. Gu Ning nodded. It was exactly what she wanted. She also wanted to go with him alone, leaving the other people in the hall. After all, Lung Xiaojia was upstairs. If they were all gone, she would be worried about Lung Xiaojia's safety. Lung Yuanqian opened his mouth wanting to say something, but Gu Ning gave him a glance to comfort him, so he said nothing. Afterwards, Kirk Thomas told everyone to come in. When Gu Ning was close to Si Jin, she said in a low voice, Lung Xiaojia is in the third room on the third floor. Don't go over right now. But if anything happens, go rescue her then. Hearing that, Si Jin was slightly surprised. She didn't expect Lung Xiaojia to be upstairs. Sure, said Si Jin. Afterwards, Gu Ning left with Kirk Thomas and his people. In fact, only Kirk Thomas and his son, Cal Thomas, walked away. The other people stayed to watch Lung Yuanqian and the others. Although it was unpleasant, they had to accept it. They could only hope that Gu Ning could solve the problem smoothly, but only Si Jin and Lung Yuanqian believed that Gu Ning could cure Kane Thomas. The others didn't think she could do that. However, the Thomas family's members were here, so they couldn't talk loudly. Gu Ning followed Kirk Thomas to the main house. Although other people were curious about it, no one asked them any questions. Kirk Thomas directly took Gu Ning to Kane Thomas's room. The Thomas family's house was decorated luxuriously, and it was obviously extremely expensive, which proved that the Thomas family had a lot of vanity. They were wealthy and never hesitated to show it off. Although Kane Thomas was injured and unconscious, the Thomas family had its own team of family doctors. All of them were at the senior expert level, so there was no need to go to the hospital. Kirk Thomas's wife was in the room. When his wife saw Kirk Thomas bringing Gu Ning in, she asked confusedly, Kirk? Who is she? What did you bring her here for? She said she could heal Kane, so I let her try it, Kirk Thomas said, but in a perfunctory tone, because he didn't believe Gu Ning could heal Kane Thomas at all. Are you crazy? Do you really believe her? She's so young and is a foreigner, Kirk Thomas's wife said in disbelief when she heard his reply. Besides, she didn't believe Gu-ning mainly because she was too young. At such a young age, what could she do? We'll stay here to watch her. If anything goes wrong with Kane, she'll be punished by us, Kirk Thomas said. No, I can't let Kane take the risk. Kirk Thomas's wife still wouldn't allow them to do that, because Kane Thomas wasn't just injured in the head. Enough! Shut up now. I can make this decision. Kirk Thomas immediately snapped at his wife because of her arguing. She clearly didn't respect his decision at all. Gu-ning, on the other hand, ignored their quarrel and observed Kane Thomas's body as soon as she came in. Surprisingly, she found that the injury on Kane Thomas wasn't as simple as a head injury. There was already an illness in his head. Gu-ning had also learned about a lot of diseases recently, so from the condition of the blood vessels in Kane's brain, Gu-ning guessed that it could be a cardiovascular disease. Cardiovascular diseases were a general term for cardiovascular and cerebrovascular diseases, which generally referred to ischemic or hemorrhagic diseases of the heart, brain and whole body caused by hyperlipidemia, blood viscosity, atherosclerosis, hypertension, etc. Cardiovascular diseases were diseases that seriously threatened a human's life. They were difficult to treat and had a very high mortality rate. They usually occurred in people after middle age, but it didn't mean that it didn't occur in young people. However, no matter what kind of disease Kane Thomas had, as long as he still had a breath, Gu-ning could save him. It was imperative to save Kane Thomas because in this case it would be easier to help Leng Xiaojia out. After helping Leng Xiaojia out, she would pay the Thomas family back for what they had done. After Kirk Thomas's wife was scolded by him, she dared not to say another word, although she was still unwilling to let Gu-ning treat Kane. Kyle Thomas stood on the side and said nothing. He didn't believe that Gu-ning could cure Kane Thomas, but he wanted to let her treat him. It would be best if Gu-ning failed. Although Kane Thomas was his own older brother, he was jealous of the fact that his older brother was so good at everything even though he was so sick. He was also afraid that Kane Thomas would become the heir after being cured. Although their father didn't like Kane Thomas either, their grandfather liked him, and their grandfather would decide who was the heir. Do it now, Kirk Thomas said to Gu-ning. Gu-ning walked forward, took out a power crystal, and helped Kane Thomas take it. Nobody stopped her from doing that. Since they needed her to treat Kane, it was unavoidable that she let Kane take something. After helping Kane Thomas take a power crystal, Gu-ning rubbed his temples and secretly put magical power into his body. After about 3 minutes, Kane Thomas started looking better, which surprised everyone. Although it didn't mean he was cured, countless experts and doctors had been unable to make him get better. As a result, Kyle Thomas suddenly felt it might not be good news for him. At this moment, Kirk Thomas had complicated feelings. Although he didn't like this son and wasn't very sad when his son had an accident, he was still happy to treat Kane if he could be cured. Kirk Thomas's wife cherished both sons, so she was happy to see that her elder son looked better now. "Can my son be fully cured?" asked Kirk Thomas's wife. "I need silence," said Gu-ning. She didn't really need that, but simply didn't want to hear their arguments. This time, Kirk Thomas's wife didn't get mad and said nothing. As long as Gu-ning could save her son, she would apologize to Gu-ning for her bad attitude. In the following minutes, Kane Thomas started looking better and better, and his breath became stronger and stronger. Earlier, Kane Thomas's breath was very weak, and he had been on the verge of death. Kane's improvement made Kyle Thomas even more anxious. He really wanted to interrupt Gu-ning's treatment of Kane Thomas right away, but he didn't dare to do that, so he could only watch anxiously. About 7 or 8 minutes later, Kane Thomas woke up, which shocked everyone. At the same time, Kirk Thomas's wife was very excited and happy. She rushed over immediately. "Kane, how do you feel now?" When Kane Thomas woke up, Gu-ning stopped at once. Kane Thomas's cardiovascular and cerebral blood vessels were mostly cleared, so he could recover in a few months with the help of drugs. Gu-ning could completely cure him, but she wouldn't. Gu-ning didn't miss the unhappiness on Kyle Thomas's face, and guessed that he didn't want Kane Thomas to get better. If it was for power, there was going to be a drama in the Thomas family after Kane Thomas recovered. "Mom, what happened to me?" Kane Thomas had just woken up, so he didn't know what was going on. Before Kirk Thomas's wife said anything, Gu Ning opened her mouth first. You had an argument with my friend, and she accidentally pushed you to the ground and you knocked your head against it. So you were in a coma. However, I've not only cured your new injury, but also cured your old disease. You had blocked cardiovascular blood vessels. The mortality rate of this disease is extremely high. You must have turned to doctors for help for a long time. Now you can ask a doctor to come over and give you a medical checkup. So, in order to thank me, can the conflict between you and my friend be forgiven? After all, you sexually harassed her first. You didn't do it right. Gu Ning understood that Kirk Thomas wouldn't just let it go. So she asked Kane Thomas directly. If he agreed to let them go and they were able to leave smoothly, then she wouldn't make it difficult for Kane Thomas. As for Kirk Thomas's calculations and humiliation to the Lung family, she would pay him back. Hearing Gu Ning's words, everyone was surprised. How did she know that Kane Thomas had problems with his cardiovascular and cerebral blood vessels? The most important thing was that he was already cured. What did you say? I'm cured, Kane Thomas asked excitedly, which verified that he indeed had a cardiovascular disease. Yes, you can ask a doctor to give you a medical checkup, said Gu Ning. Doctor. Upon hearing that, Kirk Thomas's wife shouted loudly. She wanted to make sure that Kane Thomas was really cured. Kirk Thomas and Cal Thomas couldn't believe it, especially Cal Thomas. It was simply unacceptable. After Kane Thomas recovered from his illness, their grandfather would pay more attention to him. It would then be even more likely for Kane to be the heir. No, that couldn't happen. Cal Thomas forcibly endured his anger and unwillingness, because he couldn't let the others know that he didn't want Kane Thomas to live. If their grandfather found out that he didn't want Kane Thomas to live well, he would definitely be criticized. And if their grandfather was disappointed in him, he would lose his chance to be the heir. Although their grandfather was absent now, Kane Thomas might tell their grandfather about it if he saw his expression. Cal Thomas believed that Kane Thomas had the same idea as himself, hoping that he wouldn't be valued. Miss, I'm really sorry. It's indeed my fault that the accident happened. And Kane Thomas opened his mouth and apologized sincerely. It was indeed his fault. Although he behaved badly sometimes, he wasn't arrogant. In addition, Gu Ning had already cured him, so he should be grateful. Accordingly, at this moment, Kane Thomas sincerely thanked Gu Ning and gave an apology. However, before he finished, Kirk Thomas interrupted. All right, you just woke up. You need a good rest. Just leave it to me. Kirk Thomas didn't agree to solve this problem like that. Even though Gu Ning saved Kane Thomas and cured his disease, Kirk's final aim was not to let them go so easily. In fact, Kirk didn't feel grateful at all, although Gu Ning cured Kane Thomas. Instead, after seeing that Gu Ning had such unbelievable medical skills, he wanted to make her a slave to the Thomas family. It would be of great help to their family. Although their status was very high, precisely because of their high status, they were even more afraid of illnesses. Once they were sick or died, they would lose everything. Hearing that, Kane Thomas slightly frowned. He didn't know his father's purpose, and felt confused when his father interrupted him. Father, Kane Thomas wanted to ask his father about it, but he interrupted him again. I told you to be quiet and have a good rest. It wasn't beyond her expectation. So Gu Ning stayed calm, but she said meaningfully, Mr. Thomas, your son is full of energy now. He doesn't need to rest at all. Isn't it a little disrespectful for you to order him to be quiet? And he's involved in the accident. I think he can make the decision. Do you still want to blame us by shutting his mouth? Gu Ning directly pointed it out, but Kirk Thomas didn't feel guilty, because he didn't bother to hide his purpose. Father. Kane Thomas wanted to ask his father again, but Kirk Thomas didn't allow him to speak. Miss, please don't misunderstand me. I just want to talk about something else with Mr. Lung. I don't think we should talk about that here, said Kirk Thomas. Does this matter have anything to do with your business with Mr. Lung? I'm talking about the conflict between Mr. Lung's daughter and your son. Can't your son make the decision on his own? If so, that's really pitiful, said Gu Ning. stirring things up between them. You? Kirk Thomas understood what Gu Ning was doing, so he got angry. When Kane Thomas heard Gu Ning's words, he was also displeased, because he realized that he couldn't make decisions on his own. His father always interfered in his business. At that moment, Kirk Thomas's wife came over with a doctor, which ended their argument. Before long, the doctor finished the medical check. He was sure that Kane Thomas was well now. Afterwards, he asked Kirk Thomas's wife for the reason, and she pointed at Gu Ning. Doctors admired experts with unbelievable medical skills. So the doctor looked at Gu Ning with amazement and respect once he learned that she cured Kane Thomas. Hi, this beautiful lady. Can you tell me how you cured Kane? Can you share it with us? Said a doctor. I'm sorry. I don't have time right now. I need to deal with something else, said Gu Ning. She was polite to him because he was just a family doctor and had nothing to do with this trouble. The doctor was disappointed but said nothing because Kirk Thomas was here. Miss, why don't we go to the living room now? Asked Kirk Thomas. Why not? Gu Ning was unwilling to waste time here, because Kirk Thomas wouldn't let them go even though Kane Thomas agreed not to blame them. However, it didn't mean that Kirk Thomas would get what he wanted, because Gu Ning wasn't easy to bully. Kane Thomas was unclear of the situation, but he could still see it wasn't right. However, he couldn't do anything about it. As a result, he said nothing. Hey bro, congratulations. You're finally better. Once Kirk Thomas was gone, Cal Thomas spoke. He had a good attitude, but he wasn't sincere. Thanks. Kane Thomas understood his younger brother's real thoughts, but he wouldn't argue with him as long as Kyle treated him politely. Anyway, he would be alert. I'm glad you're well. Cal Thomas smiled insincerely. Oh, I need to deal with something else now. Have a good rest, bro. Sure. Kane Thomas replied. Then Cal Thomas walked away. Afterwards, the doctor and Kirk Thomas's wife also left. Although Kane Thomas was in a good condition now, he hadn't made a full recovery yet, so he still needed rest. On the way back, Gu Ning didn't tell Kirk Thomas what happened just now, because he said that he had something to talk to Lang Yuanxian about. Although Gu Ning knew that it wasn't a good thing, she didn't have to know what it was. It only took Gu Ning slightly more than half an hour from leaving to returning, but for the others it felt like a long time because other than Si Jin, they were all worried about her. Si Jin wasn't worried about Gu Ning, because she was aware of Gu Ning's abilities. Therefore, when Gu Ning came safely back, Lang Yuanxian and the others were extremely relieved. How is it? Asked Lang Yuanxian. Mr. Thomas's son is already awake. Both his injury and original cardiovascular disease have been cured. In fact, I saved his son's life. After all, the cardiovascular disease is a fatal, high-risk disease, and there aren't many people who can survive it, so... Gu Ning said to Lang Yuanxian, then turned to look at Kirk Thomas. Mr. Thomas, it's time to let us see Mr. Lang's daughter. When Gu Ning said that she hadn't only cured Kirk Thomas's son's head injury, but had also cured his cardiovascular disease, everyone was surprised. It was really unbelievable, because she had only been gone for a very short time. Of course, but Lang shouting, and this miss must stay with us, said Kirk Thomas. He didn't take his promise seriously at all. Hearing that, everyone was mad. Lang Yuanxian criticized him in anger. Mr. Thomas, you should keep your word. You just promised us that we can take away my daughter and that you would stay away from them as long as this miss cures your son. If you want to take your daughter home, do what I want, said Kirk Thomas, breaking his promise. You're shameless. I think I should make it clear to you. It's impossible for Shouting to marry your girl, and this miss won't stay, said Lang Yuanxian with hatred. It's not up to you, said Kirk Thomas. You... Lang Yuanxian was furious. Calm down. Leave it to me. Gu Ning comforted Lang Yuanxian. Lang Yuanxian listened to Gu Ning and closed his mouth for the time being. Gu Ning coldly stared at Kirk Thomas, putting pressure on him. Mr. Thomas, aren't you afraid it'll cause conflict between two countries? Kirk Thomas was struck dumb for a moment because he was afraid of that, but he had his own methods. When Gu Ning put pressure on him, Kirk Thomas also tried to make her feel stressed. However, no matter how he tried, Gu Ning was still more powerful than him. It displeased Kirk Thomas, but he could see that this girl was the most difficult person to deal with. However, she was just an interpreter. How could she talk to him like that? As a result, Kirk Thomas said in annoyance, "You have no say in this. I'm talking with Mr. Lung. What do you think you are in our eyes, Mr. Thomas? If you don't do what you promised, I'm afraid that we can only resort to violence. If it causes the Thomas family any trouble, you will have to bear it," said Gu Ning provokingly. Kirk Thomas was angered. He smirked and said, "This is our place. Do you think you can do whatever you want?" Kirk Thomas didn't believe Gu Ning and the others could cause them any trouble in their own place. After all, there were over 100 armed guards in the Thomas family's house. "Really? Why don't we try it now?" "But Mr. Thomas, are you sure you want to risk it?" asked Gu Ning. She didn't want to have a fight here, but if this was the only way, she wouldn't hesitate. They weren't dumb, so they would use their own ways to fight back. Anyway, it wouldn't be a serious problem as long as they didn't kill anyone. "Really? Show me what you can do," said Kirk Thomas, accepting Gu Ning's challenge. Once Kirk Thomas finished speaking, he raised his right hand and the 8 bodyguards standing behind him immediately stepped out. The next moment they took out their guns. But they didn't point at Gu Ning and the others. "Kirk Thomas, do you know what you're doing? I'm a senior official in my country. If you do this to me, your government will punish you." Lung Yuanxian stood up angrily, shouting at Kirk Thomas. "Don't worry, I will be fine. I can handle it," said Kirk Thomas airily. But he was actually unwilling to fire and was just trying to scare them. At this moment, Gu Ning gave Si Jin a glance. Without delay, the two of them rushed forward like lightning. Before everyone realized what they were doing, Gu Ning and Si Jin reached Kirk's bodyguards. Within moments, they grabbed the guns and injured them with their magical energy. It was too late by the time those bodyguards came back to their senses. When Gu Ning and Si Jin were almost finished, several of the bodyguards wanted to fight back, but they were beaten up as soon as they moved. Kirk Thomas was stunned, so he was controlled by Gu Ning before he could do anything. It was not only Kirk Thomas, Lung Yuanxian, and the others were also struck dumb. They didn't expect Gu Ning and Si Jin to be so strong. "Why you?" Kirk Thomas finally came back to his senses, but he was too frightened to say anything. Gu Ning didn't give him any chance to say anything, and directly gagged his mouth. She took a towel from her telepathic eye space. Because they couldn't see it clearly, Gu Ning didn't pay attention to their reaction. Nobody stopped Gu Ning from controlling Kirk Thomas because they disliked him as well. "Go upstairs and bring Leng Xiaojia down," Gu Ning said to Si Jin. "Sure," Si Jin replied, going upstairs at once. Hearing their conversation, Lung Yuanxian and the others were surprised. Leng Xiaojia was upstairs? How did Gu Ning know that? However, now wasn't the time to ask about it. "You all, get something to gag their mouths," Gu Ning ordered Lung Yuanxian's bodyguards. She didn't want Kirk Thomas's bodyguards to shout and attract attention from other people. Hearing that, Lung Yuanxian's bodyguards took action at once because Lung Yuanxian ordered them to listen to Gu Ning before they came here. So no one doubted Gu Ning's words now. They immediately went to the washroom and found towels to gag those bodyguards' mouths. After Kirk Thomas came back to his senses, he felt extremely humiliated. He struggled heavily, but unfortunately he couldn't get rid of them no matter how hard he tried. In fact, he could hardly move and Gu Ning kicked the back of his knee, which made him kneel down in pain. Besides, Gu Ning clasped his hands behind his back. After he was forced to kneel, Kirk Thomas felt even more humiliated. He was so angry that he wanted to kill them all, but he couldn't even make a sound now. However, he was still reluctant to be controlled like that, so he wouldn't stop struggling. On the 3rd floor, Leng Xiaojia was a little worried, but she was also full of anticipation. She was helpless because there was pain all over her body and she desperately needed to use the washroom, but her mouth was gagged so she couldn't shout at all. And even if she shouted, no one would answer her. Therefore, she could only wait till someone came to see her to get a chance to use the washroom. She still had hope because she knew her father would come to solve this problem. Leng Xiaojia wasn't very smart, so she had no idea that the reason the Thomas family asked Lung Yuanxian to come was because they had set up a trap. It wasn't just for her. Nevertheless, she caused everything. However, Leng Xiaojia felt aggrieved. She was sexually harassed. Couldn't she fight back? She didn't know the man would knock his head. Then she was caught and abused. A while later, Leng Xiaojia heard the door open and got excited. She thought it was the Thomas family's servant, so she finally had the chance to use the washroom. But when she saw Gu Ning's people coming in, she burst into tears. No matter how much she disliked Gu Ning, she knew that she was being rescued after seeing Gu Ning's people. The only thing Leng Xiaojia cared about now was when she could leave this place. HH. Leng Xiaojia whimpered and struggled heavily. As soon as Si Jin walked in, she saw Leng Xiaojia. Although she learned from Gu Ning that Leng Xiaojia was here, she was still angry when she saw Leng Xiaojia's condition. Si Jin had no idea about the grudge between Gu Ning and Leng Xiaojia. She had only met Leng Xiaojia once, but Leng Xiaojia was a member of the Leng family, so she was very angry that Leng Xiaojia was treated so badly. Without hesitation, Si Jin walked over and removed the towel from Leng Xiaojia's mouth, then untied her. I need to go to the washroom, said Leng Xiaojia the moment she could speak. Go. Si Jin let Leng Xiaojia go to the washroom after untying her, in case it damaged her health. Because there was a washroom in the room, Leng Xiaojia ran towards it right away. She was weak, but she was still able to finish a bowel movement. After walking out of the washroom, Leng Xiaojia felt much better. It would be humiliating if she peed in her pants. Even though she was imprisoned, she still wanted to keep her dignity. Did my father come to rescue me? Leng Xiaojia asked Si Jin. She wasn't arrogant at all, because she had no confidence at this moment. Yeah, he's downstairs. Let's go see him, said Si Jin. Great, Leng Xiaojia replied, then followed Si Jin downstairs at once. Originally, Leng Xiaojia thought the Thomas family would let her go the moment her father came, so she was amazed by the scene in the living room after she reached the second floor. The Thomas family's people were being controlled by Gu Ning and several other men. Leng Xiaojia was astonished that Gu Ning also came. Gu Ning should hate her very much and should be happy to see her in serious trouble. Why did Gu Ning come to rescue her? At this moment, Leng Xiaojia felt sincerely guilty for her attitude towards Gu Ning. Although she might not completely change, she still felt guilty and grateful to Gu Ning. Because she felt guilty, Leng Xiaojia didn't dare to meet Gu Ning's eyes. Once she saw Leng Yuanqian, she ran downstairs towards her father. Dad! Upon hearing Leng Xiaojia's voice, Leng Yuanqian turned to look at her and strode over. Xiaojia, are you all right? The moment he finished, he saw injuries all over Leng Xiaojia's body. He immediately got angry. He turned to glare at Kirk Thomas and roared. Kirk Thomas, how could you abuse my daughter? Leng Yuanqian even wanted to punch Kirk Thomas, but he couldn't do that. Right after he gave the roar, Gu Ning kicked Kirk Thomas for him. Anyway, both Leng Yuanqian and Leng Xiaojia felt very pleased seeing Gu Ning kick Kirk Thomas. They knew that Gu Ning also did it for Leng Xiaojia, so they felt even more grateful to Gu Ning. Kirk Thomas moaned in pain when he was kicked. His face was also distorted in pain. If his mouth weren't gagged, he would have screamed loudly. After all, Gu Ning used a lot of force. Mr. Thomas, do you still want us to stay here with your family? Asked Gu Ning meaningfully. Because Kirk Thomas couldn't speak now, he could only glare at Gu Ning with reluctance. He definitely still wanted what he had asked for, but it didn't seem possible now. I don't have much patience. If you continue to waste my time, don't blame me for being cruel. Gu Ning threatened. The moment she finished speaking, she pressed Kirk Thomas down a little, which hurt him. Although Kirk Thomas was unwilling to give in because it was humiliating, he understood that he was left with no choice. Anyway, after he was free, he could pay them back. In fact, even if Kirk Thomas yielded today, he definitely wouldn't forget the humiliation he suffered. Therefore, he gave a nod seeing as he couldn't open his mouth. Great, since Mr. Thomas agrees, please walk us out, said Gu Ning. In fact, they could directly hold Kirk Thomas hostage when they walked out, but they didn't want to make it more serious. If Gu Ning really did that, it would attract the whole Thomas family's attention. In that case, there would definitely be a battle. Kirk Thomas reluctantly nodded again. After that, Gu Ning let him go. For the time being, Kirk Thomas didn't dare to play tricks with Gu Ning, because he knew Gu Ning would control him as soon as he made a move. Gu Ning also understood that Kirk Thomas gave in temporarily, but she didn't care what they wanted to do after leaving the Thomas family's place. Then a group of them walked out. When they were walking, Gu Ning told the others to go out first, while she and Kirk Thomas followed behind. Although there were guards everywhere in the Thomas family's house and the guards all saw them as they walked out, those guards didn't know what was really happening, so they did nothing. Gu Ning and Kirk Thomas walked side by side. They were very close, but Gu Ning didn't hold him hostage. In order to stop Kirk Thomas from shouting for help, Gu Ning threatened him. "Mr. Thomas, I hope you know what you shouldn't do at this moment. You've witnessed my abilities. I have guns with me. If I accidentally injure you, you might live the rest of your life with regrets." Gu Ning kept the guns that she took from Kirk's bodyguards, but even if Gu Ning didn't have guns, Kirk Thomas was still scared of her. He wanted help, but didn't dare to shout for help. He was afraid that he might be killed before his guards came. Even though he didn't think Gu Ning would dare to kill him, it might happen if she was angered. Kirk Thomas cherished his life very much and didn't dare to take the risk. Therefore, at the gate, Gu Ning told the other people to get in the cars first and start the cars. The ambassador of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs was waiting in the car outside. It wasn't appropriate for him to stand out to deal with this problem, because he didn't know the real cause. Anyway, he was relieved to see Lung Yuanxian coming out with Lung Xiaojia. However, the ambassador didn't think it was so simple. He clearly knew it was a trap. Nevertheless, he believed Lung Yuanxian wouldn't hurt their country's interests. After they got in the cars and started the cars, Gu Ning walked out. She didn't return the guns to Kirk Thomas, but when she walked out, the security system found nothing, which shocked Kirk Thomas. He had no idea that Gu Ning had a telepathic eye space and all the guns were put in it. It was impossible for the security system to sense that. Once Gu Ning got in the car drove away. The next moment, Kirk Thomas contacted the professional killers in his family to follow Gu Ning and seize a chance to kill them. The Thomas family secretly kept some private killers, so no one knew they belonged to the Thomas family even if they were exposed. Although the Thomas family would be the main suspect as long as Lung Yuanxian ended up in trouble, there was no evidence to prove they were guilty. Because Kirk Thomas ordered his family's killers to do a task, the patriarch of the Thomas family, his father, quickly learned about it. Their family's killers had to listen to the patriarch and needed the patriarch's permission before carrying out tasks. The Thomas family's patriarch wasn't home right now since he was called out by the deputy leader. However, the patriarch was aware of the scheme against the Lung family and approved of it. Knowing that Kirk Thomas wanted their private killers to kill the Lung family's members, the patriarch called him and asked him about the situation. Afterwards, Kirk told the patriarch everything, causing him to get angry too. But Kirk didn't say that Gu Ning had saved Kane Thomas after she came to the Thomas family's house. Therefore, the patriarch agreed with Kirk's decision. Halfway back, Gu Ning and Si Jin noticed that they were being followed due to their acute senses. It wasn't surprising. Actually, if Kirk Thomas let them leave safely, it would have been weird. However, Kirk was still trying to kill them even though it might cause conflict between the two countries. Gu Ning felt he had to be too angry to stay reasonable. Although Lung Yuanxian and the others didn't know that Kirk's people were following them, they knew that he wouldn't give up on harming them. They were worried that Kirk might secretly send people to attack them. Accordingly, when they drove away earlier, Lung Yuanxian asked Gu Ning about that. Gu Ning replied, "No need to be afraid. After all, they will try to attack us first, so we can surely fight back. I also have a video of our conversation in the Thomas family's house, including the fact that I saved Kirk's son. I think we have justice on our side." "What? You have a video of it?" Lung Yuanxian was shocked, because he hadn't noticed. The other people were surprised too. "Yeah, so relax. Si Jin and I can protect us from any danger," said Gu Ning. If someone else said that, they might think she was bragging, but they trusted Gu Ning very much. They had all witnessed Gu Ning and Si Jin's abilities. However, the ambassador doubted that and frowned. He thought that Gu Ning was being too confident, But Lung Yuanqian and the others said nothing, so he felt he shouldn't question it. After all, they all trusted Gu Ning. Lung Xiaojia gave Gu Ning a glance once in a while. She wanted to thank Gu Ning, but felt embarrassed. Gu Ning could see it but didn't point it out. She pretended as if she didn't notice. If Lung Xiaojia apologized to her, she could accept it. If not, she wouldn't care. Anyway, it wasn't important. In the end, Lung Xiaojia finally summoned up her courage and opened her mouth. Gu Ning, thank you and sorry. Although her tone didn't sound friendly, she sincerely made that apology. It was the first time that she had ever felt so guilty towards Gu Ning, so it wasn't easy. However, when she finally made that apology, it meant she sincerely regretted regarding Gu Ning as her enemy. Well, I accept your gratitude and apology, said Gu Ning in a flat voice. Although she would forgive Lung Xiaojia and wouldn't bother to pay her back, it would be hard for her to be nice to Lung Xiaojia right away. After all, what Lung Xiaojia had done to her was over the top. If someone else had done the same thing to her, she would have put the person in jail. Lung Yuanqian, on the other hand, was slightly surprised. He didn't expect Lung Xiaojia to apologize to Gu Ning and thank her on her own. Her attitude was also very sincere, which was what he wanted to see, so he felt comforted. Thanks. Lung Xiaojia thanked Gu Ning again. She understood that it wasn't easy to win Gu Ning's forgiveness, but she indeed felt much better now. It wouldn't be as uncomfortable for her to be with Gu Ning in the future. After that, Gu Ning took out a power crystal and handed it to Lung Xiaojia. Take this and you'll feel much better. Before that, Gu Ning had no intention of giving Lung Xiaojia a power crystal, but she changed her attitude after Lung Xiaojia apologized. Thanks. Lung Xiaojia accepted Gu Ning's kindness because there was pain all over her body and she wanted to get better. Lung Yuanqian didn't remember that Gu Ning had these magical pills until then. He had mixed emotions, but he felt relieved. He knew Lung Xiaojia's apology couldn't win Gu Ning's forgiveness, but their relationship was much better than before. A few minutes after Lung Xiaojia took the power crystal, she felt the pain all over her body reducing by a lot and felt much more comfortable. After Gu Ning noticed that some people were following them, she stopped talking and turned to pay attention to those men. Due to her jade eyes, she could clearly see the distance between them. In the beginning, those men followed them from a short distance away, but they suddenly sped up when they reached a remote road. It seemed that they had decided to take action right there. Because they were ready to attack them, Gu Ning chose to wait to see what they could do. As a result, she asked the chauffeur to stop and the car behind also stopped. The chauffeur served the Minister of Foreign Affairs, so he didn't listen to Gu Ning, but asked the minister instead, Minister. The minister looked at Lung Yuanqian for his opinions. Secretary Lung. Stop, said Lung Yuanqian. Since Lung Yuanqian gave the order, the chauffeur stopped at once. Then he turned on the car lights to signal the car behind them to stop as well. In the car behind them were bodyguards and a lawyer who came with Lung Yuanqian. After the two cars stopped, Gu Ning told them to stay in the cars. Then she got out alone. Secretary Lung, are you sure we should listen to her? When Gu Ning was gone, the minister asked with disapproval because he felt Gu Ning was just a young girl, so she shouldn't be the decision-maker. She's the leader of this group, so we all need to listen to her. Everything will go well only if we listen to her, said Lung Yuanqian. He wasn't dissatisfied at all when Gu Ning gave the orders. Instead, he was more than happy to do what she said because only Gu Ning could solve the problems properly. If it hadn't been for Gu Ning, they wouldn't have gotten Lung Xiaojia out so easily. What? Hearing that, the minister was shocked. Although he knew that they listened to Gu Ning most of the time, he didn't expect Gu Ning to be their leader. She was just a young girl. I can't tell you much about it, but we relied on her to leave safely, said Lung Yuanqian. Knowing that, the minister was astonished, but Lung Yuanqian had said that he couldn't tell him much, so he didn't ask further about it. After Gu Ning got out of the car, she directly went to the car that Si Jin was in and asked her to get out. At the same time, the others stayed in the car. Although the other people didn't know what was going on, they listened to Gu Ning and didn't ask. Si Jin understood Gu Ning's intention. When Si Jin was out of the car, they stood there. Before the car that was following them reached them, they had damaged the surveillance cameras with their magical energy. The power of magical energy was totally beyond human imagination. So Gu-ning and Si-jin quietly damaged the surveillance cameras in order to prevent other people from seeing what they W9'd be doing later. Right after they damaged the surveillance cameras, the car that followed them arrived. Those men were surprised when they saw Gu-ning waiting for them, and they realized that they had been exposed. However, since this was a remote place, it was a good chance for them to take action. When they got near Gu-ning's car, they stopped their car. But they didn't get out. Instead, they rolled down their car windows and immediately shot at Gu-ning and Si-jin. Lung Yuanqian and the others, who were sitting in the cars, were scared. They were afraid that Gu-ning and Si-jin might be injured, even though they knew that Gu-ning and Si-jin were unbelievably strong. However, Gu-ning and Si-jin didn't give them a chance to hurt them. Before the men were even ready to shoot, Gu-ning and Si-jin had rushed forward and given their car a magical energy-infused kick. Then, shockingly, everyone watched their car suddenly roll over, causing the bullets they shot to shoot into the sky. At that moment, everyone was struck dumb, because Gu-ning and Si-jin kicked a large MPV over and it even contained many men. Were they really human? They were gods. This time, the minister understood why Lung Yuanqian let Gu-ning be the leader, because she had noticed that some people were following them and dared to fight against those men. In addition, she directly kicked the car over. Clearly, this girl wasn't ordinary. After Gu-ning and Si-jin kicked their car over, they didn't stop because those men were only slightly injured. Since those men dared to attack them, those men would have to pay for it. Therefore, before they came back to their senses, Gu-ning and Si-jin robbed them of their guns, then hit them with magical energy. Even though those men were very skilled, they were barely comparable to Gu-ning and Si-jin. As a result, they were disabled by Gu-ning and Si-jin after fighting back for a few moments. Although Gu-ning and Si-jin wouldn't kill them, they still needed to pay a price. Anyway, they couldn't be cured after being injured with magical energy. After teaching them a lesson, Gu-ning and Si-jin immediately got in the car and left. Because it was too shocking, everyone couldn't fully understand what had just happened, especially the chauffeur. When he drove the car, he was a little absent-minded. "Hey, focus on the road, or we'll be in trouble later," said Gu-ning coldly. Hearing Gu-ning's words, the chauffeur was scared and focused on the road. He didn't want any accidents to happen. "Miss Gu, how did you do it? You kicked the car over?" the minister asked curiously. "We've been practicing kung fu ever since we were little," said Gu-ning. Knowing that, the minister stopped asking for details. When they got back to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Kirk Thomas heard that those killers failed to kill them, which filled him with anger. How could they be so strong? In order to prevent the Thomas family from being dragged into this trouble, he didn't call the police and took it as a car accident. They had planned to ruin the surveillance video, but unexpectedly the surveillance cameras were already damaged. Kirk didn't believe it was a coincidence. It must have been done by Gu-ning. However, he couldn't accept it. How did they have the ability to damage the surveillance cameras before him? Gu-ning and the others' behavior confused Kirk, but he couldn't find the answer. The Thomas family's patriarch was actually very mad when he knew that the assassination failed. But he was told that Gu-ning had cured Cain after he got back home. After watching the surveillance video, the patriarch strongly criticized Kirk for not telling him about that. The patriarch supported Kirk in making a deal with the Chong family, but they didn't have to scheme against the Lung family, especially after the Lung family had cured Cain. They shouldn't harm the Lung family. However, Kirk didn't have any gratitude at all. Instead, he became even more malicious. "No matter what happens afterwards, you should bear the result," said the patriarch. He wouldn't take responsibility for Kirk. Kirk was reluctant to see that, but he didn't dare to argue with his father. After all, it was indeed his decision to assassinate Gu-ning and Lung Yuanqian. If he had told his father everything in detail, his father wouldn't have agreed to his plan, but he honestly couldn't tolerate Gu-ning's humiliation. Although outsiders wouldn't know it was his plan, Lung Yuanqian and the Lung family would surely know. Would they pay him back? And the two girls were so strong. What if they took revenge? Thinking of that, Kirk was very anxious. "Father, Kirk wanted his father's help and protection. "All right, I don't want to talk with you any longer. Go out now. The patriarch chased Kirk out. It wasn't because he refused to help Kirk, but Kirk had to be able to solve his own problems. Moreover, even though the patriarch wanted to help, he first had to have the ability to do that, but obviously he couldn't go against the Lung family. It would be fine if the Lung family paid them back openly, but what if they did it secretly? Father. Kirk was surprised by his father's cold-bloodedness, because his father wouldn't help him at all, but as a father as well, he didn't realize that he was ungrateful when his son was cured. He was also an unqualified father. Get out. The patriarch snapped at him. Left with no choice, Kirk had to leave. Back in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Gu Ning and the others booked plane tickets to go home that same night. The flight would take off at 10:20 p.m. because there weren't any vacant seats on earlier flights for them. They were in a dangerous situation now, so they couldn't leave separately in case the Thomas family tried to assassinate them again. It wasn't bad to fly back home at night. In fact, it was convenient for Gu Ning to carry out her plan. At 7 p.m., it was dark outside. They decided to go to the airport at 8 p.m., so Gu Ning had time to go out now. She didn't tell the others what she was going to do, but they understood what her idea was and no one stopped her. Gu Ning quietly reached the Thomas family's house and had already disguised herself as someone else. Nobody would recognize her. Before getting inside, Gu Ning used her jade eyes to check where Kirk was. She would only pay Kirk back this time and would teach him an unforgettable lesson. However, she wouldn't do that on her own. Instead, she let the monster fox out and let it cause the injury. Gu Ning wouldn't kill Kirk, but she would seriously injure him. It was already very nice of her that she didn't disable him. After Gu Ning gave the order, the monster fox immediately went into the house. Because it moved through the woods very quickly, no one noticed it. Reaching the main house, the monster fox directly jumped into the window to Kirk's study. Before long, people heard Kirk's screams of pain from his study. The Thomas family were shocked and went to his study at once. The monster fox didn't rush to leave until they came in. It deliberately let them see that a fox injured Kirk, so that they couldn't blame Gu Ning for it.